For those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, for those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, please make arrangements in advance with the clerk of the board, either by visiting their office in person or by calling 454-2323. We want to hear from our non-English speaking community, so please do request translation assistance if you feel language is a barrier to your participation. Para los que están presentes hoy, si se sienten más cómodos haciendo sus comentarios en español, por favor, infórmenos. Tenemos a alguien disponible que traducirá su comentario al inglés. Si necesita servicios para toda la Junta, por favor, hagan los arreglos con la secretaria de la Junta, visitando la oficina en persona en el 5 piso 4520 o llamando a nuestra oficina 454-2323. Queremos escuchar a nuestra comunidad que no habla inglés, así que por favor contáctenos para ayudar.
Good morning. I would like to call to order the June 10th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly, Chair. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Present.
Koenig?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
And Martinez?
Here. Next on, we will move on to our moment of silence. Do any of my colleagues have anybody they'd like to recognize this morning? Seeing none, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Comedy.
CEO Coburn, are there any late additions or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, Chair. On the regular agenda for item number 4, we have additional materials. We have added an attachment that will be inserted after page 8. This is containing the 2026-27 proposed budget questions memo. And for item 8 on the regular agenda, we also have additional materials. These are corrected attachments that are replacing pages 90 through 91, and the attachment is HSD Cal 2627. Lastly, for item number 9, we have additional materials. We have 3 new attachments that will be inserted after packet page 113. And these attachments are a memo on the APDO proposal that's dated June 9th, 2026. We also have the Page and Dudley contract, which was approved on March 8th, 2022, and the Page and Dudley amendment that was approved on June 10th, 2025.
Thank you. So this morning we will begin our budget hearings a little differently than we do a regular meeting. We are going to start off by introducing our CEO to give a budget overview with her team, and then we'll be giving our colleagues just an opportunity to make some high-level comments about the budget if appropriate or if you would like. And then we'll be going out to public comment, and that will be our general public comment that will be on the consent agenda and anything that's of purview of the board today and not our regular agenda items. So now everybody understands the process. I welcome you all here, and I'm very pleased to turn it over to CEO Coburn to give us our budget overview.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Martinez and members of the board. So today I am going to be giving a presentation that starts out somewhat similar to what we presented when we kicked off our budget hearings on May 5th, but the budget numbers that we're going to be presenting incorporate our supplemental changes that were recently added for various departments. As I'm joined today across the table, we have here our County Budget Manager, Marcus Pimentel, and Ryan Friedrich, who's a Principal Administrative Analyst in my office, and they're going to be presenting aspects of the slides today. So as a reminder, we have a large audience, so I just want to remind everyone, the county is providing a variety of services, both municipal and state and federal mandated. We are the safety net for the county, providing those services countywide, in addition to more municipal services in our unincorporated area. We've been able to deliver a balanced budget in a very challenging fiscal environment with various federal changes, both policy and budget, being sent down from the federal government through the state to us, and as well as the state making various changes. We have in this proposed budget no layoffs at this time, but we are deleting a significant number of vacant positions, which will have various impacts on our services. We are continuing to prioritize investments in affordable housing, county operations, natural resources, wildfire resiliency, and homelessness response. We have had to utilize $43 million in one-time resources, including $31 million from our reserves. So we are just beginning the work of really addressing our structural issues and the HR 1 impacts that we will be experiencing over the next several years. So next slide. Today, in terms of the flow of the presentation, we're going to just talk about some of the high-level issues. We'll then dive into the principles that the budget's been based on, how we balance the budget, and some of the risks going forward. We'll have a discussion with you and get to the recommended actions. So in terms of how we got here, if you could go to the next slide. This is the arc of where we came from. We had the mid-year report in February. We came back to the board with the budgeting principles that laid the foundation for our budget, and then we got to the proposed budget presentation on May 5th. This has all been informed by our forecast, our mid-year update. We've presented to the board that we have a significant structural deficit that will extend into future years. And what has been guided, if you could go to the next slide, Marcus. This entire budget process has been guided by these budgeting principles that we talked to the board about a few months ago. So we've been really prioritizing trying to maintain our mandates, generate additional revenue where we can, balancing the impacts to both the county and our community service providers who are an extension of the county. We've been trying to figure out where we can, where there are discretionary services, identifying different funding sources for those. Fee adjustments, for instance, in health services, we're going after a rate increase for our health clinics, so really trying to shore up the revenue we're bringing in, trying to maximize what we're leveraging, and then just building the ongoing capacity of the county to close that gap and to continue to deliver our services. So long term, we're going to have to come up with some additional strategies for closing what is almost a $68 million gap that we're currently projecting as a deficit in the out years. In terms of our budget timeline, we are now in June for the budget hearings. I do want to highlight, which I'll talk about a little bit later, the state is still in negotiation of their budget agreement. The legislature is currently working on reconciling the Senate and Assembly budget frameworks and presenting an agreement for the governor to then consider and decide what he is going to keep or potentially veto in that budget agreement. So we are eagerly waiting on what might be in that. The Assembly budget framework does have some significant funding for counties, which we were pleased to see and potentially could help us greatly in terms of providing our health and safety net services. So we will be coming back to the board after our budget hearings in September with the final budget and making any final adjustments. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcus.
Good morning, Marcus Pimentel, your county budget manager. This has been a challenging budget season, and as you know, across California, across the country, many agencies are experiencing similar challenges. Across California, many counties are having to rely on this moment on their one-time reserves to kind of plug their gaps. So what we're seeing is something that's, while challenging for us to accept, it is something all of our peers are struggling with in this moment to try to adapt to the level where we have funded mandates or unfunded mandates of delivery of services, and the funding isn't there to support that. As Nicole mentioned, you've seen this presentation largely on May 5th. We've updated it for the supplemental changes. The supplemental at its highest level added $7.5 million of expenses funded by $7.6 million of revenue. So we had a little bit of a net gain in the supplemental. So it hasn't made us worse. It's effectively we're the same, and that's normal. The supplemental is a place where typically new grant opportunities are recognized and brought in. In total, our general fund increased to $851 million of spend against our revenues adjusted about 820. Our staffing is 2,683. We added one in the supplemental funded, and our reserves stand at 10.4%, just above our floor of 10%. So from a perspective of, we get the question a lot, how will this draw down our reserves? How do we think it will impact our bond rating, which is critical for an agency like us that's relied on debt issuance in the last number of years? At this point in time, we feel confident our bond rating should remain as it is in the AAA highest, strongest level. We're going to be doing some new ratings in the fall, so we'll be able to validate that. But we expect that the drawdown in reserves, because it's something being seen across California, across other agencies, that the rating agencies are expecting this, and we have a long history of being very prudent financially with all of our decisions. As you'll hear and you have heard, there are no layoffs in this proposed budget. The reductions are all in vacant positions. Again, the drawdown on reserves is about $30 million, bringing us to 10.4%. I'll turn it over to Ryan Friedrich, who will kind of walk you through some of the details that in this budget.
All right. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I'm Ryan Friedrich. I'm a principal analyst here in the CEO's office, and I've been tasked with the wonderful privilege of diving into these numbers a little bit deeper for you all. So bear with me as I throw a lot of information at all of you in a very short amount of time. We're going to be sticking to looking at the general fund because that is the county's most discretionary account for all things cross-functionally within the county. As you know, it's an $850 million general fund out of a $1.3 billion budget. Those other funds that we're not going to talk about are things like the road fund, which you can probably guess what that does, or the sanitation funds, you can probably guess what they do. So, but when looking at the general fund, that is really cross-functional, so we're going to be taking a deeper look into that fund right now. So the general fund is supported by $820 million worth of funding sources, which we can broadly categorize under three main buckets. First is our charges for services. So that's if you go to book a swim lane at Simpkins Swim Center, or a picnic table at one of our county parks, or applying for a building permit. We charge for those services at cost. Our tax revenue is our local tax revenue, so that's property taxes that we pay, that's sales tax, that's transit occupancy or hotel tax that we all pay into our county government coffers. And then lastly, our biggest chunk of local revenues is what we get through intergovernmental funds, which is a fancy word for saying funds that we get from the federal government and from the state government as well. And we'll talk about this a little bit more later when we talk about risks in the general fund, but this being our biggest funding source, it's also lately been our most unreliable funding partner. So it's something to really flag as we look at how we're seeing decreases in our intergovernmental funds, that are really offsetting any local tax revenue that we have been able to increase within our budget. And overall, we're just seeing a really flatlined within our county revenues throughout this budget season. Next slide. want to take a moment to just show our schedule of our use of Measure G and Measure K. These are sales tax measures that have been passed. The first one, I believe, in 2018, the second one in 2024. These have been a lifeboat for the general fund over these past few years, as we've seen really increased costs really begin to hit our expense ledger. So you'll see our Measure G general fund support of $10.3 million, and then Measure K, which has a few more programmatic uses that we wanted to just highlight in more detail, showing that these are all intact, and we can go into further details if the board requests. This slide is one of our really crux pieces of information when it comes to presenting how our general fund works. You'll see that everything that is in gold and that is in red are one-time sources or are really discretionary local tax revenue that the county can use for pretty much any service that our policymakers really want us to pursue. And so we really wanted to highlight and really zoom in on those gold and red bars to show how exactly our local revenues are allocated across these different functional areas. And we can see that the majority of those funding sources, those local general fund sources, go to public safety and justice, particularly because there really isn't a lot of outside sources, really outside funding for these services. So the state and the feds really say, law enforcement, that's a local issue. Whether that's through the sheriff's office, whether that's through the district attorney, or whether that's through public defense. It's really considered a local issue. Health and Human, while those departments are our biggest departments within the general fund, they tend to be highly leveraged, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So that's why, though they are the largest, they don't necessarily receive the most amount of general revenues. And then when you add those two functional areas together, both public safety and Health and Human, that accounts for 88% of our local discretionary dollars going to those areas, leaving just the remaining 12% to go to our planning department, to go to our act commissioner, to go to county council, to go to our auditor controller for their services. A big theme of our budget season this year is really talking about and really exposing a structural driver that's driving our deficits and our forecasts. And that really has to do with the increased cost of living that's driving up our labor costs. You see an 8% growth in our negotiated salary and benefit increases, just vastly outpacing our local revenue sources to keep up. And so that is something that we are going to be really focused on over these next few years and really trying to right size and really restructure ourselves to where we can absorb those costs. Because we're really seeing a manifest of how local cost of living is really impacting local wages. And we want to be able to be a good employer for our staff and really give them a chance to live and work in the community that they serve. And doing so, though, just simply outpaces the revenue sources that are available to us. As mentioned earlier, Health and Human Services accounts for the vast majority of our general fund. You can see here that 93 cents to the dollar that is spent on the general fund is leveraged through outside funding sources, leaving just a small remainder leaving on our general revenue sources for that. While public safety, on the other hand, is 62 cents to the dollar, needing general fund sources in order to provide those services. Lastly, when we talk about staffing, it was mentioned earlier by CEO Coburn that there are some deletions in this budget related to vacant positions, and you can see the distribution of where those positions are being taken back from. The vast majority of them coming from Health and Human, a lot of which is related to impacts from HR1. This doesn't also include account that currently right now the county is under a hiring freeze. So as new positions become vacant, they go through an extremely thorough review before we even consider filling any new vacancies that do occur. All right, I'm going to pass it back over to Marcus Pimentel to talk about how we got to a balanced budget.
Thanks, Ryan. Again, as our opening comments, this has been a challenging year for a lot of reasons. This budget and the use of one-time reserves is atypical for our county. We've typically not had to go there, but in the essence of following our foundational principles and trying to maintain core services while having an eye towards how do we, in the future, find solutions that avoid this reliance on one-time reserves, because we have a one-time to do it. It won't be available again in our out years. So when we looked at this budget season and with an eye towards what's coming ahead, it was really a holistic approach of what are the different approaches we can take. So the typical cost reductions, you start there. We also asked departments, and departments presented ideas on the revenue side. And then the one-time resources were kind of the last tier, the last line of what we needed to maintain our core services. So you're seeing in the cost reductions, we did a scan of the positions across the county that we could reduce with minimal impact to operations, 56.88 as a net total. That should generate $5 to $7 million of annual net savings. Again, not every position is a one-to-one dollar cost savings. Some we assume in their salary savings rate, and others have some leveraged funding, the ability to claim federal funding. So it's not always a one-for-one, but generally these are all positions that are providing net savings to the county. As Ryan mentioned, as you've heard before, in our mid-year, we have implemented a stronger hiring freeze across the county with some very specific criteria. It's not a blanket freeze, because if there's a position that's bringing in revenue or more revenue than its cost, we want that position to be filled. So we have a matrix that allows us to evaluate each position, looking for opportunities where we might continue to hold on and freeze positions, because they'll provide an opportunity in the out years. With it, this budget does have some targeted service reductions, and you'll hear that in the department presentations today and tomorrow. On the revenue side, the biggest single source is coming out of our proposal, and we appreciate that, from Health and Human Services in their PPS rate increase. As you'll hear, the approval of the rate increase might take time, but it's generally retroactive to July 1st, and we have every reason to believe the rate has a strong probability. But again, Health will talk about that, and we appreciate their creativity in providing that to the table. There are also some other increases over time that we've been looking on, cost subsidies, especially in the planning department, and as you hear about tomorrow in parks, the parking fee pilot program. And it's important to note, we say this a lot, and it's important to note that when we're projecting out sales tax and property tax and transit occupancy tax, we're relying on a lot of data sources in a way that includes both historical trends, current information, and where we think the industry is going, or where sales tax is going, or visitors might be coming. And we feel reasonably confident that we have credible projections, not conservative, but credible, because we realize if we undervalue those revenue projections, it just makes more pressure on reductions. So we're not on that edge of being overly optimistic, but we believe our revenue projections are credible, and that's why we have some projections, especially on the property tax side, that are north of 3%. We have sales tax going 4 to 5%. We have TOT that has a higher growth potential. So we're trying to be very credible with those projections, relying on historical data and trend data. And then the one-time resources we've talked a lot about, the $30 million is atypical. We also have $12.2 million of one-time trust reserves. Sometimes those trusts have always been there. We're just doing a better job of highlighting those. An example is in our district attorney office. They have consumer protection program that through different ways is able to protect consumers, and they reap rewards out of that revenue that comes in, and that comes into a trust and is used to help fund their consumer division. So we're doing a better job of calling it out just as the use. And of course, we're still worried about the HR1 impacts as they continue to phase in. Some are already in this budget, and they'll continue to layer in over our upcoming years. When we look at our reserves, it's important to note that we've declined from where we were at in the prior year, 12.5% in this current year. We'll be going down to 10.4. Again, that's above our floor of 10%, short of our target of 15. When we look at our peer counties, we have a peer county collection that we look at for a lot of different reasons. They're closer to 25 to 30% of reserve level. And that's why it's been much easier for them to lean harder into that. We've had a problem leaning harder into that. So we've had to have a measure where it's balanced with some cost reductions, it's balanced with some revenues. Anything we're not able to hold in this budget season will come out with more pressure on what else might we reduce in this moment. So we're at a delicate balance point where we don't have a lot of easy options to go to. I will turn it back to Nicole to talk about, again, what's coming next in the pillars of which this budget has been balanced.
Thanks, Marcus. So throughout the budget hearings, you're going to be hearing different ideas that have been incorporated into the budget that tie back to the 4 pillars and the principles that the board approved. And so, for instance, we have additional investments to move forward the streamlined Santa Cruz County work to achieve our major code update. We have additional investments to move forward our AI elevation and standardization work plan to achieve potential automations within departments that would help make better use of our staff in various ways, not necessarily to replace them, but to focus their energies to their best and highest use. We also continuous various investments per the board's direction based on what we heard from you all. We are trying to invest more to bring economic development to our unincorporated areas. So we're exploring the establishment of an EIFD that could help invest in infrastructure that would potentially attract business, housing, or other sorts of development. So you're going to hear about all of these ideas throughout the hearings, and we invite you to ask questions. Next forward. So I want to touch on some of the risks, some of which you have already heard about and know about. One of our greatest risks, and probably the greatest risk, is just HR 1 impacts and the pressures from the loss of federal funding and increased costs to the county from the various policy changes. We have asked the state legislature to join us in providing a long-term ongoing solution for the state to help counties with our emergency medical services, our eligibility work for CalFresh and Medi-Cal that we're going to have to be doing at higher levels that require even greater activities in our health and human services departments. But this is a serious issue for us that's affecting all counties. And unfortunately, HSA and HSD have had to absorb these impacts in the proposed budget for next year until we find out what the state might be willing to do. We are waiting to find out. As you know, the governor issued and released his May revision at the beginning or middle of May. We have both the state and assembly budget frameworks. They are actively negotiating an agreement, which hopefully we'll see by this Friday. The deadline for the state budget is June 15th. Otherwise, the legislature will not receive their salaries, so they are invested in trying to meet that deadline. We are hoping to see more funding for counties out of that agreement, hopefully on the emergency medical care services side for medical care for the indigent. There's a state proposal called the PATH proposal that would help us. We're also hoping to see additional funding for eligibility work, which would help our human services department, both processing that Medi-Cal and CalFresh eligibility. There's various other proposals in various legislative frameworks regarding giving more money for homelessness, helping us with our IHSS costs. So there's a lot of positive things that we could see, and we're eagerly waiting what the legislature might negotiate. Next slide. In terms of just addressing the structural imbalance, you've already heard about all the things that we're doing in the short term that are present in the proposed budget, anything from the hiring and travel freeze to fewer investments in deferred capital, various services and staffing reductions, various proposals to make various modifications to how we deploy services. We are going to continue to advocate for more funding related to the HR 1 impacts. I think that will be an ongoing thing as we get a new governor with potentially different perspectives on this. We are going to have to continue to look at whether it's consolidations or restructurings within the county, to reduce our costs. We will also have to look at various revenue enhancements. We are seeing what other counties are doing in terms of bringing in additional sales tax revenue or other sorts of taxes to help both with ongoing costs and the HR1 impacts, and we are no different. We're going to have to be looking at that too. And then there's the sales tax allocation reform issue that we're working on to try to see if anything is feasible there. In the long term, we're going to have to continue to rebuild our reserves, get back to a higher level of reserves, and ideally meet the board's target of 15%, as well as investing in maintenance, capital, and just solidifying the revenue base of the county. So with that, I look forward to engaging in a conversation with you, hearing from the public and the community about their thoughts on the budget, and proceeding through the budget hearings. We're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, CEO Coburn, and to your team for this really the thoughtful presentation and all of the important information that you're sharing. So as I shared at the beginning, I'm going to start with offering my colleagues just an opportunity if they're interested in making some high-level comments on the budget, or have any specific questions that weren't answered in the presentation. As a reminder, we will be visiting department budgets later in the next 2 days. So if you have questions or comments specifically, I'm going to ask that you reserve those for those moments, but didn't want to move to public comment without having an opportunity for anybody to make any comments if that's something that they would like to do. So anyone on my left? Anyone on my right? Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank staff for the presentation on the budget. Definitely not easy times, but hopefully after November, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But to start, I did want to ask, you mentioned, Mr. Pimentel, that the reserves are at 10.4%. I'm wondering if you could kind of break that down into actual numbers. So like, what is that in terms of dollars?
The reserves, in total, we're projecting about $90 million of total reserves. And what I caution is more than half of that is still what we call our departmental reserves that are assigned to departments. Typically in other agencies, those wouldn't count into the formula for the reserves because there are things like restrictions on the health funding that's limited to uses for health services. So our board level funding is about $35 million. That's our total discretionary that the board could pick and choose at any level and allocate. So that's a very small amount. Part two of that is, again, at our 10.4%, our floor is 10%. So that leaves about $3.3 million of cushion. Anything beyond that, and we're dropping below our floor. So there's just not a lot there for the next unexpected moment that hits us. And we have a lot of risks in that space. So I hope that answered your question.
That did, thank you.
Actually, can I ask a follow-up on that point, since I know, then I'll go back to your questions. Could you put that in terms of like payrolls?
Yeah, we're, I usually have a better sense of that tracking, but we're effectively below 2 payroll cycles in our discretionary reserve. So it's at a point in time when we're thinner than we've been.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Supervisor Cummings, for letting me follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, I have some comments, but I do have a quick question, not necessarily, it doesn't have to be answered now, but maybe sometime during the presentation. But just kind of given the scenarios with how we're kind of also relying on the state's help, given the 3 different scenarios, the governor's, assembly, senate, at some point in the presentation, if you can kind of elaborate on that and see what changes it makes to our budget as well. Not necessarily right now, but whenever it's appropriate during the budget hearing. Well, first, thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity, colleagues and members of the public. First of all, welcome to Watsonville. Hopefully we continue having these budget hearings here in South County. I'm excited that a lot of people showed up here today for these budget discussions. So as we begin these discussions, the proposed 2026-27 county budget, I want to take a moment to reflect on what this budget represents. A budget is more than just numbers on the page. It's a statement of our values and our commitment to the communities that we serve. Despite significant fiscal challenges, the proposed budget continues to invest in the services and infrastructure that matters most to our residents, which is public safety, roads, parks, housing, community service, and economic opportunity, and most of all, our safety net. It reflects the hard work of our county staff, department leaders, and community members who have helped identify priorities while navigating a difficult financial environment. Over the past year, we've seen tangible progress throughout the county and also District 4, from road improvements that have been completed or are underway on key corridors such as Murphy Road, Rogie Lane, Scourge Road, Green Valley Road, Casserly Road, Paulson Road, College Road, and Holohan Road, to name a few. Residents and families are also benefiting from the completion of the Green Valley Multi-Use Trail, long-awaited investment that improves safety and connectivity. We have continued investing in our parks, public spaces, through progress on the Valle de Pájaro Park, the newest county park in Watsonville, support for a new skate park at Pino Lake County Park, improvements to Mesa Village Park, and community facilities such as this, the Greg Caput Community Room at the South County Government Center. We have also expanded opportunities for youth engagement and strengthened access to county services. Perhaps most significantly, after decades and decades of advocacy and planning, construction has begun on the new levee project at Corralitos Creek, which is part of a more than $700 million project. The Pajaro River Flood Management Project is a historic investment that will provide greater flood protection for thousands of residents, businesses, schools, and agricultural workers throughout the Pajaro Valley, and it represents one of the most important infrastructure projects in our region's history. As we review this budget, it's important to recognize that these accomplishments are a result of strong partnerships, community engagement, and strategic investments. I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure this budget continues to reflect our shared commitment to serving the people of Santa Cruz County responsibly and effectively and under the lens of equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our CEO and staff for a great presentation, very thorough, and for all the work that you've done to balance a very difficult situation. I mean, it's clear that just since this picture first emerged in February, there have been a lot of discussions with all the departments about how to preserve service to the public while still dealing with these challenges on all fronts. I will say, I think the guiding light for us should be to preserve service to the public and not necessarily county positions. Absolutely, we value the work that every county employee does, and not everyone directly impacts service to the public in the same way. And the fact of the matter is we're going to have to adapt to this new fiscal reality in the coming years. So I understand why we're using reserves to maintain positions, because we might still see additional funds come from the state or from other funding sources, and that ultimately, we also need opportunities to have these discussions directly with employees. But I think that especially as we get into more of the out years, the guiding light is preserving service to the public. The other thing I see in this budget, the major blind spot, is that there was not one discussion or one mention during the presentation of the risks from climate impacts and disasters. We have, the projections are that we're going to have a super El Nino event this year. The last two El Nino events caused about $130 million worth of damage each to the county. We're no longer in a place where we can borrow significantly to make those repairs. We've fallen far enough behind in, we can't even put up the local match to draw down FEMA money to make repairs from the last two events. And we're seeing an increasingly hostile federal government that may not even recognize these sorts of events as emergencies. So it is concerning to me that one of the areas where we are trimming is in our road spending. In last year's budget, we spent $3.5 million in discretionary general funds on roads, and in this budget, we're spending $2 million, so it's a 43% reduction. I would like to see an effort to go out and repair as many of the failed culverts in our road system, and there's over 500, as possible, so that we are not dealing with a situation where come February, we can barely conduct business because there's so many people lined up at public comment to tell us how they can't get to school or they can't get to work. So that's just the general gap that I see, or blind spot in this approach. I do appreciate all the work that's been done and the continuing this conversation over budget hearings. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Well, I've been down this road before as a trustee for Pajaro Valley Unified in 2010, when there was essentially nothing left to cut in a budget, and yet we had to cut more. These are very difficult times, and there will be disappointments, I think, for everybody, including our citizens. The things that I know in District 2 that are important are roads, infrastructure, parks, public safety. We are facing a crisis in healthcare in our county, of which we've never seen before. We've got Dignity Health, which has lost most of their primary care physicians. We have a hospital here in Watsonville that we need to survive, which is having a very difficult time financially. And in all ways, even in our FQHCs, we're facing deficits. So this is not just about our county. We're feeling these cuts everywhere, particularly because of HR 1, like our CEO said. So I would continue to support keeping our reserves above 10%. I think it's very important to have those reserves in case we have another emergency like Marcus was talking about. We have extreme fire risk related to climate change and torrential rains that potentially we're expecting this winter. So we do need to keep our reserves intact, and I look forward to building those back as our budgets become better. Many of you know that your Board of Supervisors goes to Sacramento often to advocate, or maybe not often, but when it's important, we go to give testimony, to advocate for positions that will help our county. We have one of the lowest revenues in the entire state. Out of 58 counties, we're 5th from the bottom in terms of our general fund revenue. We say that a lot because we need to keep reminding people of that. And we need, as a county, to encourage and support ways to build our revenue, and that is economic development. So to the extent that we can increase our TOT, increase our property taxes, not for those who already have things, but to continue building and infill in neighborhoods where it would be important for not only for affordable housing, but for the county to receive property taxes, we need to do that. So I thank all of our staff for their hard work. I know that balancing this budget this year was not easy. I am concerned about kicking the can down the road because we are looking at huge deficits next year. So I do think anywhere we could continue to shave budget this year will help us in the future. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa. I also want to extend my welcome to everybody who's joining us in the room today and on our virtual session. We have a packed house this morning, and we intentionally scheduled this meeting in Watsonville, and this is what we were hoping for. So I'm very pleased to see so many people engaging in the budget hearing this morning. Thank you so much for being here and for tuning in. I agree with Supervisor Hernandez in saying that our budget is a reflection of our values. And we have a number of difficult decisions before us, and I will be very much grounded in my values of equity and justice and, honestly, preserving the safety net in a time when our safety net is under attack at the federal level and is being dismantled in so many ways. That's critically important to me. And I also want to just recognize that we have a workforce that is working incredibly hard and in many ways is bearing the brunt of a lot of these decisions. When we say that we are eliminating vacant positions, that's not nothing. That is jobs that were there for a reason, that aren't getting done, and there's a workforce that needs to step in to fill that gap. And when we have a hiring freeze as well, it means that each one of our staff members have to step up, and I want to extend my gratitude to that because, I agree that public service is what we're here for, but it's very hard to do public service without county employees. So I'm going to be working very hard to preserve our workforce while we work to come up with a long-term plan to fill our budget gaps. I agree that we need to be doing some right sizing and some planning around our long-term revenues. As Supervisor DeSerpa said, have been to Sacramento a couple of times. We'll be back because we are incredibly dependent on the decisions that happen at the in our state legislature this next couple of weeks and throughout the next couple of months. And additionally, we're going to be looking at other ways of filling our revenue gaps. And so we're doing that with our mandates in mind, so we can continue to deliver public service, with our safety net in mind, as well as our infrastructure, the infrastructure that each one of us needs to live the quality of life in Santa Cruz County that we hope for. So with that, I again want to extend my gratitude to the CEO's office, to the budget team for bringing us a balanced budget, for getting creative to figure out how we can fit within the limited general fund that we have to work with this year, and look forward to some important decisions and discussions in the coming days. Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just had a couple other questions real quick that came up while we were having this conversation. I'm wondering, in the budget, in the projected deficits, how much of that deficit is actually caused by HR 1 versus actual, what's caused by HR 1 versus what we'd be seeing in normal times? Because, the projections that we have, it kind of pools all that together. And I think it's really important, especially as we're considering things like tax measures and what have you, that people really get a sense of kind of what is the actual county's deficit versus what is the deficit that is the result of some of the federal decisions, some of the decisions made at the federal level.
Everything's complicated, but I would say the forecast is minimally impacted by HR 1. We feel in this budget, you've seen the reductions are largely in health and human. That's largely a direct correlation to their current value of HR 1 and other impacts that they're having. So right now we've taken that into consideration. So it's not the key driver in our forecast. It's a minimal impact, and we can probably discuss that at further length for sure. Our risk of federal funding is probably an equal value in our forecast, meaning what is our credibility for being able to recover from future FEMA recoveries. So in the forecast, we value certain risks in different ways. So I'd say collectively, the federal government poses both an HR 1 risk, but also other funding risks. But unfortunately, HR 1 is not the key driver in our forecast.
So I guess, what is the driver then? It's just cost of living?
Yeah, it's largely the county's current size of our operations. And somewhat, I mean, we're seeing erosion. We've talked about the erosion of, there's two things right on the revenue side. There's we are systematically underfunded when it comes to things like our property tax, and we're receiving pennies on the dollars compared to our peers. A couple years ago, we just did analysis of what if, hypothetically, we had Monterey County's allocation, no change in how much taxpayers are paying, but just the allocation of Monterey County's property tax rate. For us, that's valued at $35 million annually of revenue that would be in our general fund. So if we just had the same allocation as Monterey, we would be in a much stronger position. We've also seen erosions in revenue streams because of changes in consumers, right? So sales tax is an example, and not the only one, where consumers are making a choice to buy more online, which can often result in three things. One, there's a sales tax that's being now attributed to an online sale in another county, and that's staying there, or a warehouse where it's being delivered from, and so that sales tax isn't coming to us, it's staying in where that warehouse lives, or it's staying in the county, but we're not getting it because of some old antiquated methodology in how sales tax is allocated within county. So there's erosion in the tax base, there's erosion in how we funded the renovation of the board chambers with PEG fees that are largely old legacy cable franchise fees. Who has a cable anymore? Who has a phone in their house anymore? So a lot of those revenue streams are being diluted. So that's part of our challenge.
Okay. No, it's helpful because I think what it really highlights is that we really need to be working closely with the state to figure out how we can shift revenue streams. I mean, we know that retail's going down. We no longer have cable. We no longer have landlines, and that's kind of what we were dependent on historically. And so I think it really is important that, after these budget hearings, we really, and maybe this is something that we can put on the board's agenda for us to form a subcommittee or have some kind of conversation around what are these new, what types of creative opportunities are there for us to create new streams of revenue and taking that to the state. Because with streaming services, now it's shopping online, we need to figure out how we can get, and with cell phones, we need to figure out how we can get more revenue back in the community. And given that some of these deficits are not being caused by HR 1 largely, it's really kind of, it really emphasizes that we need to start being creative, like yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and I'll just say that what I'm hoping through this budget is that, there's an opportunity for us to take some risks. And because, I feel in the coming years, hopefully in the coming months, we'll see a sea of change at the federal level. And when we have to make hard decisions, if we can put those off and get creative in the short term, then maybe we can save ourselves in the long term. So appreciate the presentation and look forward to trying to work creatively with you all to figure out how we're going to keep ourselves funded moving forward.
And Chair, if you don't mind, I know Supervisor Hernandez asked about the impacts of the state budget and the Assembly bills and the Senate bills that are all kind of competing right now. Again, I think we've seen the value that the Assembly and Senate bills have more opportunity for counties, but we don't know the details of that, what that means for Santa Cruz County, and we may not know for a couple months. The governor, the state is held to adopt their budget on Monday, June 15th. But the realities of that budget won't tell us anything yet. It's the trailer bills in July and August that will inform us in the budget junior bills. So we have a process where we collect and capture that information in August from departments, and I would expect this is a year where we're doing a specific presentation about that, either before the September 29th action or on the September 29th action. So I wish we can give you better details about the specifics of the measures and how that relates to us at the County of Santa Cruz. But the departments might be able to give you some estimates, but right now we're really limited in that. But it's a great question.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to transition to public comment. And our public comment is going to be on anything that's on the consent agenda, which is items 10 through 38, as well as anything else that is of purview of the board that isn't on today's agenda. If you're here to speak on a health agenda or health budget, human services budget, or the public defender budget, all three of those will be held independently today, and there will be the appropriate time to speak on those three budgets later today. If you are here to speak during public comment, can you please raise your hand so I get a sense of how many people are here? And how many people are on the phone?
Currently, we have 66 attendees, but only 2 people with their hands raised right now.
What I might do to keep us on track is I would like to stagger. Let's do 5 in the room, 5 on the phone for 2 minutes each for an hour. And if we end up going beyond that, we may need to make an adjustment. So if you're on the phone, please raise your hand so we know to call on you. And if you are in the room to speak, please join a line 5 at a time.
And for callers online, if you're using a telephone device to call in, please remember that it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand.
Go ahead. We welcome the first public commenter. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lisa McNeamy. I'm a state supervisor, public defender. And I'm sorry I can't come back
Mike's-
this afternoon
Mike's on.
because I have to go to Oregon to pick up my daughter from college. So I'm hoping to make my comment right now. Thank you. So I came to this county in 1998 and became a public defender in 1993. Initially, when I came here, I worked at the Walrath and Gilman firm, and then at Bigham Christensen men's law firm. And I've been in this county ever since. In 1997, the Bronx Defenders created the nation's first holistic office. Their model addressed the full range of challenges facing clients, addressing the root causes of recidivism. When Santa Cruz County created its new public defender's office in 2020, Heather Rogers brought that model here. Heather's goal was simple: represent the whole person, not just the crime. Today, holistic defense is not a separate program in Santa Cruz. It's the foundation of our office. Our interdisciplinary team of attorneys, social workers, client advocates, investigators, paralegals, administrative professionals, and county partners work together to address the issues that bring our clients into the criminal justice system. It has made a world of difference, and I'll give you an example. I represented a client who entered prison at 19 years old, right after the 3 strikes law was enacted. He spent the next 27 years cycling in and out of prisons and jails due to serious mental health and substance use issues. But we were able to break that cycle. Our social workers connected him with a long-term dual diagnosis treatment program. He successfully completed that program and became a certified drug and alcohol counselor. That is what holistic defense looks like. It saves lives, it strengthens public safety, it stabilizes families, and it reduces the costly cycle of incarceration. I respectfully request that you preserve our funding for these critical services, would benefit not only our clients, but our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're here to speak in the room, I'm going to ask you to please form a line behind the podium for the sake of time. Thank you.
Good morning. You let me know when I get to start. Okay. I'm a little nervous. Okay. You started me already? Okay, my name is Kylie Keller, and I'm here also representing, or like for, what is it called, holistic something? I'm here for the Clean Slate program mostly. So a few years ago, there was like probably, if you would have told me that I'd be standing right here, I would told you you were like severely tripping, basically. You know, like there's no way, like that's not what my life looked like before this. But next month I'll have 7 years clean, and Michelle Lippard helped me get my record expunged, and now I work at Janice of Santa Cruz. I'm the program, I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but I work at a program in town, and I run a whole department. I got my certified alcohol and drug counseling, and hold on, let me look at my notes. I was trying to go off script there. So basically, yes, I struggled with addiction. Obviously, I had a criminal record, an extensive one. I hurt the people I loved. I disappointed myself. And I carried like a lot of shame about it, basically. And like this, I don't know if everybody like realizes how important this program is, but like when people, let's see, like when you get sober, like you need that hope. You need something to work towards. Otherwise, you're gonna be like, I'm not gonna keep. I feel like I'm owed 9 seconds here. Hold on. basically it's going to come up every housing application, every job application, whatever you need to do. Like that's going to be a barrier. And if you don't have that motivation, there's no reason to go back for it. There's no reason to like go for a new life. You can go back to your old life. And lastly, I'll say like if it's about spending and budget, that I'm sure that the County of Santa Cruz probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars a year at the hospital when I was going to the ER. All the times law enforcement had to come and stop me, which was like every day. The ER, the crisis services, all of that. So
Thank you for
I
being
think that's
here.
one person. It's going to be a lot more money if you guys stop this program.
Good morning. My name is Diana August. I'm the misdemeanor supervisor at the Public Defender's Office. I'm also a District 1 constituent. And I have been a public defender in this county for 30 years next year. I served 25 years in the prior office, the contract office, and next year will be 5 years. I also co-led the negotiations with your current CEO to start this office. And together, she had a vision with the prior CEO of changing what public defense looks like in this county. And we are doing that. I've seen everything. I'm the longest tenured public defender in this county. I did 25 years in an office where we had no support. And we did a really good job. And that's because we are dedicated, hardworking professionals. All of us could be working somewhere else, making a lot more money, working in another county, getting paid a higher salary. And we are here to serve the residents of Santa Cruz County. So 4 years ago, this county decided to do something different. Trust that vision. It is working. Kaylee, if you're still here, that was my client. I helped her when she was going through all that. She is here today to talk to you because of the services that you have funded for our office. Don't stop that now. I'm urging you all to trust the vision that your CEO had. Trust our office. We are doing great work for your community. We are here to serve the residents. We are saving you money. Don't stop it now. Please maintain our current funding levels. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Kittredge. I'm the Homelessness Prevention and Intervention Services Director at the Community Action Board. I'm here to give you an update on Hope Village, our new shelter and low barrier navigation center project. My colleague Paz Padilla will be here for the hearing later, but I do need to get back on site. So I just wanted to give you all a quick update. We opened in February and we have served over 35 individuals. We currently have 32 in residence with a couple spaces left. We have had 3 people housed. We have 6 people in the pipeline to be housed very shortly. And we also have 4 people that have gained employment since we've opened. I do want to take this time to thank you all for your support of the homeless community and our work with them at the Community Action Board. I also want to thank our supervisors and county staff that have come by for a tour. I would love to extend that invitation to the entire supervisor board, as well as anyone in the room who might be interested in partnering or working with us. We believe very heavily in collaborating with other nonprofits and community-based organizations. Again, thank you for your time, your support, and just a quick shout out to Supervisor Hernandez, who came to our ribbon cutting and spoke at the event as well. Thank you for your support. Thank you all.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I will be commenting now as I will be leaving to do some community service outreach. My name is Nora and I am from the CalFresh, I am a CalFresh specialist for the Second Harvest Food Bank. Every day I work with families, seniors, students, immigrants, and individuals experiencing homelessness to help them access food assistance and other essential resources. Through outreach, application assistance, and case management, I help connect community members to benefits that reduce hunger and create stability during some of the most difficult times in their lives. I'd like to share one story that illustrates why this work matters. During a food distribution at EA Hall Middle School, I met a woman who seemed hesitant to speak with me in front of others. I offered to call her privately later, and she agreed. When I spoke with her, she shared that 7 years with the same employer, she experienced workplace harassment and led to a mental health crisis. She was forced to take unpaid medical leave and suddenly found herself without income. She had never imagined she would need assistance and assumed she would not qualify for CalFresh. After completing a pre-screening, I determined she was likely eligible and helped her submit an application. She was approved for $465 for the application month and $785 in ongoing monthly benefits. When I called to tell her the news and explain how to obtain the EBT card, she became emotional. She told me she had come to the food distribution because she had no food left in her home and did not know how she was going to feed her children. For the first time in her life, she was experiencing food insecurity. Her story is not unique. Across Santa Cruz County, more families are finding themselves one unexpected crisis away from needing help. These programs do more than provide food. They provide dignity, stability, and hope. Every dollar investment helps ensure that eligible residents receive the benefits they have earned, reduce hunger in our community, and strengthen the health and well-being of families throughout our community. When CalFresh Outreach is funded, families don't have to choose between paying rent and buying groceries. Parents don't have to wonder where their next meal for the children will come from, and people facing life's hardest moments can focus on recovering instead of hunger. Thank you for the time, your leadership, and your commitment to supporting the residents of Santa Cruz County.
Thank you. So in order to be in compliance with SB 707, which ensures that people can attend public meetings both in person and virtually, we are going to transition to take 5 remote callers and then come back to the line and take 5 of you here, and we'll continue to do that throughout the rest of the hour that we set.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff. Bernie Gomez here with Milpa. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it in person. I came down with a little bug or virus, working with kiddos. You know how that goes. And I wanted to mention, I appreciated the point that was made earlier about being values driven, right? So I hope that throughout these discussions, you really look deep into like your moral compass and just your analysis, right? Do some critical thinking and and just ask questions and get information, right? And listen to the public as well. But I also want to highlight the consent agenda item number 36, I believe it is, which has to do with looking at it with the district attorney's office. And I just wanted to highlight that it is a $28 million budget and it's on consent, and there is $1.6 million of one-time revenues being allocated to the department. And I would want to just know kind of like where is that going, and what is the current status of the district attorney's office, just because it's part of the public safety department and you have every other public safety department doing its presentation. So, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, and looking forward to having a robust discussion.
Maria, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, board. Thank you for coming to Watsonville. My name is Maria Perez. I live in District 4 and work for Regeneración Pájaro Valley Climate Action. We are part of the Monterey Bay Area Climate Justice Collaborative, working with other community-based organizations in the Tri-County area. We as a county have to continue to support prevention and climate resilience preparation. I urge you to keep this as a priority. There are predictions of an intensified El Niño year due to additional warming from human activities. This can bring extreme rains and other climatic events to our area, which, as we've seen before, have devastating impacts to our community members' health and infrastructure. Thank you.
Stephanie, your microphone is now available.
Hello, good morning. Thank you all. Stephanie Bromley here. I would like to urge you to reject the general concept of park fees as well as AI modernization. Santa Cruz County has the opportunity to be innovative and be very clear in our values and in our ethical stance, and to really restrict how our local government and agencies are using technology. I also just feel very strongly that AI has high failure rates. When AI systems make flawed decisions, this becomes part of racial biases that negatively affect and erodes really the trust that we have. I mean, I can hardly call customer service and get a chat bot, and it's just round and round it goes. Like we're losing our people here. Revenue projections and historical trend data that you were mentioning, I mean, it really hurts my heart to think that the hard work and heart work that our county park and county park friends has done to bring dollars into our region and dollars into our local parks to make it a case for it being something accessible of, by, and for the people that we're serving, and to now suddenly have to have that be a judgment call of $5 for gas, $5 for milk, or $5 to take my child to a state park. I myself am I consider myself a very reasonable person, and I also think that I'm a dreamer, and I really think that AI modernization will ultimately lead to unrecoverable taxpayer costs. I think that there is something pivotal about this moment, as we don't even know whether or not we will have data breaches, whether or not we will have further issues of justice, really. And so I think this is a moment where AI is being shoved down everybody's throats, from healthcare to human services and beyond. And I would hate to see that this is part of, replacing a workforce and really, again, just what normal times we're living through in this kind of police state where we're all in surveillance. So thank you.
Austin, your microphone is now available. Austin, we're not able to hear you. If you could please try unmuting yourself. Austin, we're still unable to hear you. You might need to adjust the volume on your device. Chair, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Patty, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Patty Quillen, and I'm a resident of Santa Cruz County. I serve on the advisory board of Smart Justice California, an organization that educates and empowers policymakers to champion meaningful criminal justice reforms and promote safety, human dignity, and healthy communities. I'm here today to urge you, as other speakers have, to keep our public defender's office holistic defense program intact as you make your budgetary decisions for the coming fiscal year. As others have said, this is a model for what public defense can and should look like. The positive outcomes from wraparound services don't just change clients' lives, the outcomes ripple outward and strengthen our entire community. I understand the fiscal pressures you're facing are serious, and I've read that a few different proposals were considered, and I believe the current proposal for an alternate public defender's office is the best choice. This would critically preserve the holistic services that address the root causes of crime rather than simply punishing people after the fact. The county has built something worth protecting, and I hope you don't let the budget pressures undo 4 years of progress. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to return to the speaker. We have no other speakers with their hand raised at this time. Austin, your microphone is once again available. Please accept the unmute to begin making your comments. It appears the speaker is unable to connect.
Thank you. And will you confirm that that's the final online caller?
Yes, we have no additional speakers online with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you. I welcome you to proceed. 2 minutes.
Good morning, community board members. My name is Claudia Melendez, and I am a case specialist at Second Harvest Food Bank, Santa Cruz County. I work directly with community members to help them access safety net programs such as CallFresh, CallWorks, and Medi-Cal. In a county where the cost of living continues to rise, these safety net programs are essential in helping individuals and families meet their basic needs. Today, I would like to share the story of an elderly couple I met while conducting outreach here in Watsonville. This couple were living on a fixed income, struggling to afford food while also keeping up with their mortgage, utilities, and other expenses. Like many seniors in our community, they found themselves having to make difficult decisions between paying bills and buying groceries. At first, they were hesitant to apply for CallFresh due to many inaccurate information that they had heard over the years. After meeting with them, I helped them apply for CallFresh benefits and connected them to additional resources available through our community partners. The support they received helped release some of the financial pressure they were facing and allowed them to access nutritious food without sacrificing other essential needs. This couple's story reflects the reality of many residents here in Santa Cruz County. Every day, while conducting outreach out in the community, I meet seniors, working families, veterans, individuals with disability, and people working multiple jobs who are struggling to make ends meet and rely on these programs like CallFresh to put food on their table. It is important to remember that many of our neighbors rely on these services for stability. I urge the board to continue investing and supporting efforts that increase access to these critical programs. For many of our neighbors, these safety net programs are the difference between stability and hardships. By protecting these programs, we are helping our neighbors with age dignity, supporting working families, and building a healthier and more resilient community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sara Isayas. I'm a case specialist with Second Harvest Food Bank. I'm here today along with staff for Second Harvest Food Bank just to ask you guys about making sure. I know budgets are tough right now, right? And everything is suffering, but let's remember about our community members, the people that we work daily. I have personally taken the time to visit each of your district and assist community members up there, and the need is immense. And as cuts, I know, its budgets are tough, but we need to remember who we serve, and we serve community members. So I'm here today to share the importance of my work and my team's work in the community. As case specialists, we're considered to be the first responders when it comes to community needs and questions related to CalFresh, CalWorks, and Medi-Cal. We have established a trusting relationship with community members, agency partners in the Santa Cruz County. Second Harvest has maintained a partnership with the county for over 14 years. Due to funding cuts, our positions are uncertain as July 1st of this year. This will impact our community members directly as community office, as a county office, to make sure the most vulnerable community members can access benefits, and we can continue to receive these benefits. Today, I asked the Santa Cruz Board Supervisors to continue to support community members by supporting Second Harvest Food Bank to be able to continue have funding for the CalFresh team, to be able to continue support our most vulnerable community members. Again, thank you so much for your time, and please have people's community members in mind when you do these cuts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniela Anaya, and I'm the Director of Family Programs with Jacob's Heart, Children's Cancer Support Services. I'm here today to express my strong support for restoring funding for the Second Harvest Bank's CalFresh Outreach and Enrollment Team. At Jacob's Heart, we serve families whose children are fighting pediatric cancer. Every week, we deliver groceries and diapers directly to approximately 110 families throughout our communities. As many of you know, the cost of groceries and diapers has increased significantly, creating even greater financial strain for families already facing medical, emotional, and economic hardships. Our partnership with Second Harvest Food Bank is crucial to our ability to provide this support. Through their food distribution programs and the work of the CalFresh Outreach Team, families receive access to nutritious food and critical resources. I cannot tell you how many times parents have shared with me how meaningful these deliveries are. After spending long days at the hospital attending treatment, meeting with doctors, and caring for a child with cancer, the last thing many families have the energy and resources to do is go grocery shopping. Knowing that food and diapers will arrive at their doorstep provides relief, dignity, and one less burden for the families to carry. The CalFresh Outreach Team does more than connect people to benefits, they connect families to stability. I respectfully ask that the Board of Supervisors restore funding for the Second Harvest CalFresh Outreach and Enrollment Services through the general fund. Second Harvest has consistently shown up for our community, and today I ask that we show up for them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Fernando Cardenas with Second Harvest Food Bank. I am here to express my support for our CalFresh outreach team. This is a dedicated group of individuals who are a lifeline for our community members that are struggling to make ends meet. As you know, food is a very basic need, and if you've ever, experienced some sense of hunger, even a little bit, it's hard to think about anything else, right? And for this reason, we urgently need continued funding for CalFresh to ensure that families in our community do not fall deeper into food insecurity. Another point I really want to emphasize is that our team is deeply trusted within our community, and this trust is essential now more than ever as we continue to see heightened fear in our community. We have been able to establish relationships, see multiple family members, so that trust is there, and we know that without that, community members will not go out and seek what they are eligible for. So I sincerely hope that the Board of Supervisors will unite to support the CalFresh outreach team and ultimately support our community members. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Reina Ruiz. I'm the Director of Juvenile Justice Programs for CASA of Santa Cruz County. My tech is failing, so I'm going to freestyle today and speak from the heart. I've been in juvenile court for about 3 years, both in truancy court and in juvenile justice court. What I can say is I have a worry about our democracy and a worry about the rule of law. And I think, our county has done a great job in terms of youth justice reform. And I'm here to speak on behalf of both the Public Defender's Office and their holistic program. It saves lives, and it really is the way to go in terms of providing rigorous defense for folks here in our community, and I think it increases public safety. One of the things is youth court is a confidential proceeding. As a CASA, we're able to be in court day in and day out and witness not just one case, multiple cases, and see trends. Our alternate public defender's office is also critical. With the diversions, we have some of the most complicated cases are maintained in the court. And those complicated cases, one of them is conflict of interest. And so I'm seeing cases with multiple defendants and the need for alternate public defenders. So that's one. Two, we need to ensure that speedy trials and speedy process, especially in juvenile court. And so I'm hoping that we can preserve the funding both for the public defenders and the alternate public defenders and not balance the budget on the backs of the most marginalized youth. And I see youth going back from dependency court to juvenile justice or vice versa. And I've also seen kids in truancy court in juvenile justice and vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, has anybody joined on the call?
Yes, one additional speaker has raised their hand. Miriam, your microphone is now available.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Miriam Stombler, and I'm here in strong support of the Public Defender's Office and their visionary leader, Heather Rogers. I'm a Santa Cruz resident, a retired assistant county counsel, a founding member of both the Santa Cruz Welcoming Network and the Child Care Safety Plan Coalition. The Public Defender's Office has been a crucial partner in protecting the rights, safety, and dignity of our immigrant neighbors and the broader community. They've been instrumental in partnering on a series of pro bono asylum clinics and have provided guidance in other matters relating to immigrant family rights and safety. And I can testify from my own experience in working with them that the public defender is doing critically important work that supports vulnerable people and strengthens our community. And we are all safer as a result. So I believe it would be catastrophic to abandon the holistic defense model that Heather Rogers has created and with the social workers and client advocates who make that possible. So in the face of the difficult decisions that you must make, I urge you to support Ms. Rogers' proposal and her judgment as to how best to navigate this difficult budget year with the least damage to what she is building in her office. To dismantle her great work would be pennies wise and pounds foolish. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm here today to ask that you maintain funding for Second Harvest CalFresh Outreach Team. Each year, our staff are responsible for enrolling new CalFresh recipients, as well as helping those already enrolled maintain their benefits through a complicated and confusing renewal process. I've been at the food bank for more than 10 years. I've seen the impact. One example that always stays with me, we got a call from an elderly woman who didn't have access to the internet at her house, and everything for enrollment is based online. Our staff went to her home, they sat in her living room and helped her complete her paperwork. And she later called back our hotline in tears, and I answered the call to express her gratitude. She was isolated and needed support, and our staff were there for her. The human impact of the work that the CalFresh team does is huge, and the fiscal impact is real too. Those federal funds that people receive through CalFresh are spent in our local grocery stores. Every dollar spent on CalFresh outreach enrollment returns many times over in the local community. I hope you'll maintain the funding for the amazing work that our CalFresh team does. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diego Rubio, and I'm here to support the Public Defender's Office. I'm just here to share that I've made mistakes in my life that I'm not very proud of, but I've also made the decision to change my life, And today, I'm in recovery, working every day to rebuild my life, strengthen my relationships, and become a better person and the person I want to be. Recovery has taught me that people are capable to change, growth, and transform their lives. What I've learned is that even when someone is doing everything right, staying sober, seeking support, finding work, and taking responsibility for their actions, a criminal record can continue to hold them back. It can make life much harder, and it's harder to rebuild your life when you have a criminal record. So I know the importance of a second chance because I'm living in the journey myself right now, So I'd just like to ask to please continue to found the Clean Slate program so that working hard to turn their lives around have the opportunity to succeed. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Presley Clark, and I am here to ask that we keep the Clean Slate program. This program allows for people to get their charges expunged. I think it's like a few years after it happens, and I believe some people deserve a second chance. And later, when they try to get a job or rent an apartment or anything like that, it makes people turn them away, and there's a lot of things that they miss out on in life. And I think that I do not want to be looked at as a criminal in the future, and I just ask that you guys please keep the program because it will help me and other people. I went to a rehab program called Janice, and it helped me out a lot, and there's a lot of people in there that turn their lives around, and it really helps them. And so I just ask that we keep that program going. Also, I wanted to say Lauren Cox from the Page firm is my public defender, and she is helping me with my wet and reckless case, and she is truly a great lawyer. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Mike Beebe, the board president of NAMI Santa Cruz, and I'm here to personally offer my support for the public defender APDO alternative, which I feel is the better of the two paths, but with a full recognition that both alternatives are going to reduce our defense and diversion capabilities to our most vulnerable populations. The 3-year CJC study, for which we received national recognition, looked at the impact of our justice systems and the individuals with mental health conditions. This cross-country study highlighted best practice approaches for individuals whose behaviors due to mental health conditions became involved in the justice system. These best practices included collaborative courts, mental health diversion, holistic defense, crisis teams, and expanded use of probation time. These initiatives are now at risk of being scaled back with predictable personal and economic impact for the individuals. And what I expect will be a shift to longer days in custody, increased incarcerations, and may cost more than providing timely and appropriate interventions. Evidence of the positive impact our current approach has been an increase in mental health diversions from 12 4 years ago to 454 last year. 60% of public defense clients receive social service supports from the holistic teams. And right now we're having 8 fewer days in custody for 400 individuals eligible for early representation. With recognition of the support and contribution Page and Dudley have made for many years, the APDO alternative preserves the public defender's in-house knowledge and integration, which has delivered these gains and which can sustain as much of the benefit as the remaining staff allows.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to Watsonville. Happy you're here. I'm here to support Second Harvest Food Bank and their CalFresh outreach team. Their compassion for their neighbors and their knowledge on the system is very impressive. Each year, this group is responsible for enrolling new CalFresh recipients and keeping them enrolled. That means federal money coming into our county and circulating amongst our local grocery stores, family farms, and roadside stands. And any CalFresh benefits people can spend in these places means more money for other expenses too, which further supports the local economy. I hope the Board of Supervisors can include them in the budget because we generally can't afford to be without them. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Andrew. I'm a long-standing resident of Santa Cruz County. I didn't quite want to get up here and say anything this morning, but I feel a moral and ethical obligation to stand before you and speak my mind before leaving. I didn't want to leave this room and feel despair that I didn't stand up here and speak my mind So as a longstanding member of the society, I went through college. I made some bad decisions in my life with drinking, and it led me down a path that I wasn't quite proud of. Over the past 6 years, I've been in recovery. I've been changing my life around, and this has been an everyday battle that I have to deal with, and it's something that at this point I own and I'm okay with, because it made me the man that I am today. I wouldn't be who I am without the struggles that I've been through. But I can say that with turning my life around, I rely on the Public Defender's Office and the holistic modules that they have set in place to be able to help individuals turn their lives around. As being somebody who's part of this community, I pride myself as a Santa Cruz in the sense that our social services that are available to us here in this county are of utmost importance, and we are pioneers in the state and somewhat in the nation in these holistic and social services that we have to offer to the community. So incurring budget cuts in this department would definitely incur quite an impact on a lot of us that are trying to turn our lives around for the better. And I hope that you take that into consideration when preparing for your budget cuts this next year around. And please keep all this in mind. We're really trying to turn our lives around for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comment in the room, I'm now going to close our public comment period. It looks like we have one more. If you have any further comments, please join a line. I'll be closing after this speaker.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Gallegos, and I'm a social worker in the Holistic Defense Department of the Public Defender's Office. I'm a native of Santa Cruz, and I'm a property owner in District 5. I went to Bayview Elementary, Mission Hill Middle School, and graduated from Santa Cruz High School. I then became a licensed clinical social worker in 2020. I am honored to serve my community and be part of such a great interdisciplinary team at the Public Defender's Office. My days start in the courtrooms where I meet clients on one of the worst days of their lives. I work in the domestic violence department where I often meet people whom I grew up with or went to school with. Many families in our communities are touched by the justice system, whether they have a friend or a loved one struggling with legal issues. I am there as a defense social worker, and my role is to find out what happened to them and how did they end up where they are. I assess what substance use or mental health issues or social issues such as housing and employment, among other issues they are struggling with. I connect them to agencies and programs in the communities that can help connect them with safety nets and attempt to remove any barriers they might be experiencing in accessing these services. As many of you know, navigating systems can be challenging, especially if you have any disabilities you are struggling with. One example that comes to mind is I recently worked with a client that had picked up 5 criminal cases in less than 6 months for mostly nonviolent theft, burglary charges. She is unhoused and a mother of 5 children. Her kids are cared for by her parents. She went to high school with my older siblings, and we had grown up in the same apartment complex. She was struggling with substance use issues and had not been in treatment for the past 5 years. While in custody, I filled out a CAFES application with her, which is a funding stream with Prop 47 AB 109 from probation. The case manager she met helped complete an ASAM substance use assessment and referred her to residential programs. This time around, when she was released, it was not onto the streets, but into a residential program. She has not picked up any more cases in the past 5 months, and she's looking into a sober living environment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody who came to speak today. I want to recognize how much courage it takes to come up and share personal stories. So thank you for everyone who took the time to be here. With that, I'm going to close our public comment period and transition us to action on the consent agenda. As a reminder, our consent agenda today are items 10 through 38. And I want to start by asking if any of my colleagues would like to pull any items from the consent agenda before we take action. Seeing none, I would like to...
Mayor, actually, I would suggest that we pull item 24, the core budget.
All right, we will pull item 24, the core budget, and we will place that at the end of today's agenda, regular agenda, as item...
Chair Martinez, I do have a question. If core's pulled and it's with HSD, do you want to do it after HSD? I don't know if the questions are similar or related.
Where would you prefer?
I'm fine with either location. I mean, sure, let's do it with HSD.
Yeah, that would be great. Then the department can leave.
Okay. So we'll put it as 8.1 in connection with HSD. Thank you. Any other items to pull? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments on today's consent agenda? Seeing none, I do have a couple of questions for a number of budgets, so I'll just kind of give some heads up. I think there are some department heads next door that I have a couple questions for ISD, GSD, and possibly HR, so just giving you a heads up. I'll start with ISD. Is our ISD director here? I welcome people to mute their chairs.
So Tammy,
welcome.
Welcome, Tammy Weigel. I am the ISD director for the County of Santa Cruz.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking a moment just to answer this question, because as I was reviewing many department budgets, what I saw was that there were many departments that had ISD-related increases in costs and services. And I was just hoping you could help us understand, was that kind of a general cost recovery effort, or why are we seeing that increase?
So it's not a cost recovery. Basically, what we did is we created a new fund, which was an enterprise application services fee. And this centralizes the funding, governance, maintenance, and support of county enterprise solutions, such as Workday, such as OpenGov. And it also consolidates money for services such as keeping our web page up and running and modern, for things like our mobile app, for innovative technology, so that we can spread this cost. Instead of having individual departments having to put this in their budget and carry it, we spread it across the county because we see that these services are valuable to every single department. The other thing that I do want to mention with that is that we did see some negotiated reductions in the technology service fee, which is charged for every single department who has a Microsoft Office license. So we've done some heavy negotiations, which actually offset some of those costs as well.
Thanks. So what it sounds like is that funds that were otherwise covered in other budget lines for departments is getting consolidated under
Correct.
an ISD.
And it creates more transparency because then we can see how these are being allocated, who's using these products, and be able to, again, negotiate lower prices.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. And are there any costs related to the Ring project?
So none to little. So the payments for the lease financing don't start until 2029. As lease payments and operations come online in 29-30, the current $1.7 million radio shop will have to be absorbed into the Ring program. And then it's going to obviously raise the cost for radio services, but those, again, will be spread through all the partners, which right now is just the county alone.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for that information. A quick question about a position change in GSD. Do we have our GSD director here? Welcome. It has to do with our a position change that we noticed related to proposing to eliminate the Director of Capital Projects position while holding vacant 2 other positions designed to manage the program. Can you just help us understand what's going on there?
Yeah, hi, Kimberly Finley, Director of General Services, and I have today Ted Morton, who's our Deputy Director overseeing our Finance Division. So the decision to delete and get rid of the Director of Capital Projects position was part of a planned reorganization that has been ongoing for about 1.5 years. When the capital projects and real property divisions came over to General Services, we recognized a need for a more comprehensive executive oversight of those divisions. So we created a deputy director position, which would oversee capital projects, real properties, and facilities. We have also identified that there is a ground level management gap that was left by having that direct oversight from the Director of Capital Projects. We're currently working on creating a new position. It will act as a senior project manager. The title of the position will be a capital improvement manager. We're working with HR and our CEO analyst, and we intend to bring a last day item to do an add delete, to do a one-for-one to delete that capital projects position and add that capital improvement manager position.
Thank you. So would that new hiring be subject to the hiring freeze that we have across our organization?
Well, it would be reviewed by my department, and so, but positions that have funding in the budget and for which we think it's going to remain there, we are approving some, but we critically look at every single hire that's requested.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next question's for HR. Hi, welcome. Come on up. For folks who thinks I'm cruel, I warned every one of them that I might have questions for them, so nobody's getting caught. It's no pop quiz for anybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. My questions, again, I'm kind of focusing on global budget impacts, like the IT impact that we were seeing across the board. Same thing with the Workday implementation. It's something that we're kind of seeing significantly in your department and we expect across the organization. Can you explain, it says it's taking up to 50% of your staff time in HR, kind of how that's going and what that means?
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, Ajita Patel, Human Resources Director. So the Workday project itself there's a lot of people working on it, and the main departments that are actively having staff participate is ISD, Auditor Controller, and Human Resources. So my department is the department that is responsible for all the employee transactions and all the data entry into the payroll system. So if an employee gets a raise, our staff does the first part of it. Then auditors has a second part of it. If people go on a leave of absence, we do the tracking and the tracking and record keeping of all of that. If somebody is doing some training, we are tracking all that. So when we say that 50% of our staff are actively participating, it means that they are helping to build the system, they are testing, validating, and it does take a significant amount of time to get it right, because what we're trying to do is take our old system and do a complete crossover and have the new one function the exact same way, so pay is correct, record keeping is correct. So it's a good thing. It just means that people have had to shift. Staff who need to directly work on that have been removed from their regular duties, and other people in the office are picking up what they need to do, because we still need to do the day-to-day. We can't just say, okay, we're not going to do the rest of the work. So that's what we meant by that 50% of the staff are actively participating in that. And go live is June 20th. So they're all at the near end, ISD, auditor staff, and our staff, and they're very excited because this will be a great improvement to our infrastructure.
Yeah, this just sounds exciting. So I know that implementation like that's a lot of work. Do you imagine that it will impact charges across all of the departments at some point?
Yeah, it actually will. And there is a charge that's going to be embedded. And I believe Tammy would be the expert, but I believe it's around $60 per employee that will be embedded into each department's budget.
So that is basically going to be around $69 per position in each budget.
Per year?
Yeah.
And is that something that's incorporated in this year's budget?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you, and good luck on your go-live date.
Yes, thank you.
And then my last, these are just comments. I was on the fence of pulling one budget, which is our OR3 budget, mostly because this is a department that has a significant impact on our county and in my district. So I actually, rather than pulling the item, I just want to make a few comments. I want to start by just really thanking you for all of your good work. I know that our office is constantly asking of your time, and we have found that everyone at OR3 is really worth their weight in gold. You know, you're incredibly knowledgeable and incredibly responsive, including on Christmas Day when over half my district was without power, as well as not that long ago at 1:30 a.m. when I was texting you because we had a 4.9 earthquake in the center of San Lorenzo Valley. Seems like there's always somebody on the other end of my phone when there's a disaster in the San Lorenzo Valley, and we need to think about our response. You know, just for future conversations, you know, my only concern is that we rely on 6 full-time staffers. One of them is almost 100% contributed to Measure Q implementation. So that's only 5 people who are ensuring that 270,000 residents in our county are prepared for life-threatening disasters. And we're also asking these folks to coordinate with our federal, state agencies, every, you know, infrastructure agency, PG&E, Caltrans, you know, all of the various districts that interact with our county. And not only that, but prepare for climate change, which is, you know, no little feat. So it's hard to imagine that only, you know, truly like 5 people are doing all of that. So kind of going back to the earlier comments about disaster response and preparedness, I just want to really underscore my appreciation and my value of this department, and my hope that as we, you know, get out of our sort of triage, safety net protection moment, we could get back to our priorities of resiliency and preparedness for this community and continue to invest in this critical department that, you know, I don't know what we would be doing in District 5 if we didn't have that. So I just want to appreciate that. And then my very last comment is, you know, when we say that we have a list of 10 through 38 on the consent agenda, that is, let me do my math, 28 department budgets that are full of important work, critical work, a ton of planning for this next year's budget, and really the overall operations of the entire county of Santa Cruz, which serves all of our residents. So even if you're not getting called out today, know that we looked at your budget, we appreciate you. I don't know, maybe you're lucky that you didn't get called out today. We're just gonna pass your budget in one big swoop. But just thank you for all that you do, and keep up the good work in the coming fiscal year. So with that, I will accept a motion on the consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve
second.
our consent agenda.
We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further comments? And just to be clear, this includes all items with the exception of the core item. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, everybody. All right, it is 11 o'clock, and we will now move on to our regular agenda, which begins with item number 7 of our Health and Human Services budgets. Item number 7 is to consider approval of the proposed 2026-27 budget for the Health Services Agency, including any supplemental materials, and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. So I'm going to ask that each speaker today and tomorrow introduce themselves with their name and their title before you begin, and I'd like to welcome you today.
Good morning. Connie Moreno Peraza. I'm the Director of Health Services Agency. It's an honor to be here. I am joined by my great team here today.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jessica, Director of Administrative Services.
And we will also have Dr. Marnie Sandoval and Ms. Amy Peeler join us in our team presentation. First, I just want to take a moment to just thank our amazing senior leadership team for working on this budget. We use what is called collaborative budgeting, which is a best practice, where we came together to look at all the needs we had, the funding sources that we had and how we could plan the budget in a more integrated way as part of our vision to become one HSA. So I do want to publicly thank them because it was very tough, and they came together, supported each other. One of our divisions even said, I'll give some of my general fund to X division, and it was very nice to see how, as your new director, just here a few months, close to a year, I'm very honored to have worked with them. Collaborative budgeting helped us to really stay tied to our mission and our values, and it really helped us to achieve the two main goals, which was no staff layoffs and no disruption in our services. So I'm very honored and thankful to our team, also to our leadership team, which is our middle management, which also included SEMA and SEIU members. So I want to thank our union, our labor union also members too who helped. So with that, we will begin a team presentation. So we're going to try to maneuver this here. So, okay. So first, just a high-level overview. We're going to give you a high-level presentation. I know we a lot of information, so we want to keep it very, very high level. We want to give you a little bit on our mission, our department overview. We'll do our budget summary for our proposed budget for 26-27. Some division detail and accomplishments, the major budget changes, some state and federal risk and emerging issues, and then our budget request. So as it was mentioned earlier by CEO Coburn, we are the safety net. So our Health Services Agency not only has a mandate of Welfare Institutions Code 17,000 to serve our indigent, we also focus on providing a lot of services for our communities in need. We provide education, outreach, and a comprehensive array of services that we can provide in a timely manner. On the right side, very high level, we are putting in our budget 638.75 FTEs. We're part of comprehensive health and safety. Our key services in public health, behavioral health, our health centers, our environmental health division as well, and then definitely our backbone, which is our administrative services division. When we planned our budget, we stayed focused on key priorities and definitely staying focused on customer service and our clients having a positive client experience. We focus on access, quality, cost, equity, and workforce as we go towards becoming one HSA as part of our vision to be more integrated, well-coordinated, focusing on efficiencies, our operations, and that can help us result in providing the services needed in the community. So when we did collaborative budgeting, the important part of that was that we included our staff to give us ideas, some of the things that we could implement. We received I think it was 42 ideas from our folk, and again, we had SEIU in those meetings, and we had our stewards there. So they gave us some great ideas that for us to look at in our agency. Some of them, as you can see here, reduce phone charges. I mean, there's very simple in very creative ways for us to maybe expand our medical administrative activities, reduce our after hours energy use. So they gave us some we're very grateful for the great ideas they gave us. So you can see some of the division priorities in behavioral health. We want to reduce our IMD costs. As you know, that is a daily focus. I want to thank our division director for always focusing on that. We want to look at our CALIM justice involved. We want to organize that, schedule optimization for psychiatric and behavioral health FU staff in our public health. We want to increase our MAW participation, obtain more information regarding the budget ideas to access feasibility. Environmental health, return one or more programs back to the state, as most counties are doing in California. And then our health centers, you've heard about our PPS rate and wanting it to increase it so that we can generate revenue as well. And all our divisions, we are focused on increasing our MAW participation. So you can see that our behavioral health department provides, and I think Dr. Sandoval mentioned, I think we have either 40 or 70 ongoing priorities, which keep us very, very busy. We want to focus a lot on our children, youth, our older adults, services to our Medi-Cal beneficiaries, to the uninsured, and the underserved populations. Our health centers, of course, providing primary care, dental, behavioral health, specialty care, and pharmacy services for our Medi-Cal and Medicare beneficiaries, uninsured and underserved. So all our programs, our divisions, we do focus on our underserved and our uninsured population. Our environmental health, protecting our community through inspection, surveillance, investigation, enforcement, very critical division for us. And then public health, again, promoting and protecting community health through disease and surveillance and prevention, communicable disease response, emergency response and preparedness, maternal and child health programs, health education, and epidemiology. Very critical functions of our divisions. And definitely, as I mentioned earlier, administration is our backbone. We receive many requirements from the state. Most, if not all, counties will continue to get delegated responsibilities with no funding, as you heard. Unfunded mandates continue to be, so our different components in administrative services, like fiscal, operations, technology, facilities, and all of the backbone is critical for us to sustain and to be able to leverage and draw down funding as well. And then a smaller division we have is our health benefits division, support access to health care coverage, service through medical eligibility. We work very closely with our partner, HSD, and others to keep folks under Medi-Cal, healthcare navigation programs serving vulnerable and underserved populations. Some of the accomplishments I'm very proud to present. Some of the, we have many, but I want to just highlight our Youth Crisis Center Stabilization Unit. Everybody's very thankful, very happy that we have this. We have some very important information that was shared by Dr. Sandoval about the kids that are being diverted from being placed at a county, which is a very high cost, and keeping them locally, keeping them home with their families is very important to us. Expanding the vulnerable care to our populations in the county. Behavioral Health Services Act, as you heard a presentation yesterday, it's a great funding source that we leverage to fill some of the service gaps. Even though there were reductions, it still allows us to provide a comprehensive program. Overdose prevention, very active in reducing overdoses with Narcan and many other interventions to reduce overdoses of fentanyl or any other drug. Water quality monitoring, we're very thankful to our Environmental Health Division to continue staying focused in that accomplishment that they do every time. I'm very proud of them. And then increasing access and productivity. When I came to work here, I was asked to really focus on our operations and find ways to increase productivity and revenue, and I'm very honored and thankful to our two key divisions, health centers and behavioral health. The other ones as well, but those two have demonstrated, which you'll hear in just a minute, some key strategies to continue to streamline any processes we have, to find ways to increase revenue, and definitely to align to the productivity standards that are expected in each of those divisions. With that, I'll pass it over to Jessica to go over the budget.
Good morning, Board. I'm the lucky person who gets to go over all the fun numbers, so I'll dive in. But before I do, I want to give a shout out to compile a $300 million budget is a huge lift. And while I'm up here in the voice in the face for our staff, they do amazing lift. We have our division chiefs here. We have administrative services managers within each division that we work very closely with. We have our chief of fiscal services, who I cannot say enough good things about. This woman works tirelessly for this agency. So shout out, because it's no easy feat to get these numbers together. So next slide, I'm happy. I don't know if there's a mouse. Okay, so this covers our proposed budget, which includes, we've kind of alluded to, a total reduction of 28.70 vacant FTEs. I just want to clarify that does include 5.6 FTEs from mid-year, because you guys, last year, we delayed some of the lab positions, so it's not a total of 28.70 for next fiscal year. Some of these were mid-year changes as well. So the total for this year is 23.10 positions. And if you look at I know there's been a lot of discussion of one-time funds. So if you look at our one-time funds, we actually are going down for next fiscal year from 18 million to 17 million. Next slide, please. So I'm going to dive in a little bit more of the use of one-time funds, because I know there's been a lot of questions about those. As you can see from this slide here, our one-time funding comes from our Intergovernmental Trust Fund, which we call IGT. We also have our Deferred Maintenance Trust, and lastly, our Realignment and our SB 900 Trust. As you can see here, we budgeted $2.5 million for our capital projects. And that's just to give us appropriations in case we need them for emergency services. We maintain over 20 facilities, including 4 residential care facilities. So often emergencies or repairs arise, and this just gives us the opportunity to address them quickly. However, if there's nothing, if there are no emergencies, knock on wood, occur, then we will not be utilizing those one-time funds. So it's just there to operationalize emergency response. We've also, as you can see, budgeted $4 million in health centers, and that is to offset the health center expenses. We are hopeful and anticipate that we will not have to use that funding once the PPS rate gets approved, but just to balance the budget and to not assume that the PPS rate will be approved, we've just budgeted that out of IGT. We did offset GSD building costs and our insurance increase cost of $2.9 million to the divisions utilizing IGT. That's because they had already absorbed a lot of increases with ISD and GSD and obviously salary and benefits. So we're trying to provide them assistance. As I mentioned earlier, staff did a tremendous job at tightening their belt and to make this budget. So we tried to at least, that was kind of came in afterwards. So we are offsetting it with IGT. And lastly, you can see we're budgeting $873,000 for the one-time use funds of the mental health electronic health record, which I think there's a couple board items coming on those contracts. Next slide. So to go in a little bit more of IGT for everybody, it is a funding that can be used to help close, or it is supposed to be used to help close the gaps on cost and the Medi-Cal rates. It is an ongoing source of funding for HSA. We've had this funding since fiscal year 2012. And so this is just to give you a historical use of what we've utilized that IGT funding for. And again, it is an ongoing source of funding. For example, this fiscal year, the county contributed $7.7 million, which generated a total revenue fund of $18 million with federal matching. Let's see, 81%, as you can see, 81% of the IGT funding has supported operations and capital projects historically. And I also want to highlight that Watsonville Community Hospital is now going to be receiving IGT funds. So as the funding shifts directly to supporting the hospital, that will reduce some of our IGT funding. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows where HSA's resources are invested across our divisions. The proposed budget totals $324 million, and that represents a 4.6% increase. Behavioral health continues to represent our largest share of the HSA expenditures at over $188 million, which is about 58% of our agency's total budget. And this just reflects the depth or the breadth of mental health, substance use disorder, housing, and community support services provided throughout the county. The health centers is our second largest division at over $63 million. And the largest 15% increase noted on the health centers is due to Dienta's new location coming online at Penny Lane. Next slide. Is it the primary? Okay, yes. The primary cost drivers in the proposed budget, as we've kind of discussed earlier, are the salary and benefit cost increases. That is up almost 9%. The increases in costs for services and supplies, such as the malpractice insurance, property and liability insurance, GSD and ISD charges, are up 15.3% for our department budget. So just those two line items alone are 24% year over year, just to cover the necessary maintenance of service delivery. So that shows you how much work the divisions have done to really trim their belts and to lean into operational efficiencies. Next, perfect. HSA services are primarily funded through state and federal revenue, supplemented by patient service revenue and a relatively small general fund contribution. The proposed budget includes $301 million in total revenues, which is an increase of 4.7% year over year. And we remain highly dependent on intergovernmental revenues, which total over $216 million and represent about 72% of all HSA revenues. Charges for service represent the second largest revenue source at over $75 million, reflecting reimbursements from patient care service, program fees, and other related revenues. So together, intergovernmental revenues and charges for service account for nearly 97% of all our agency revenues. One of the key challenges for HSA is that many of our largest funding sources are restricted and tied to specific programs and services. So while revenues are increasing overall, much of the growth is associated with designated state and federal funding and cannot always be used to offset the rising operating costs in other areas. Okay, next slide.
Now we're going to switch to our division detail, Dr. Sandoval and Amy Peeler.
All right. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Behavioral Health Director, happy to see you again. So focusing on our behavioral health proposed budget, I want to share that over the past 5 years, our behavioral health system has experienced significant growth, both in revenue and responsibility, with our revenues increasing by about 51%. But that growth represents the size and complexity of the system we're now responsible for, not actual extra capacity. During the same period, Medi-Cal reimbursement rates have remained insufficient with minimal annual adjustments, which means that the real cost of delivering care continues to rise faster than the rate structure that funds it. So even with revenue growth, we're working within tighter reimbursement conditions. So that's a very difficult position to be in when we're trying to meet the needs of the safety net for mental health and substance use. At the same time, over the 5 years, the county's general fund contribution to behavioral health has nearly doubled. And that reflects a real strong commitment by the county for behavioral health and substance use care, but that represents still a very small portion of our overall behavioral health budget. So because of that, our ability to serve all the Medi-Cal clients depends heavily on maintaining enough local match dollars to draw down federal dollars. So it's a complex system, but it's really important to try and help the board and the public understand that in behavioral health, we must have local dollars in order to leverage federal match dollars. So while the size of our system has grown, we've actually reduced and restructured positions to manage rising labor costs and new statewide mandates. Our behavioral health division is a system that's growing in responsibility and expectations, but operating with more constraints on staffing, funding, and reimbursement. So the budget you see here reflects all of that. The supplemental budget adjustments are largely driven by major statewide initiatives, our behavioral health bridge housing, the BH Connect demonstration waiver, and expanded CalWorks mental health and substance use disorder services. So these changes ensure our budget's aligned with actual program expectations that the state has now put in place. It is critical to note that we're adding capacity through some staffing support measures. We're using extra help to bring on interns and contracted services strategically to meet short-term housing navigation, supports, and bridge housing while maintaining our stable long-term workforce. These adjustments also highlight something really essential. Our local match dollars do underpin our entire ability to draw down federal funding. So general fund realignment and our Behavioral Health Service Act dollars allow us to leverage Medi-Cal reimbursement, including the annual intergovernmental transfer, or IGT, which is replenished every year and covers unreimbursed Medi-Cal costs like client-related travel and documentation efforts that our staff are required to comply with. So without these local funds, we really cannot serve the number of Medi-Cal beneficiaries that we're actually mandated to see. So very important. California has undergone the largest behavioral health reform that we have seen in decades here in California. These efforts, they are aimed at improving outcomes, but they have dramatically expanded what counties are required to deliver. Plan administration demands continue to grow through CalAIM, payment reform, BH Connect, Proposition 1, which is our Behavioral Health Services Act, and the plan integration for specialty mental health services and our drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system. So these are all going to increase the full plan responsibility for plan level oversight, infrastructure, and accountability, as well as the actual service delivery system. So the administrative impacts on behavioral health plans is quite significant. At the same time, care reform efforts like the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, evidence-based practices, full-service partnership programs, the school-based mental health, justice-involved reforms, and foster care redesign are reshaping how we serve clients across the entire lifespan. So compliance and reporting expectations have also multiplied, with roughly 70 current reporting requirements and more on the way through SB 43 and BH Connect evidence-based practices. And then, of course, we have the BHSA outcome and transparency reporting framework that we'll implement at the start of the fiscal year. So layer upon layer of administrative overhead as plan administrators. And many of the system of care mandates, such as Care Court and SB 43, they all come without funding, which I know you've heard before, but it's just important to highlight that again. Combined with workforce shortages, low reimbursement rates, and the high cost of living, these pressures are really making maintaining system stability a real challenge in behavioral health departments across the state. So in response, last year we launched the System Evolution Framework. This initiative focuses our work on 4 long-term strategic priorities: system integration, accessible quality services, regulatory compliance, and fiscal sustainability. These priorities align with behavioral health services and the statewide behavioral health transformation, and position us to build a stronger, more resilient behavioral health ecosystem here in Santa Cruz County. So in this brief period of time, to ensure that my colleague has adequate time as well, I have attempted to highlight for you that the behavioral health system is growing, the mandates are growing, the expectations are growing, and we're responding with discipline, planning, and a clear strategic direction. That behavioral health proposed budget in front of you reflects careful alignment with state reform, protection of essential services, and a focus on long-term sustainability. Our system evolution priorities give us the structure we need to meet these statewide demands while continuing to support the behavioral health needs of our community. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I am pleased to be here to represent our division, Health Centers Division. I'm Amy Peeler, Chief of Health Center Services. And there are so many threats to providing health care, especially for those who are most in need. So in order to be prepared for what is to come, or what we expect to come, the Health Centers Division has worked in 3 primary areas, one of which is to increase our revenue. That includes being productive, and we've done that in the ways you can see here by standardizing our provider templates and increasing our ability to have dashboards to see exactly how we're doing. We also are ensuring that there is no money left on the table that is owed to us, and we do that by improving our systems. And in the center there, you can see that there are various fiscal key performance indicators that we've been working on. And then also increasing the rate that the state pays us per Medi-Cal visit for our services so that we can keep up with the inflation. So all of these innovations that we've been working on and putting into place will allow us to transition more towards self-reliance and reducing the work that is done outside with consultants and vendors. So a few examples of that. One is our data dashboards, which we previously had been paying to have a vendor do for us, and now we are able to have them in-house with our IT team, who are doing an amazing job with that. Another example is that we are offering training and certification to our billing staff to become billing coders, which will also reduce the need for an outside vendor. AI has quickly become integrated into our electronic health record, which does relieve some of the clinicians' burnout and also increases our efficiency. And then additionally, there are some details here on our strategy for this year's budget, which is similar to the last slide in that we are really digging into IT ways to advance our analytics and audits, and increasing the efficiency of all of our systems. So we've been talking, various people have been talking about our rate study, and what that is. Every qualified service that we provide to a Medi-Cal patient, we get what is every provider's standard rate, and then we get an additional sum of money because we are a federally qualified health center who is charged with providing services to people in our catchment area regardless of their ability to pay. So our enhanced Medi-Cal rate is what allows us to do that, and that rate is determined by the state. So after decades of not requesting a rate study, though our charges and expenses have continued to rise, we have triggered the event, which is to provide services with a marriage and family therapist. That is a triggering event in the state's eyes, which will allow them to review our rate, and we expect to get a significantly higher rate for those services, which is the strategy that will allow us to absorb the increasing salary and supply costs. This is some more detail for you about that PPS rate. PPS stands for Prospective Payment System. So when you hear rate, it's a PPS rate. And our current rate is $438 per visit. We are conservatively expecting our new rate to be around $535 per qualifying visit. And it's important to also understand that while this will have a significant increase on revenue for the health centers, it also provides an increase in revenue for our behavioral health team, who also provides some federally qualified health services in that division. So it is a win-win in that way. So as you can see, we've done a lot of work on increasing our revenue from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. Really significantly increase in revenue, and also a significant increase in our expenses, which is the salaries of our staff, which is why we're going for the PPS rate optimization. You'll see that we are coming in with fewer FTEs this year, while we are still seeing more patients and increasing our revenue. And always I call a fun fact in our division is that we also provide medical care to the juvenile hall population. So I just want to thank you very much for supporting our outstanding staff as they continue to provide these essential services for our community, and I appreciate your support. And we'll turn it back to Jessica and Director Connie.
All right, so I'll briefly go over just the major budget changes across nearly every division. Across nearly every division, the primary cost drivers are salary and benefit increases, rising costs for contracted services and supplies, and increasing internal service charges. You can see here the FTEs for each division. Health centers has a reduction of 6.2 FTEs. Behavioral health has 11.75 FTEs. And I will highlight, this is the lowest staffing levels in behavioral health in a decade when I did a trend analysis of the last 10 years. So they are working very hard. Administrative division is down 1.35 FTEs. Public health is down 3.4 FTEs. Environmental health, 2 FTEs. And health benefits is down 4.0 FTEs. Let's see here. Lost my pages. Okay. Perfect. This slide summarizes the overall net impact of the major budget changes across HSA. Obviously, while costs continue to rise, HSA has worked to limit the impact on county resources. The net increase in general fund contribution is $756,000 or 3.5%, which is below the overall expenditure growth rate. The proposed budget reflects a net reduction of 28.7 positions, or approximately 4.3% of HSA staffing, demonstrating that agency's efforts to align all expenditures with available resources while maintaining core services. So the key takeaway is that HSA continues to face increasing personnel and service delivery costs, but through revenue growth, operational efficiencies, and strategic staffing reductions, the agency has been able to largely absorb those pressures while minimizing the impacts to the general fund. The budget reflects our ongoing efforts to balance fiscal responsibility with maintaining access to critical health, behavioral health, and public health services for Santa Cruz County residents. And I'll pass it back to Connie.
I'm going to do some highlights on some of the state and federal risks and some of the emerging issues in HSA. So let me see. So very high level, you've heard about HR 1 as our federal, our Medi-Cal changes coming through work requirements and many other funding changes. So we are monitoring all the HR 1 in conjunction with our CEO's office, and we are responding to federal policy changes through constant advocacy and staying in contact with our associations, being in Sacramento as well when we need to advocate. The state funding, you've heard about BHSA, Behavioral Services Act, presentation yesterday and today. Even though there was reductions, the team still continues to plan for the services to the population we serve. Some of the funding was from prevention was moved from behavioral health to public health. So CDPH is managing those funds, which will help with a very small allocation that will come to public health. The majority will go to community-based organizations that can do prevention services in the state of California. And again, that one, we are aligning our services with the new funding requirements to mitigate. And then just on the program policy, the Medi-Cal integration and in behavioral health may reduce some of the administrative funding. So we're also monitoring that, and behavioral health is evaluating the operational and assessing impacts as well. So just some highlights on the emerging issues. You've heard us say how we are responsible for serving our indigent, but also we serve our uninsured and underinsured. That's an emerging issue, and we continue to monitor it. You heard about the health centers, financial sustainability and revenue alignment that they're working on, not only with the PPS rate study, but many other changes and improvements in the division. The Medicare health policy uncertainty, we're not going to know till 2027 how those FQHCs can do that. You've heard about Medi-Cal behavioral health integration. It's coming up in 2027, coming due to help. Behavioral health has to integrate mental health and substance abuse, the administrative services there. So that's coming. And then, of course, public health capacity and the emerging threats. Our public health division consistently monitors. I think they're monitoring Ebola. They're monitoring any issues that are coming up in the communities. So just to wrap up, we are here to present our proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. We're asking you for your support with a $301,521,354. With some of the expenses of $324 million, I'm sorry, with the expenses of $324,300,466, the general fund contribution of $22,367,557, and then we have the district sales tax contribution of $400,000, and then the other fund contribution of $11,575 to fund our staffing of 638.75 FTEs. Again, HSA being the health, we are the safety net. We are here to serve the most vulnerable, the most chronic populations in the county, and we are here to serve with a very dedicated workforce, and I'm very honored to be your Director of Health Services Agency. Thank you.
Thank you for the budget presentation. By way of process, I'm going to return to the board for questions on the HSA budget, then I'll open it up to public for public comment, and then I'll return to the board for deliberation and a motion. So to begin with, would any of my colleagues like to ask questions on the HSA budget? Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank our HSA director for, a lot of these, for this presentation and some of the things, the actions that you've taken to streamline, increase productivity, increase revenues, and PPS rate optimization, and just operational efficiencies. I know that when you had before you had just come in, we had gone through some budget scenarios, and you mentioned the labs and different departments that are essential to South County's health center were under threat of being cut, and some FTEs being closed as well. I had done a tour, me and my staff did a tour of the Watsonville Health Center, and we talked to everyone there from administration to some of the doctors that were there, and of course longtime employees, and they illustrated how important a lot of those how essential a lot of those departments and everything that they do is to the entire healthcare system there in Watsonville, and how it makes it more efficient. And a lot of them described some of the things about billing, questions about billing, how they can maximize that. And so when you came along, we had that meeting about, addressing some of these issues that both SCIU and some of the employees, doctors, and administration brought up. And I'm glad to see here today that you're able to resolve all those issues and actually streamline the center and make it more productive, and optimize the payment reimbursements as well, and operational efficiencies. And I was wondering too, have we looked at Emmeline as well? Because whatever we did at Watsonville Health Center, it'd be good to see if we can see revenue growth everywhere. And of course, can we replicate that at Emmeline? And one of the things that I had a question about is, one of the things that they had talked about, few of them talked about, not all of them, is giving the opportunity for walk-ins to come in, and that's a reimbursement that we could do. Are we doing the walk-ins now? That's one question. And the other one is, we talked about AI efficiencies. Recently, I read a short article about AI in healthcare and how they're doing a lot more than just, data efficiencies, but they're doing a lot of, program efficiencies, and how departments can be more efficient with AI. Have we looked into looking at using AI for additional things in healthcare that can help streamline the process even further? And I guess my third one is, I noticed environmental health only had like a minus $500,000 budget. There's a lot of things that they do assist with and help with. And one of the things that I've been interested in is when I did the tour of healthcare, I noticed a map that they had. It had all the waterways in our county, and they had the health of these water systems in our county. And it goes from yellow, I think, green to yellow to red. Most of the red ones, all of the red ones, were in South County. And I think in the future, in collaboration with Measure Q, I think, because Measure Q also addresses healthy water, at some point we would have to increase that budget in the future to make sure that we have healthy water in Watsonville. And, I think that's something that it can't be all on, of course, obviously all on environmental health is budget, but hopefully we could use Measure Q to clean up our waterways, to make them health and safe. I know we're addressing Pinot Lake right now to clean up Pinot Lake, but I think all our waterways need that help as well. But yeah, those are that was just a suggestion, but the other questions about the walk-ins, about everything that we did at the Watsonville Health Center, are we going to replicate it at Emmeline? And just the AI efficiencies and expanding that capability of AI.
So Supervisor Hernandez, thank you so much for all those questions. So I have some of the operational efficiencies that we've been talking about in replicating the same services in our different programs has been our focus. But I'd like to have Amy comment on the 2 points you asked about. Amy?
Sure. So when we did all of the innovations and the work around access, that was across all of our health centers. So Emmeline did a lot of work and saw a very significant increase in their access and productivity, as well as our Homeless Persons Health Project. In terms of walk-ins, all of our clinics have walk-in slots and designated walk-in slots on the provider schedules. Watsonville has a very high need for walk-in slots, and they have a designated triage physician as well as nursing staff who see walk-ins all day long. So yes, we encourage walk-ins. At our Homeless Persons Health Project, it is extremely important to have spots for walk-ins because for that population that we serve, meeting them where they are and when they can come in is really essential.
Amy, can you also comment on the evening availability?
Sure. So at our Watsonville Health Center, we do have evening availability. We are also designated with the Central California Alliance for Health for urgent care for children, regardless of if they are assigned to us or not. So that's another expansion that we've done in the last year.
So our goal is to replicate the same staffing plans, if possible, in both. Because Emmeline is a campus with many services, so we are looking at the feasibility of, as you and I have talked about, the need for us to replicate and to ensure that Emmeline is as productive and, if not acting similarly, as in Watsonville. So, and then with AI, your question about the use on healthcare, we are, I know behavioral health and all our divisions, we are looking at AI. There's a lot of dilemmas out there about some ethics in relation to AI and then how it crosses over to healthcare. So we want to be very thoughtful in alignment with the county policy. I think Amy, she did mention some of the AI efforts. Did you want to highlight those in the health centers?
Sure. So the AI efforts that we are using have come from the operator of our electronic health system. So really helping our clinicians with, you might have experienced in your own doctor appointments, a scribe who is in the office typing what the patient says and what the provider says or the clinician says. And so AI has been able to enhance that. And also some improvements with our billing team as well. And we also are working within what the county's policy is. So it does seem like it's happening fast, but we also want to be sure that we're using it responsibly.
Thank you, and thank you for everything that you did, with the walk-ins, evening hours, because I think everywhere, not just South County, even the indigent population, everybody, I think when they come in and they're turned away, they probably won't come back. And that's one billing reimbursement that we're missing on. Yeah. Thinking of it in terms of like revenue, right? But in terms of health, it's also devastating to our community when they get turned away. So thank you for the evening hours. Thank you for the walk-ins, right? It's going to increase our revenue as well. So, and with AI, it'd be good to explore what we could do. I think in that same article, it talked about AI increasing, the efficiency, streamlining, productivity, and just optimization, but making sure that we keep our staff, that, it's still, it's healthcare is a people business, so we have to keep our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough. I think the potential increase in our prospective payment system is probably some of the best news in our entire budget. So thank you for pursuing that. And so if I understand correctly, it would be retroactive, so it doesn't matter when it's actually approved. We can confidently apply it to the entire year's budget because we've already applied. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, to July 1st, 2026, which is this year.
Right,
Yes.
Right, the beginning of the fiscal year. Okay, and basically, I mean, while it is a win, about $7 million increase in revenues, it's sort of it offsets the cost, the increased staff costs, basically, within the department. Is that right? So, which is great, but it's not, we're not looking at a huge bump in revenue. I mean, net revenue. Nevertheless, because of the prospective payment system increase and the general efficiencies and seeing more clients? Is there any opportunity to bring back revenue-generating positions in the near, maybe if not in this budget, then in future budgets? I mean, I'm thinking of the clinical psychologist positions that we eliminated, a couple of this year. Do you see any opportunity like that on the horizon?
Yes, as our CEO mentioned, those will be thoroughly reviewed and screened by together with our CEO, and we are looking at some revenue-generating positions that we need to bring back. So we'll be working closely with our CEO's office.
Would that be something we look at in mid-year review or in next year's
We're starting to work on our budget already, so between now and mid-year. So our division directors are actively working. We're going to start working on what we're going to need in the next 6 months. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive report, everybody. One of the best I've seen, actually, in a while. Thank you so much. Okay, so I have just a couple of questions for you. I was looking on the contract list, line by line, and I saw that Carillon still has it appears 549,000, and since we're not using Carillon, is that just sort of leftover billing that we expect to come in, or is that something else? It's actually something else. We utilize Carillon as a contracted vendor to do a review of our authorizations for our substance use disorder level of care services, as well as our hospital admissions concurrent review, which is required. So they're providing those services for us. We would otherwise have to have additional administrative staff within the division to do those functions, which the rate would likely be higher. Okay. And then I saw another line item that I was scratching my head about was Advocates for Human Potential, 3.7 million. Can anyone explain what that is? So yes, that's related to a grant that we're receiving, and so they are contracted with the state to administer that grant. Okay, thank you. That's super helpful. So my understanding of the PPS increase is that it's not guaranteed, and in fact, there are problems with that now, and I thought that potentially moving forward with that was on the ropes. Amy's been more directly involved in that.
PPS is under health centers.
So I'm just wondering if you could, because we shouldn't be counting on that at all, because I understood that potentially it was very, very difficult right now to have our PPS rate increased.
I am not sure exactly what that information is. We've been working very closely with a consultant firm called Whipflea that works with other county federally qualified health centers as well as private sector federally qualified health centers to ensure that, and thank you to Christine's team who have worked tirelessly with being very clear about what our expenses are. And they are helping walk us through this process with the state. So we don't have any indication that
you haven't heard that then?
That we will come out worse, yeah.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah, and it has been, this is the first time. So for many other health centers, they have done a rate study multiple times. So I think for us, this will be even more clear cut.
That's great. Thank you, Amy. And then in terms of capturing MA funding that we are not currently capturing, can you talk a little bit about that? Where will that come from? How much can we expect in sort of money that is being left on the table currently?
It's money that's being left on the table?
Yeah.
So our MA, I wish we had a slide. We typically do a slide, but it has grown exponentially over the last number of years, and I anticipate to continue that. When you talk about adding positions, that is something where I just talked to my MA manager this week, and if we continue to grow at this rate, we will have to add capacity there because they do the whole billing, and this is not just an advantage of the county, it's also for a lot of our local CBOs. So we are always open to work with any CBO and kind of evaluate if what they're doing is applicable to MA. As I said, we've grown millions over the last, I don't know, Christine, if you know the numbers off the top of your head, but we're always happy to continue to work in that area and grow. And again, it's helped other county departments such as probation as well.
And Supervisor, anytime a person who gets hired that also has the particular license, we also, as soon as they get licensed, the rate that we can claim for increases, so we're looking at those as well. Our Pajaro Valley Collaborative team members express interest in billing MAW, so we'll be working closely with our MAW coordinator to include them.
That's great. And so are we utilizing an intern program in behavioral health and in the clinics? Yeah. Yes, there's been an active internship program for numerous years, and we do provide appropriately stipends to our interns. And so with some budget cuts, that became a little bit of a challenge for us to determine how we might be able to continue that. But thankfully, with our BH Connect incentive funding, as long as we're continuing to meet our deliverables and we're receiving those incremental incentive payments, we've allocated to utilize some of that funding for intern stipends. So we'll be able to continue a small intern program this year as well.
That's great. And then those interns after, I mean, that's sort of a workforce development.
That is how we grow our own.
Great.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
then they get license hours too?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great. So then they can bill MAW.
Yeah, and Supervisor, we also, UC Santa Cruz has approached us to also have medical students placed, so we'll be discussing later this fall to set the
rotations.
Infrastructure, yeah, for our
That's
folks in
great.
public health too.
So in other communities, they use a contract agency. I'm sure there's many. One of them that I know about is called Healthcare in Action, and I actually was talking to Dr. Ratner about this idea. It's essentially street medicine, right? So you're going out to places where people typically won't come in for care, but you're able to bill, for episodes, right? You can bill for a visit or wound care or treatment or a lot of other things. So I'm wondering, have we thought about that? I don't think we're utilizing it to the extent that we could, but I was wondering if we could talk about that a minute.
Sure. So we actually are doing it. We have a mobile van, which is really a mobile clinic. And we have, even before we had that van, we had been doing it, street medicine for quite some time with our Homeless Persons Health Project. So they go out weekly to the levee in Watsonville, to areas in Watsonville where people are. We also have what sometimes we call backpack medicine, where our teams of nurses, sometimes medical assistants, sometimes medication assisted treatment staff, and a clinician puts on their backpack, goes into encampments during times of public health crises like COVID and Hep A. Our staff have gone into encampments where there are tents and are giving people vaccinations in the tents, et cetera. And yes, you're absolutely correct. We can bill for those.
And do you feel like we're utilizing those services to the extent that we could be capturing?
I am certain that we could, that there's more need out there.
And not just to bring money in, but to actually,
Yes, I am
primarily
certain
to help
there's more
people, right?
Yes, there is more need than we have capacity to serve.
That's one of the strategies to increase access to new clients.
Yeah, what has happened in Watsonville, having an urgent care there and drop-ins, I would love to see that replicated up here. Or not up here, in the Santa Cruz area too, at Emmeline. I think that would be great. And then in terms of coding, I come from a healthcare background, and we have at Salinas Valley in particular, and in all the healthcare systems I've worked at, our coding department is really important. Sharp people there, and now with AI, it's even, I think, easier, right? Because they can actually look through the transcription and specifically code like automatically to things. But we often would even have that looked over, and if the coders felt like there was something there that could actually get a higher billing code or whatever, they would ask the doctor to actually change the language, right? To be able to bill at a higher rate for the services that were rendered. So do we have something like that here? I mean, I heard you say you're getting people certified for coding, but I mean, that's one of the reasons that big healthcare systems are so successful is because they understand it's a game, really.
Absolutely. It is a game that I would venture to guess most of our clinicians wish they didn't have to play. They would
Yes.
like to provide care for the people in front of them and not have to worry about this incredibly complex coding system that results in whether or not we get paid. So that is why we wanted to certify, because you do need to be certified to make some changes in an electronic health record. And so we wanted to offer that opportunity to our staff, and it has been well received and will certainly help us keep stable revenue.
Okay.
And that also applies for, the behavioral health also, Dr. Sandoval, if you want to comment on. There's a lot of quality control. There's ensure that whatever code was used, and if there's training needed to ensure the right code was used for the right service. I know behavioral health is highly involved.
Yeah, similar to what Amy mentioned, I would just want to indicate that our staff have to be way in the weeds with this far more than they would enjoy or choose to be. But we have an incredible administrative team that is behind the scenes every day, reviewing every single claim that comes through to ensure that it is coded to an allowable and proper code for the service that was provided. And that's essential not just for the actual ability to successfully adjudicate claims, but because we are subject to regular audits from the Department of Healthcare Services. And if there are problems with the way that we are coding and claiming, then we are at risk of having to pay back substantial amounts of money to the state. So there's a twofold reason why this is incredibly important and why our administrative staff are so key behind the scenes. As we move into implementation of our new electronic health record system in the fall, there'll be significant enhancements in this area of the back-end billing and claiming as well. So we're looking forward to that benefit. Thank you, everybody, for keeping your eyes on all of that, and I appreciate all the work that went into the presentation today.
Any further questions from the board? Then I'll ask just really briefly. You actually answered a lot of the questions I had, so thank you so much for being so thorough. One, just sort of a little more globally, you had mentioned that some of the IGT funds are going to Watsonville Community Hospital. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. Yes.
So one, could you elaborate a little bit on that kind of, that sort of how much in the coming years and how that might impact the department budget? And then also just elaborate, we know Watsonville Community Hospital has, really been struggling financially, and we are also seeing overflowing emergency rooms at Dominican Hospital, and kind of, how that impacts the clinics, how that's impacting your clinic patient numbers or your ability to provide care.
I think we're just beginning to see the impact, and we have started to experience seeing fewer people who are uninsured come to our clinics because of their fear. And then what happens down the way is that people don't care for their chronic issues or even a non-chronic issue, and then they get sicker and sicker and end up in the hospital. So that is in some ways what we do all the time, is trying to keep people out of the hospital. And it is a real concern that will not improve if we get more and more restricted in terms of who we are allowed to see.
And was that part of what was behind opening the urgent care at the clinic in Watsonville? I didn't know you had opened that.
It is, and as we were pushing productivity and our schedules became more and more tightened up, and there were more kids who needed urgent care, in the community in Watsonville. The majority of the kids that we do see in our health centers are in Watsonville. So our health center director there took it his own initiative to really work with Alliance to make that happen.
Great, thank you. And then just one more, oh yeah, can you talk a little bit about the IGT first?
Sure, just to clarify, it's not Watsonville Community Hospital. I should have said Pajaro Valley Healthcare District because they are another public entity, and so that's what qualifies them to now receive that. And so when we've met with the Alliance, I think the estimate, they're kind of ramping up. So as we mentioned, you have to do a match, and we've actually been helping Pajaro Valley because we want them to be successful, helping them with that match in this fiscal year. But long-term, I think it was going to be around $4 million that would be going potentially towards the hospital versus to the county funds. But again, if you looked at our historical trends of our IGT, we, I think, pulled $5 million in the past to support the hospital. So obviously we're being good partners with them and want them to be successful. So long-term, I think when we ran the numbers, it was about $4 million, but it was a couple years out to get there.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, just you had mentioned that making an MFT's time billable was the trigger. So that'll be potentially good news for your workflow or workforce, right? If you can maybe recruit more clinicians that are MFTs. In the meantime, are there any other kind of licenses or professionals that you can add to make, billable while you're opening up the PPS rate for reevaluation?
If we were to add any others, which we might want to down the line, and we're looking at what those lines of services could be if we want to reevaluate our rate again next year, for example. So yes, it, in my opinion, is the state finally catching up to itself in terms of allowing MFTs to get paid for Medi-Cal patients. That is new, and in the future won't need to be a triggering event, but that is the one that we use this time. And it is great for our workforce and our ability to recruit.
Great, okay, thank you. Well, that concludes my questions. I will now open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on the HSA budget? Welcome. Please form a line behind her, and if you're on the phone, please raise your hand.
Good morning, or what's left of it. My name is Emily Fontana. I'm an organizer with SEIU, and I really want to commend HSA on this budget. We have been working really hard with them over the last year and the CEO's office. And I want to give a special thank you to Connie for even mentioning how much the work with our stewards has been working to help bring a more global look and solving the crisis we have for HSA in the clinics. We look forward to seeing more revenue generate and be able to hopefully bring some of those revenue generating positions back next year as we keep moving forward in my optimistic worldview. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, there is. Call-in user 634, your microphone is now available.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin your comment.
I'm Jeffrey Arlt, the Secretary of the Santa Cruz County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Thank you all for your service to our community. I ask that the county continue its work to scale behavioral health services to meet the needs of our community. Behavioral health related conditions are the leading cause of preventable deaths in our county. That's at a scale of 5 times the deaths that are caused by traffic accidents. Again, I thank you for your dedication and service.
Kathy, your microphone is now available.
Hello, my name's Kathy Lass. I live in Aptos, and I also want to basically do a Me Too comment of really supporting the Health Services Department and their budget and the work that they've done. And I too want to continue the county to continue to scale to help meet the needs of our county in the Health Services Department. So I just want to really urge that health services and mental health and behavioral health are important, and they are what keep us safe. Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
Hi there. My name is Louisa Megarian. Santa Cruz has been my home for over 3 decades, and I love it here. And I love that we are creative and that we care for each other. And I like what I heard today about the way the Health Services Agency has really been approaching this difficult time with creativity. And I would like to see us as a community apply that even farther, because the work they do is so important. The mental health services and everything is super important and is under such pressure right now, and is really critical. And I want to see us spread the burden of the cuts that are coming down from the federal government more equitably amongst departments, because what it looks like to me is Health and Human Services are really bearing the brunt of it. And I think that some of our carceral departments are not having to make as deep of cuts and could share that burden, and our community would be better off for it. Thank you.
KH, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges. I live in Live Oak. And I'd like to agree with what the previous speakers have been saying, because a thriving community is a safer community. So many people are involved in the carceral system as a result of untreated behavioral health issues. And if we can strengthen our behavioral health system, that will help relieve the burden on the carceral system. And it's also troubling how many people who are incarcerated are being treated for mental health issues. That's just not a good system. And I agree that if we spent more money on prevention and keeping people healthy and thriving, we would need less spending on the carceral system. So keep up the good work. I hope you can push back and get more funding. Thank you.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and Board. I just wanted to kind of just say that I'm really appreciative of such a detailed and robust presentation by the HSA. It's kind of empowering, and kind of like I was able to kind of follow along and understand some of these things and really recognize how complex this system is, and just wanted to prop up the staff, right, for doing such an amazing job. And I encourage this county to continue to do what it can to support its health staff. Thank you.
Zoom user, your microphone is now available.
Hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I will send you guys this piece of information, but I just wanted everybody here at the board to know that by government documentation, one by the WECC, which is the Western Something Electric Grid, they did a report back in December mentioning that the Bistra power plant was conducting a stress, it's called a SOS, a stress battery test, the day of the fire. And not only that, but they negligently happened to do the stress testing on the 2 worst day of the year that NOAA and the space station had declared that there was going to be solar flares. People call it here for some reason something else, but there was 2 solar flares, big, and they happened to do it just right on the window where they shouldn't have been doing that. And that's all documented by the WECC. The report on the solar flares, that's something that I actually found out myself. And I'll send you guys a copy of that. And I just wanted you guys to know something very important, that the aerosols, when the heavy metals become aerosolized, they become so thin that it go straight to your lungs. Like it will go right past any mask. That is why all the equipment wasn't able to read the heavy metals. And what I just wanted to leave you guys with is this: they cannot turn on the new batteries because all the metals, they're going to be arcing inside. They need like a lab grade where semiconductors are being done for them to properly clean it. If they just turn it on like that, we're going to have another fire.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for comments, deliberation, and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank staff for the presentation and really just appreciate all the amazing work you all are doing. And especially for you, Director Moreno-Peraza, coming in as a new director and trying to help us resolve many of the issues that we had last year. I mean, we were looking at shutting down our radiology. We've been able to preserve that, and it looks like we're going to create a revenue stream for that moving forward. We were looking at MHCAN shutting down. Your staff has done an amazing job working with our office and with other members, the new members of their board, some of whom are county staff, to preserve those services, which are very much needed in our community, and create a revenue stream for that, which is just amazing. Getting the youth behavioral health facility up and running, which is something our community very much wants us to have, and we're so fortunate that we were able to get that thing moving, especially before all the tariffs and everything happened. I continue to hear improvements around environmental health, especially as it relates to, doing inspections on people's property for septic and when people are trying to build. The only issue I have to date, and I just want to say, like, based on your budget, there's amazing work that's being done, is that last year, and I'll just bring up the motion real quick, but the board provided the following direction, which was direct staff to apply the temporary food facility annual fee only to farmers market operators rather than charging for each individual market location, and direct staff to work with the Farmers Market Association to come up with a fee schedule that will be mutually agreed upon between the farmers market operators and county staff. My understanding to date with our interactions with the farmers market is those conversations never happened. And so here we are again, rates are going up. The farmers markets still have this same issue. And so I'm going to move the recommended actions and include the following, which is essentially to provide the same direction we provided last year. But for the environmental health fee schedule, charge one certified farmers market fee to the market manager, not for each market site, and charge one temporary food facility fee for each market manager, not for each site, and direct staff to work with the Farmers Market Association to come up with a fee schedule that will be mutually agreed upon between the farmers market operators and county staff before proposing any changes, or no, I'll just leave it at that. So, and then return to the board at the mid-year budget for an update on those conversations and recommendations.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And just for clarity, I mean, this is the same direction we provided last year. There was a 4-1 vote on this, so there was over a majority vote of the board who wanted this, and so my hope is that by providing this direction, we can again have those conversations happen. We can get some recommendations back, and so I'll just leave my comments there. Thank you.
Do you mind if I add a little bit to that? If is it possible to have the discussion with all the farmers market operators, because we have two that are separate from each other in South County, and one of the things that one of the concerns they brought up is like they're doing one fee and making a certain amount of revenue, but you pay one fee over here and you make 6 times the revenue. Just do you have that conversation with them to vet that out with them?
Yes, I want to have an administrator comment, and definitely we can.
Good afternoon, Board. Administrator, Director of Environmental Health. Can you hear me? Yeah. I appreciate your comments, Justin. That is our exact proposal, to continue things into this next year unchanged. It is true that we didn't get a chance to directly speak with the certified farmers markets. That was primarily due to the ongoing and lengthy process of our implementation of our data management system, as well as our work on Streamline Santa Cruz County. So we just simply didn't get that. Since we weren't able to do that, we decided to continue with the board's directive into the next year. So the one permit fee per owner still applies and is part of this proposal for this current budget. So we did not revert back to any older fee mechanisms. The only thing that's different is the 4% fee across the board that's applied to all of our. That's the only change in the proposal.
And I'll just say that the direction provided does not change that 4% increase. It really focuses on just making sure that there's the one permit or operator for the certified.
The temporary events organizer.
Right, the temporary events and the one charge for the market fee. So, and it's per operator, not per site. And so if it's consistent, I just think that it's really important that it's in the record so that we don't, forget that this is what the board has directed, and hopefully, and then by providing the direction to come back at mid-year, my hope is that we'll get an update on it and that will be a part of the work plan this year.
Correct. Okay. Yes, we're not changing anything from the board's directive, and we intend to continue with that process.
Okay, thanks.
So just to confirm what I'm hearing, the number of fees per owner, that is consistent with the practice of the last fiscal year and being recommended to be consistent in the coming fiscal year. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Because I believe I was the lone dissenting vote on that at that time. Given that it's the existing practice, I think I'd be okay with it. However, I'm not sure that it needs to be called out specifically since it's already baked into the budget that we.
I think it's important that it's on the record, especially since it didn't happen last year.
Well, I think the part is the meeting with people is the part that maybe it didn't happen, but the fee itself did happen. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the fees are already attached to the budget item, and there's no change in the fees, and you're going to consider the unified fee schedule on June 24th. So no change in the fees. It sounds like Supervisor Cummings wants to document that the coordination occurs between environmental health and the providers, the vendors.
So it will be all the vendors, right? Not just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because maybe we can encourage the South County ones to merge together and pay one fee instead of both of them paying a fee separately.
So we have a motion on the floor in a second. Would you like to clarify something, or do you have any further comments?
Just to clarify that absolutely we would be including all the CFM owners in that negotiation.
So to get clarity on the motion, do you want to repeat your motion, or do you want to make any edits based on the clarification from CEO Coburn?
No, I'll just keep it the same. So it's move the recommended actions and also include for environmental health fee schedule, charge one certified farmer's market fee to the market manager, not for each market site. Charge one temporary food facility fee for each market manager, not for each site, and direct staff to work with all of the farmers market associations for the county to come up with a fee schedule that will be mutually agreed upon between the farmers market operators and county staff, and return at the mid-year budget for an update.
That's fine.
Okay. Further discussion from the board? I'll just make a couple comments then. One, I appreciate all the callers who and public comment today who really spoke to the value of behavioral health services, of prevention services, and really, just doing the work that it takes to keep people healthy and keep them out of our emergency systems or our criminal justice system. A lot of incredible work happens at the Health Services Agency, so thank you for that. We've got, of course, we heard a lot from behavioral health in the clinics today. We also have our public health team, our environmental health team, and just a lot of frontline workers who really are our local heroes, in my opinion. So I'm incredibly grateful for your work and understand that this budget is tight. It is eliminating positions that you've depended on, and appreciate your flexibility to be able to continue to meet the needs of our public while helping us bring forward a balanced budget. And I want to commend the CEO's office for working with HSA and our new leadership to get us to a really different conversation than we were having last year. And I know that there's some one-time funds in there that plugs the holes, and we may be having more difficult conversations in the coming mid-year or next year. But in this moment, I'm really pleased to support the budget that you presented. Thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. So with that, it is 12:18. We're going to take a lunch break, and we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock to begin our review of the HSD budget. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Welcome back. We will now return to our budget hearings, and we're continuing with regular agenda item number 8, to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the Human Services Department, including any supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the County Executive Officer. So welcome back. As always, please introduce yourself and your department before you get started, and look forward to your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Randy Morris, and I'm the Director of the Human Services Department. I am joined by Deputy Director Kimberly Peterson to my far left, and Trish Daniels, who's the Director of our Administrative Services Office and oversees our budget. That's why she's here with us. And I just want to say good afternoon, Chair Martinez, board members, CEO Coburn. I also, before I formally start and go through the slides, this is my 6th year here in Santa Cruz County, 6th time I've presented a budget, and every year I realize how much work that the county Human Services Fiscal Office, Contracts Office, and our partners in the CEO office work and do countless hours of work that public never understands. And I just want to pause and say I get to be the face as the director, but thank you to everybody who did the work to get this budget built up and balanced. I also want to recognize that in the room is all the division leads in my department, and in case you have some questions or public comment that generate some questions, we have all of our leads here to be able to be responsive. I saw a lot of great questions this morning, and hope you'll indulge us with any questions you have as well. Before I go through the formal slides, I want to take a minute just reflecting upon something I've heard our CEO office say over and over. We're in an inflection point as a public system in our country, and in health and human services, our partners in health just went earlier, sort of an unprecedented moment. And there's many things that are new that I have not seen before, so I just want to kind of create a framework. There's sort of a through line through the formal budget presentation. I just want to take a moment to mention them. First, human services in California is almost 90% funded by federal and state funding streams, and we're regulated by those federal and state funding streams. And of the about 10% of general fund that we're asking your board to approve each year, almost all of it is mandated match to draw that federal and state funding stream. So it's a little bit of an interesting paradox to be here asking your board to approve something that really is mandated by the federal and state government that we must do. So there's actually not a lot of discretion. Most years in my career, but for the Great Recession and my first year here when the pandemic hit, we have cost increases, which are predictable, staffing costs, other costs, and we have revenue increases at the local level, the state level, and the federal level. And in average years, those revenue increases are in line with the cost increases, and we're sort of status quo. But in many years, in the past couple of decades, we actually get significant enhancements of federal state money. So we come to you each year and say, please approve this budget and these enhancements. And that is the best part of what we do, and that's why we're in this work to try to help expand the safety net and better serve our community. This year is a tipping point. Our costs continue to go up, and not only are most of our revenues flat, but many of them, as referenced in the CEO's overview this morning, are being reduced. So we're at a tipping point where we have to figure out how to propose a balanced budget, which we're required to do when we have cost increases, but we have reduced revenues. So that's the moment we're in. And what do? I want to share with you 3 big takeaways from my experience in the field over 30 years that I hope are helpful frameworks for you as a board and the community listening. The first, I'm not sure everyone is aware that those federal and state funding streams and regulations that bring that 90% dollar to us mandate that almost everything we do is provided by county workforce. There are state regulations codified in welfare institution codes that are built upon federal mandates that the social work that we do and the eligibility work we do cannot be contracted out to nonprofit organizations. In those good years, we extend the funding we have to provide them to nonprofit organizations because they often do excellent work and sometimes better work than we can do as a public system because of the trust community members have with us. But at this tipping point we're at, a lot of what is driving our proposed budget is having to sort of retrench back to the mandates we have, which is the funding we have, which is to invest in our workforce because those are the regulations and the funding streams that we have. The second that I have never seen in my career in human services is we now have a confluence of one state and one federal financial penalty that is now imposed upon county human services if we do not produce. That has never been something I've seen in my career, and I want to name this to you because a lot of the budget that we are presenting to you is to try to prepare for avoiding next year coming to you and saying, I need to build an X amount of new general fund to pay for penalties that we've never had to do before. Our programs are heavily regulated, they're heavily audited. We have over 30 audits a year we deal with to show we're in compliance. They have never involved financial penalties. Those 2 financial penalties, the state penalty is in the in-home supportive services program. I'm not going to get into details unless you have questions you want to ask me, but about a little less than half of our caseload gets enhanced federal funding. And if we do not comply with the yearly renewal for those cases, the state for a decade has been absorbing that financial penalty from the federal government. And current fiscal year, last year's state budget, they passed on 50% of that penalty to counties. And next fiscal year, pending the resolution of the current state budget, 100% of that penalty, it lands on county human services. Some of my colleagues in the state are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars of general fund a month for being out of compliance with the requirements of the IHSS program. I want to do all I can to not be in front of you in a year asking you to give me general fund to pay for penalties. How do we do that? We are mandated to deliver that service for our county employees. We need more county staff. We don't have money. That's challenge number 1. The second is HR 1. It is not in front of you today, but I want to highlight under the CalFresh SNAP at the federal level changes under HR 1, effective October 2027, unless things change, and they could, we have to pay fiscal penalties for errors in our work in CalFresh. If we overpay or underpay our clients, we have an error. Though there are many variables still in play, the financial exposure for Santa Cruz County is next year, I might have to be asking you to give me up to $11 million to absorb those financial penalties unless there's a change. It takes us a year to get an eligibility workforce established. We have a training class, thanks to the CEOs in the hiring freeze permission to hire a new training class because of the need to have a workforce. It takes 6 months of training, 3 months of on-the-job training, so it's not until 9 months that they're actually doing enough work to get ahead of this. So I would be remiss if I didn't say one of the primary drivers of our concern is to build up our eligibility workforce, back to my introductory comments, because only a county eligibility worker can determine eligibility for Medi-Cal and CalFresh and CalWorks. This gets to my third point. It was mentioned in the CEO's budget presentation. This is the most extreme I have seen in my career in the state budget between the governor's May revision to his January proposed budget and what the State Assembly and Senate have proposed. This is the point I want to make because this also feeds through our presentation today. If, by chance, the governor's proposed May revision, which will be overridden by the State Assembly and Senate on their June 15th proposal, they will recommend rejecting cuts. They will recommend giving more money to human services eligibility workforce, but the governor has the authority to veto that. Until we know how the state budget settles, if the May revise is what lands, I have to come back to you in the fall and ask you to cut more money from my budget. I hope that doesn't happen. The state legislature has made public comments. They do not want to do that, but we do not know. So in addition to those fiscal penalties in a year, the IHSS penalties could happen now if we start falling out of compliance. I also have to contend with and need to share with you, we could have to make more cuts than what's already in front of you if the state budget settles in the way that's not to our advantage. So I wanted to frame all that because that is the complexity of the moment. We are proposing a budget at this point in time, and we don't know what the state budget will be. We do know what's coming at the federal HR1 level, and it's not an enjoyable time. This is the first time I have been at a point where I have to say we have to cut and reduce our ability to serve community. This is not why I signed up for this line of work, but this is what we're responsible to share with you based on these changes at the federal and state level. I hope those introductory comments were helpful. I hope you can sort of carry those through as the through line, which will now go through the formal presentation and walk through why, given everything I just said, the budget is as proposed in front of you today for consideration. Thank you. Okay. I'm not going to read through all these one by one, but essentially I'm going to walk through the mission and overview of the department. I'm then going to turn it to Kimberly Peterson, our Deputy Director, who's going to do some accomplishments. We are very proud of what we have done. We do make a difference in this community. We might have to make less of a difference going forward because of reduced resources, but we want to make sure to celebrate the good things we have been doing. We're then going to turn it to Trish, who oversees our fiscal office, to walk through a lot of details, and then I will close it out going through some of the state and federal risks and some of the big issues we're tracking. This is our mission. I'm not going to read it. What I want to really highlight is if you look to the right, we have been up in the 580 plus employees, as will be discussed in the rest of the proposal. We have painfully been on a soft hiring freeze that grew into a hard hiring freeze, knowing we were going to be in this budget times, and we had to propose a deletion of all vacant positions. Every one of those positions, the division directors in this room fought hard to fill and had good reason to fill, and in different budget times we would have filled. So this is landing on the backs of the rest of our workforce and decreasing our capacity. So the current proposal, if you look on the right, is 555 positions, which is a significant reduction from the 580 plus. But I think what I really want to highlight is the bottom right. We touch 1 in 3 people in this community. We have a very big impact, and that's predominantly through our Medi-Cal and CalFresh program. And that is programs the federal and state government fund to help the lowest income in our community have health care and have food. Budget and service divisions, there's actually 2 different ways to describe divisions in county budget speak. So we are going to merge the 2. This is the direct service divisions. Everything that we're proposing for you is ultimately to fund our admin infrastructure that in turn supports our 4 direct service divisions. The employment and benefit service division is where our CalWorks, General Assistance, Medi-Cal, and CalFresh programs live. That's our biggest division. Adult and long-term care is where our IHSS, APS, Public Guardian, and Veteran Service offices are housed. Our Family and Children Services Division is the Public Child Welfare Division. And last, thanks to this county and this board, we stood up a new division, Housing for Health, a year after I got here, and we're now in our 5th year of the Housing for Health Division, which is an organizing body who's done a really great job getting federal and state funding and help organizing partnership with the community and cities to try to address the homeless crisis that we're all facing. This last slide on divisions, this is a very inside government speak. The way our money flows, it flows in budget divisions. So I just want to, for those of you who read all this or go back online and read, we have different budget divisions, including the Public Guardian Office as a partnership with the county's healthcare agency, and they give an in-office transfer of funds, and then we have the staff in our office. The Workforce Innovation Opportunities or Workforce Development Board, that is a separate standalone funding stream in its own budget division. The Veteran Service Office is its own standalone budget division, state funded only. And then this last one is called entitlements, if anybody reads the budget, and that is where all the different cash payments that pay IHSS providers, foster parents, adoptive parents is kind of all organized under something called entitlements. And that's just to orient people if you're reading our online budget. I am now going to pause to just take a quick moment before I turn this to Kimberly Peterson. Some people in this room, probably elected officials, know, some community members know, but I want to take a moment to congratulate Kimberly, who was promoted by my boss, the CEO, to be a new deputy CEO effective end of this month. So this is her last public presentation as a human services director, former mayor of this great city of Watsonville. And we, to be quite frank, thought it would be appropriate to allow Kimberly, as she steps away, to help our executive office to be the one to share some of the great work that the department has been doing under her leadership well before I got here. So Kimberly, congratulations, and passing the baton.
Thanks, Randy. And thank you for allowing us to take a moment to acknowledge what the department has accomplished this past year and some prior years. Randy mentioned briefly that our department motto is dedicated to making a difference. And just at a glance here, you can see that we do make a difference in the community. I'm going to take a couple minutes just to highlight a handful of the many accomplishments that we have made from across the department. So if you're looking at the upper left corner, that represents our Employment and Benefit Services division. You can see that we serve over 90,000 people a year in that division. In fact, by the end of this fiscal year, we expect that we'll have served over 98,000 people this fiscal year. This division administers Medi-Cal, CalFresh, Cash Aid, and employment services. And these benefits in many ways are gateways to other services, including childcare, employment training, housing, and in-home support services, many of which contribute millions of dollars into the local economy. Each month, over 6,000 people visit our lobbies, and we get over 10,000 phone calls a month to our call center. And this past year, as we've been preparing for HR1 and state policy changes, the division has provided over 20 presentations to community groups and directly to clients to communicate about the changes. And if you look at the middle top image, this represents our Adult and Long-Term Care Services division. And there has been a lot of caseload growth in this division. As you know, older adults are the fastest growing population. And within the APS, Adult Protective Services caseload, we've seen a 14% per year growth over the last 4 years. For our in-home support services caseload, we've seen an average of 7% per year growth in the last 4 years. By the end of this fiscal year, our average monthly caseload for IHSS is looking at about 3,800 cases. Within Veteran Services, which is also in this division, the total number of vets assisted each year has also increased 6% each year over the last few years. And then lastly, I want to acknowledge the collective partnership between Human Services, Adult Services, the county and other local jurisdictions and community partners in their Age Well Santa Cruz efforts to develop a master plan for aging so that people of all ages and abilities can thrive. Last August, the community needs assessment related to the master plan for aging was published. So then going to the next image representing our Housing for Health division, even with inconsistent funding streams and changing policies, there are measurable improvements from our Housing for Health work. Last year, of the individuals working with Housing for Health or partners, those people who exited homelessness to housing, 51% exited to permanent housing. This Housing for Health division has also worked with other organizations to support over 10 housing projects in the last 5 years, including the Hope Village project, which recently opened in Watsonville, and the Live Oak Landing and Behavioral Health Bridge housing projects, which will be opening soon. And then finally, between 2024 and 2026, the point-in-time count has reduced 11%. And just a couple more. For WIOA, our Workforce Investment Opportunity Act, last year they served 321 participants, and 178 people exited the program. Of those that exited, 70 to 80% were still employed 1 year after exit. And as an example of the potential wage impacts, we had participants graduating from Cabrillo College with wages over $75 an hour. And then for Family and Children's Services, it's that, and on the bottom row, middle picture, in alignment with a statewide effort that began in 2025, Family and Children's Services is collaborating with the Child, Youth, and Family Wellbeing Partnership Initiative, which includes also a number of community partners and educators, to shift from a historic mandated reporting model focused on investigations first to a community supporting model approach, which is really focused on prevention and supporting families. And then finally, and on that note, there's also some videos that have been posted online as part of the campaign to communicate about this new approach. And then finally, we also have a data dashboard on our website that provides information regarding who we're serving throughout the county, what programs are impacting community members, and there's an interactive tool where people can filter by supervisorial district, school district, and program. And we are also working with Santa Cruz Data Share to provide information regarding HR1 impacts. So with that, thank you all. Thank you, Randy, and I'll turn it back to you.
We are going to miss you, Kimberly. Great choice, Nicole. So I'm going to walk through this slide, which is our best effort in one picture to explain to you the budget in front of you, and then I'm going to turn it over to Trish, who is going to walk through some of the budget details. I said in my introductory comments that we always face cost increases, and we often have revenue increases that align with those cost increases, and sometimes in the best years, even more revenues than cost increases so we can expand. This is why we hit our inflection point. The left is our best effort to be as transparent as we can be what the drivers are of the cost increases, which total $25.9 million, which to submit a proposed balanced budget, we had to offset, which is on the right. So on the left, if you look on the biggest slice on the right, if you go back to my introductory comments that we are prohibited from contracting out the majority of what we do, one of our largest budget items is our staff salary and benefits. So 550 people received a cost of living increase and health benefit costs have gone up. And when we effectuate all of those, we had to absorb $12.9 million in this year's budget. We very often, the county has enough general fund and the state and federal government gives us new revenues, we can cover that. This year we hit the tipping point, we cannot. If you go to the lower left, HR1, there was a question earlier, I think it was from one of the board members when the CEO gave the presentation, how is HR1 directly impacting? The biggest direct impact, there's many direct impacts, is Human Services, CalFresh, administration. The way CalFresh works is there's two parts to it. The benefits that get in the pockets of people in this community who get CalFresh is 100% federally funded. And they get that money, and there's about $77 million of money that comes in this community for people who are enrolled in CalFresh to turn around and purchase food in our community. The other funding stream is what's called admin. Because the federal and state government mandate that eligibility determinations be done to ensure people are eligible and enrolled, there's funding to pay for our staff, which is our eligibility staff. Under HR1, the federal government for many decades paid 50 cents on the dollar and states had to pick up the balance. California has statute that says the state will cover 35 cents on the dollar and counties have to pick up 15 cents on the dollar. That has turned into a calculus in our budget every year that's predictable. HR 1, effective October 2026, the feds pull back from 50% funding to 25% funding. The state, based on statute, has to turn over to counties the proportionate increase, and for us, that's almost $5 million. I want to be clear, back to the times we are in, this is for a county fiscal year when this $5 million is effectuated by the federal fiscal year effective October 2026. So when we're in front of you next year, this grows at least 25% more that we have to absorb into our budget to pay for a full county fiscal year, and it's going to grow significantly. If you look at the left, county admin, that has two buckets. One is the costs for other county services that we pay for, general services, IT, county council, Jason's team that we pay for to represent us in court and provide legal advice. All of their costs have gone up, so that shows up in our budget because we have to pay for those increased costs. But the other is the building we're sitting in, 500 Westridge. This is a wonderful service to South County. The costs, the construction costs, how it landed, we are the primary tenant, Human Services Department in this building. Our cost to pay our share of being here has gone up, and we had to absorb that in our budget. And the last, for anybody who follows county board items, in closed session, you will often see legal settlement, and there's a name of something, and it's a confidential discussion with the board. In California, there was a change in law that a statute of limitations was eliminated a few years ago, that children who were in the foster care system in California after a certain number of years could not file a claim against the county if they believed they were mistreated. That statute of limitations was eliminated, and across the state of California, former foster youth, sometimes 30 years later, have filed claims, and many counties have to settle immediately because we have no records, we have no employees around, and their claims are very righteous and disturbing, and good for them to get their moment and their payment. But we have to absorb this by adding money to the risk pool because we have not historically been sued very much for many things, but now we have to prepare. LA County has had to pay out over $1 billion in claims. So we have to budget for the prospect of future claims filed against us, which now is law that people can. So that's the $25.9 million problem we had to solve, and on the right is how we propose to solve it. If you see the largest slice, $7.4 million, is reducing our workforce, reducing our overtime, reducing our extra help hires, which are often retirees that deepen our bench, and an adjustment in our salary savings formula, which is a little bit budget math, which is $7.4 million by deleting all of those positions. If you go to the upper right orange, we had to propose initially to also lay off 26 full-time equivalent employees because we could not balance the budget without also adding layoffs. Our CEO has proposed to your board for your consideration to pull from the reserves. I do want to share with you this reserve is a sub-account of the county reserves. I think Marcus Pimentel mentioned this earlier today. For over a decade, when the County Human Services Department has underspent its county general fund, that money's returned to the CEO and it goes in an HSD reserve sub-account. So it's from that sub-account. Previous board appropriated money to human services that didn't get spent. That is ultimately your board and the CEO's money, but it came from our sub-account, not from like a disaster fund. And if that is effectuated, we can save 26 positions, and that leads to the question, how are you going to solve for that in the future? This is one time, and it's basically, we hope the state budget settles, and we're going to have to continue a hard freeze if the state budget doesn't get better. Allocation increases, I mentioned we often get large allocation increases. We got a few, which added up to $4.5 million, which help us balance the budget. If you see the next one, if you go around 1.7 in net contract reductions, we actually had about an even exchange of direct service contracts. We had to eliminate about $2 million of direct service contracts only due to budget pressures, but we had about $4 million in contract increases because mostly housing for health programs. And so the net balance was a reduction of 1.7. And then under other projects, this is predominantly items we had for facility projects that have zeroed out this year. We completed them, and so they're no loss, and a couple we had to delay. And the last one is client payments. Kimberly said in her accomplishment slide, she talked about the demographic shift of aging population growing. The children's population is decreasing. Our foster care caseloads are decreasing. The amount of payments we make to foster parents and caregivers is decreasing. So that is how we propose to balance the budget, and hopefully that's a helpful framework. And now all the details that follow from Trish, whose team does all the work, kind of build up into this one picture. So this is for Trish.
Thank you, Randy. I'll start with the overall proposed budget for the department. At a high level, this is pretty close to a status quo budget, and it was balanced with the reasons that Randy stated on the previous slide. Revenues are essentially flat, and our expenses only increase by less than 1%. The general fund contribution does increase by approximately $4.6 million, and that does include the $4.2 million in use of one-time reserve funds. And then overall, our staffing is also reduced by the 24.5 that Randy referenced, bringing HSD to 555.5 funded FTE. And just as a note, on a like-for-like basis, excluding Housing for Health and Public Guardian, that reduces it to around 531 positions, and that is our lowest level in social services since before the pandemic. Next slide. Next, this slide shows how costs are spread across our major service areas. The majority of our expenses are in social services at approximately $128 million, or 63% of the budget. That reflects the scale of benefits, child welfare, adult services, and related operations, and the cost to provide those services. Housing for Health totals about $20 million. Entitlements, which is primarily the cash aid payments to eligible clients, that's about $47.8 million. And then WIOA, Veteran Services, and Public Guardian together total about $5.8 million. Turning to expenses by type, salary and benefits are by far the largest category, about 47% of our budget at $94.4 million. That's an increase of 6.4 from the prior year. The second largest category is other charges, and that's driven primarily by those entitlement payments and supportive services for eligible clients. Services and supplies total $35.8 million, and intra-fund transfers are $4.5 million. The key cost drivers remain salary and benefit increases, property and liability risks exposure increase, those internal costs for our internal departments, and the CalFresh administration sharing ratio change. Next, I'll turn to revenues. Our total revenues are only down by approximately 0.2% and total $168 million. And the general fund contribution shown here is $33.6 million. HSD remains heavily dependent on intergovernmental funding. As Randy indicated, it is about 98% of the department's revenue, with the other revenue of 2.9%. And that's primarily related to a Housing for Health program that was approved by the board yesterday, in fact. But the reliance on federal state revenues creates budget exposure when state or federal funding rules change. Okay, now I'm going to move into division level detail, just a couple of slides, and they show how the department-wide budget picture translates into the two major operating divisions. So I'll first start with social services, which I said is the largest division, approximate expenses of $128 million and revenues of $117 million. General fund contribution does increase to $10.8 million, while funded staffing decreases from 544 to 522.5. And the major pressures, again, are CalFresh administration cost shift, higher operational cost, and negotiated salary and benefit increases. And then most importantly, I do want to point out that the use of the $4 million in one-time reserves did help us preserve those 26 positions and avoid layoffs. Okay, next I'll move over to Housing for Health, and their proposed expenses decrease from $23.8 million to $20 million, while revenues decreased from $15.3 to $14.7 million. And the division also reduced their staffing from 20 to 17 FTE. And the main drivers in this budget are reduced grant revenue and the completion of funding for one-time projects, including Live Oak Landing and the Freedom House Youth Project in South County.
staff.
Oh, okay, so, major budget changes, sorry. Sorry, lost my place there. Okay, so this is a table that just basically outlines the impacts of our budget process. I'm not going to go through all of the numbers, but as you can see, it's all of the main reasons that I've been discussing previously on the previous slides, and it's just all kind of consolidated in this one slide. And with that, I am going to turn it back over to Randy to go over the state and federal policy and funding risks.
Okay, almost there. It's been a long day, so I just have two last slides. Our CEO template asked us to make sure to cover the big state and federal policy and funding shifts since we're so heavily influenced by state and federal activity. On the left, I talked about this earlier, CalFresh, and then below that is Medi-Cal, that's HR1. But the cascading effect of the impact of these cost shifts has caused the state to have to make changes. For example, in the Medi-Cal space, California was able to fully fund on its dime Medi-Cal services for undocumented immigrants, and they had to stop that, part in response to the cascading effect of HR1 causing the state to have to absorb more costs. But to start with CalFresh, you may be aware, and this is the goal of the current federal administration, to make it harder for people to get on and retain their CalFresh and Medi-Cal benefits. This is the absolute goal. They're defunding us administratively. They're making it harder to do, and they know this will cause a lot of chaos, and it will cause these budget pressures we're dealing with today. But this is a summary of what's happening. 26% of our caseload, which is over 30,000 people, are going to be subject to new work requirements. And that's a whole conversation unless they meet something called exemptions. They have a condition where they are exempt from work rules. So that's a big workload that we're dealing with that just went into effect this month. I talked about the administrative cost share, which is going to grow significantly next year, but we already have to absorb this year. And then I told you earlier, we have an error rate penalty that unless there's a change at the federal level, we have to forever forward be dealing with. And I'm happy to answer questions about what that means. But in essence, a program this big and this complicated is always going to have errors. There is no state that's not without errors, and California's error rate is already about 5% above the high threshold where we'd have to pay the maximum error. So there's a lot of work being done in the state around that. I do want to say one more thing about CalFresh. CalFresh has always had a federal funding stream that is called an entitlement, and that means for as much work as a state does in CalFresh for staffing, the federal government pays 50 cents on the dollar, now to be 25 cents on the dollar. And just a couple months ago, for the first time ever, the federal government imposed a cap on that entitlement. So we are being pinched from every level. We have an error rate penalty, they're reducing their administrative cost contribution, and they have created a cap, which California is considering legal action against the feds. In the Medi-Cal space, this current federal administration is very committed to undoing Obama's Affordable Care Act, which expanded eligibility for Medicaid by almost 50%. So about that percentage of the Medi-Cal caseload is going to be subject to similar work requirements unless they meet exemptions. And they have doubled the eligibility determination. Every year, somebody on publicly funded Medicaid, California Medi-Cal, has to go through a redetermination. The federal government now mandates that you have to do it twice a year. Double the workload, less money. That falls on the back of our eligibility staff to do. Again, the goal is the chaos, the underfunding, and to not have taxpayers' money paying for these services. That is their goal. It's landing. And this directly ties to why in the CalFresh and Medi-Cal space we have proposed reductions in contract services, because we have lost all our funding stream and we do not even have enough eligibility staff to keep up with this increased workload. The lower one, housing, this is the work in the Housing for Health Division. We've had presentations on this, but I just want to summarize. The first bullet point is our partnership with the Housing Authority. Until 5 years ago when we stood up this office, did not realize how much the solution to the homeless crisis in community is bridging the gap between somebody's income and the cost of rent. All the efforts to try to say homelessness can be solved by something else, unless you can find a way to help somebody be able to afford rent, it is just a short-term intervention. And thanks to the partnership with the Housing Authority and the federally funded housing vouchers the Housing Authority has that partners with us, that is why we have been so successful. The federal government has reduced the number of housing vouchers we have, and we're starting to see the impact because people on wait lists are going to wait longer. At the federal level, money that comes straight to us, the continuum of care, referred to as the COC, we're the administrator of that in the Housing for Health Division. They are shifting significantly their approach to housing first principles, which is to help people get out of homelessness and into permanent housing, to incarceration, institutionalization, shelters, and they're changing their funding stream, which has been part of our secret sauce that have helped us reduce the homeless count so much. And then the last one is an acronym in state funding. It's our primary state grant. The state of California had $1 billion in this allocation last fiscal year. They zeroed it out current fiscal year, and the state proposal is to put it in half at $500 million next year. That is money that we spread out over multiple years to pay for programming, and with that much of a reduction, all of this added up, our capacity to continue to improve the crisis is going to be compromised, and we are likely going to see increases, most unfortunately, in our homeless counts because of these changes. On the right, these are 3 issues in the governor's May revise. I mentioned earlier, if the May revise holds and the governor vetoes the state legislature's proposal to not implement these cuts in the adult protective services space, please know there is no federal funding. It's a state-funded program only. There is 102 more times federal funding in child welfare than there is in elder justice programming. It's horrible. The caseload is growing by 14%, and the governor is proposing to reduce funding to counties at the time when the caseloads are ballooning. It's unconscionable. If the state passes this, we're going to have to reduce our APS workforce. This is getting lost in the discussion of H.R. 1 and eligibility, so I want to highlight this. In-home supportive services is one of the most expensive programs we administer. When we put the 3,500 plus people on the program, they hire providers to come provide in-home care to keep them from going into institutions. Current fiscal year, that's $110 million of wages going to in-home care providers helping Santa Cruz residents stay in their home. The state can't afford this, so they have proposed in the state budget to shift a lot of the cost to counties, which we cannot afford. If the governor vetoes this and makes this cost shift happen, I am back in front of you in the fall telling you how much we have to cut to absorb this cost shift. It is very, very disturbing if this passes. And the last is a small but very important issue that California implemented 30 years ago, federal funding to pay people for their tuition to get an MSW degree to commit to 2 years in working in public child welfare in California has been the pipeline for our workforce. This work in child welfare is very, very difficult, very complicated, and the feds have questioned the way the state is using Title IV and are proposing to reduce their funding, and as of now, there is no Title IV program next year, which it stops our pipeline, and the state is trying to work with the feds to adjust funding to keep it going again. If this happens, we have a significant workforce problem in public child welfare in California, and I just want to get that on people's radar screen. I close with a summary of what's happening. Remember, we are mandated to deliver the service ourselves. We cannot contract out the vast majority of what we do, and there are profound workload increases coming with a difficult budget, and we cannot not only increase our workforce, we have to reduce it. This is a dilemma with no real solution. The demographic changes, we have an aging community. We do not have an infrastructure to absorb and support healthy aging. So we have a lot of work to do to deal with that demographic shift. I talked in the prior slide about the significant housing supports that are declining, and this is going to roll forward over the next few years, and we're going to start to see the homeless crisis grow unless we can get federal and state changes. The next one, this is a fancy term for a state waiver with the federal government to use Medicaid creatively to fund a whole host of services that many CBOs in this community are using to help provide service to people in the safety net. And the federal government just in the last few months has clamped down on this. Our local managed care plan is having to lay off their own employees, and they are putting tighter controls on the use of this funding stream, which is a significant issue that will continue to decrease funding to the safety net. The second to last is one of the programs that your board has full control over. It requires a vote of the board and a public hearing to change the general assistance program. This is cash for indigents who don't have family. This program has not changed in 30 years. The program is growing significantly. The budget's growing significantly. It's 100% general fund, and we will bring back to your board in this community in the fall a proposal to address not just the budget issues, but ways to make the program more humane. And so we'll have that as a public hearing in the fall, but we want to let you know we mentioned that in our budget because the budget is growing significantly and there's currently no cost containment. And then the last is back to the child welfare system. Back in 1997, the child welfare system went from paper to a computer, and for 15 years, they've been planning to upgrade that system, and it's going to go live October of 2026, and this is a significant lift for California and for every county foster care system, and so that is a major issue we'll be dealing with. If you never hear about this again, we did our job quietly. You might hear about it. I hope not. Okay. I'm not going to read these. This is what's in the materials. What's in front of you is a request to support our proposed budget. The details are in front of you, and we are looking forward to answering questions. This is a very difficult budget, and thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll now return to the board for questions and then go to public comment and then return to the board for deliberation and a motion. Which of my colleagues want to start with questions? Supervisor Koenig.
Well, it's tough to ask any question that can honor the seriousness of your presentation and everything that you just shared. First question is around the CalFresh error rate. I mean, and you were talking about how we already basically structure payments to beneficiaries in a way that, and that a lot of the error rate is basically from people getting new employment, not reporting it right away, maybe. Then we contact them, they update their employment, but it turns out they weren't eligible for as much in benefits over a period of time, and now there's an error, but typically we correct for that with their future payments. And now the federal government is putting a penalty on top of that, even though we've already corrected for it. I mean, is there any way to figure out some sort of like cost sharing method? I mean, not that it's with the beneficiaries themselves of the penalties.
So if I understand your question correctly, I want to just confirm I heard you reflect back what I might have shared with you, which is errors are often corrected. Mm-hmm. They can be an overpayment or an underpayment or a misappropriation of the funds that get corrected. To what I think is your question is, it is baked into HR 1 law. It would require what happens November 3rd with the midterm elections. It would require an act of Congress to change what is now baked in law, which is a error rate based on a certain threshold, and every state has to pay it.
Right. No, obviously we're not going to change HR 1. Is there anything we can do as far as like timing or like more proactive, even communication with CalFresh beneficiaries? I mean, a texting program, they get a text every month. Hey, did your employment change this month? Please let us know. We'll get you a $5 Starbucks gift card if you tell us, because the difference is more material than that to us.
Please let me know if this is responsive. We are heavily dependent upon our state administrator, California Department of Social Services, who's still in the process of negotiating with the federal government on how this will land, up to and including they might push a delay. If agreeable, it is going to be a year between now and October 2027 when this goes live, where I think a lot of those questions will be answered. They will very likely be answered by state policy. I would recommend, if the board agrees, we need to have this conversation well before a year from now in budget hearings, and I think that would probably be the time where we would be able to better answer and probably informed by state policy. But so anyhow, I'm basically saying those are great questions and they're being deliberated now, and I don't think we have answers. That's what's under discussion.
What you're saying is that even though we here at the county are left to pay the bill, we would have to adhere to state policy with how to communicate with beneficiaries and how to...
So I am trying to hesitate to not call my division directors up too soon, but I do want to queue up Irma Marquez, our director, in case she wants to add to this or you have follow-up questions. We do have local capacity to send a mass text to all of our beneficiaries, and we do that sometimes. So that tool exists in our toolkit now. What we would say is the question, and what I would, if you want to ask more questions, I think I might need Irma to come up. I am not so sure it is how a beneficiary interacts with us. I think it's how we process, and I think the point I was attempting to make is if we don't have enough internal workforce, that's where errors happen. And I want to say the following carefully. 90 to 95% of determining eligibility is done by the county workforce, not by nonprofit partners who are very helpful in submitting applications and getting paperwork to us, but 90 to 95% of the work by law is done by us. That's where the errors occur. So unless Irma wants to jump up and disagree, did I get it? Yeah, so I'm not sure beneficiary texting, informing them of this would change what the real issue is. We don't have enough infrastructure to handle volume. And that's a statewide issue. Yeah? Okay, go on. Yeah.
Irma Marquez, Division Director over Employment and Benefit Services. As Randy mentioned, this is a statewide penalty, so it's not just directly our county. It's a statewide penalty that the state is working on assisting counties in reducing that payment error rate. That we're looking at what are those errors, how can we prevent them? The majority of overpayments and underpayments are either collected or issued to beneficiaries whenever they are identified. In terms of passing that penalty on to our clients, I don't know how that would happen. However, measures to prevent them is what we're focusing on. So for example, processing timeliness. There was a reference of clients not reporting. Well, they may have reported, but it wasn't complete. We only had minimal information. By the time we got to it, benefits had already been issued. So there's different situations that contribute to the payment error rate that, again, we're focusing on preventing to not have that impact be so much on us. And again, our county is one that contributes to the entire state, so it's all counties are, I'm going to use the word responsible for reducing it. We have a role in it.
And Supervisor Koenig, just to piggyback, it is not resolved or decided at the state level how they would distribute that statewide error penalty. I think that's going to be a very complicated discussion that's going to play out between our state association and the state. I think the bigger goal is hoping that, to be at the risk of being too political, there's a midterm election swing and the new Congress jumps in and makes some federal intervention on this. But if that doesn't happen, this next year will be a very dramatic year talking about how that penalty will land. Is that responsive, Supervisor?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I mean, you're saying it's a statewide error rate, and then in theory, the state allocates that based on actual errors rather than just people enrolled in CalFresh proportionally, per county. I mean, do we have the ability to have a county by county error rate?
But yes, potentially. And I'm not trying to make light of something very serious. The state will probably want the counties to absorb the entire penalty, but it would not be beyond the counties to ask the state to absorb the penalty. So I think it's going to be a very righteous conversation. But the ultimate goal is to stop the cause of this, which is the HR 1 penalty rate, which is right now federal law.
Is there any hope that I understand the state is improving the benefits system that we use? I mean, is there, for tracking, who's eligible for what? Is there any hope that that could be improved to such a point that we wouldn't have these backlogs in updating people's status?
This is the question. What efficiencies can be made in a massive system with technology advancements and AI, and this is the discussion playing out without clear answers yet. But Irma.
Yeah, I can add a little bit in terms of what the state is doing to support counties with preventing these errors. There's functionality going into our system that will help as a reminder to follow up. For example, I moved, I reported a change in address. Well, ask the question, did the rent change? Is there a change in your expenses? So that can be updated at the same time and prevent underpayment or overpayments that will contribute to that error rate. They're being referred to as nudges, a little reminder for the staff to ask the question, to ask the follow-up question. And as time is moving along, there's other things that are being discussed to also contribute in supporting counties to reduce those or prevent those errors.
Okay, thank you. Last question is just about HAP, the homeless assistance from the state. So we went from $1 billion in last fiscal year to zero. Well, actually, it was 2 because we're at 0 in this fiscal year and 500 million next fiscal year. I mean, so basically, if I understand correctly, that's basically a quarter of the past funding, right? Instead of 1 billion, we have 500,000 or 500 million over 2 years. So a quarter of the total funding.
Yeah, so what was 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion, that would be 3, and it's inadequate, but let me be candid about the governor's sort of narrative he created. I've given you enough money, now solve it, and you just let locals to fight cities and counties, and with all due respect, he did not give enough money. It was one time, didn't solve the affordable housing crisis, but as part of that narrative, yes, it went from 111, which would have been 3 billion, to 1.05, so it was cut in half. And you know, we can have Dr. Ratner come up to speak to this, but the way we budget is we spread those funds around over multiple years. It's really hard to ask a community-based organization to take a contract for 1 year. So we use that money and we spread it out, and we've been putting a lot of programming in, but that money is drying up. Mm-hmm. And so this is the problem to solve, which some of these programs we've stood up don't necessarily have sustainable operating costs. And back to housing vouchers, there is no bridge yet across this country to bridge people's who are on low income, SSI, less than $1,000 a month, trying to pay market rate rent, whether it be in a facility where you have to pay for the cost of that facility and the bed in that facility, or, so this is a very complex issue, but that significant reduction in state funding is a significant variable on top of the federal funding, all going the wrong direction.
Yeah, with, of course, all the additional added complexity, too, that we've talked about in the behavioral health system, which is, of course, adjacent to this, so all the additional reporting requirements put on the county, and challenges in planning with the budget, as you said. All right, thank you so much for all the work, for all the good work that you have delivered in the last year, and that I'm sure we will deliver again this coming year, despite the challenges.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you guys for all your hard work in this status quo budget for us. It's pleasing during these tough budgetary times. But I wanted to check in. Is there different scenarios that we could see given the assembly plan and the Senate plan, or more so the assembly plan, which is more beneficial to counties, that would change things? And we got folks here that are from nonprofits that want to have some concerns, and I want to just see if there's possibilities that we can correct or fund these programs that are beneficial to our residents now, or given the assembly plan in the near future, September. What can we do to help out some of the nonprofits that are helping us with our eligibility work in our communities?
Well, just to frame this, I want to make sure so there's a full understanding, and I hope this is helpful. Last we queried the CalSAWS system. There was 17 CBOs in this community, and it's probably up to 20 by now, who are registered app assisters who are authorized to go work with community members to help them submit applications. So of those, let's say for argument it's 20, 2 of them we fund. The other 18 do it in kind just because it fits within their programs, they're touching people, and they're registered to help. So I just want to make sure there's an understanding. There's almost 20 CBOs who do this. The 2 we fund are in the Medi-Cal Space Community Action Board. We had Medi-Cal administrative dollars that were trending over and above our staffing costs, and we got board approval a couple of years to go invest significantly in Community Action Board, significantly for undocumented immigrants who had every reason to believe, I don't want to put my name in a government database, and CAB as a partner did an excellent job. The Medi-Cal money has dried up, and in our budget we've proposed to eliminate it. The second is Second Harvest Food Bank, and they were here and made public comment. If I was them, I just want to say to Erica, who's a great partner, we would do the same thing she's doing. They do great work. At the time we cut it back to original levels, we thought we had federal entitlement funding to flow in to at least allow us to not cut it like we did the cab contract. We now have lost that money. So we're in a tough dilemma, and if I can just then get to where to go with it, we benefit from those 20 CBOs helping App Assist, but state and federal law mandates that only county human services eligibility staff can then do the work, which is about 90 to 95% of the actual work. The app assistance is helpful. Community Action Board, Second Harvest Food Bank, to what I think is your question. If we have the best case scenario of a massive infusion of state money to invest in our CalFresh and our Medi-Cal allocations, I anticipate, and I'm looking at my CEO to confirm this, what we would be confronted with is, do we take that money and help offset the pull from reserves, or do we take that money, we would need to argue, to invest in increasing our eligibility staff because we don't have enough staff to handle volume? I think community and board would be saying, what about balancing that a little bit? And then we have the reserves we pulled from. I think that's the discussion we would have to have. But I think to your question, we sure hope we get a big infusion of eligibility money, and how much of it dictates how do we spread that around. That would be another public meeting, I think, but I want to just confirm with CEO Coburn.
Yeah, no, I think we're hoping for that scenario so that we can envision putting money back into those contracts because it's so important to us. So we're waiting to see what those final numbers are, and we know the big overall numbers that the legislature is putting forward, but we don't know how much that's going to break down by county and what the final numbers are going to be.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Well, kind of. It's, I guess
at least the
we're saying
process,
it's a roll of dice
the pathway,
in the future, see if we get it or not.
Yeah. Well, I think if I may, because I believe this is on point, my introductory comments were intended to say, just from my experience, this is the most volatile state budget behind that federal cuts I've ever seen. I would be remiss if I think you would be in good standing if I came back to you in the fall and said, I need you to cut another many millions of dollars, and I didn't give you fair warning as you're deliberating today what to do, that I might have to come forward with more cuts if the state budget lands with where the governor landed in the May revise. That's to be determined. If the assembly version comes forward, we will have a big influx of money and we'll have the benefit of coming back to figure out how to spread it. I was just sharing you my best thinking is there's those three ways. Do we offset reserves? We need to ask to invest in our eligibility workforce because we do not have enough staff to process volume. And the CBOs are doing their job saying, please reinvest in us because we help in ways, and I want to give credit to CAB, Second Harvest, and the other 18. There are ways in which our community partners talk to community members that is the most effective way to talk to community members because they're not government. So we value that partnership. It is a scarcity model we're in where we don't have enough and it's an uncomfortable conversation. Does that, just process, we don't know, we will see in the fall.
Not to get off of the tangent, but I'd really suggest that we push CSAC to push for this assembly bill, the assembly budget.
Yeah, they sent a letter this week regarding the various frameworks, and they are in favor of what the Assembly is asking for. And so we're hoping to see something close to that, but we won't know until maybe this Friday or next Monday.
And if any of our nonprofit partners have a legislative arm, it'd be good to support letter of support to the governor's office for the assembly budget as well. Yeah.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Thanks, Randy, for your candor. It's a difficult year. I think you've answered my questions regarding the penalties for IHSS. I just don't understand how the state thinks that counties can afford any more cost sharing when it comes to IHSS, especially knowing that people really who are so, for example, this, but just for the general public, I mean, I served the 450 people with quadriplegia in this county, many of them living at home because of the efforts that myself and others make, but they cannot live at home without help. They can't. They cannot move their bodies without help. So, and I just think about people with dementias that are, maybe have their own little apartment, but they really rely on their IHSS caregiver to get them to appointments and go shopping for them and take them to their doctor's appointments and pick up their medications. And these programs are just so important. Okay, so quick question for you. And maybe you guys have already covered this because I've been Googling different things here, but the federal government withheld, like, is it $1.3 billion?
Yes. Of
From
Medicaid, of which 1.1 billion was California IHSS money.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too political. I'm not an elected. I'm talking to electeds, but this is a pattern of behavior of the current federal administration to poke blue states.
Sure.
The easiest trick in the book is to say fraud. Medicaid is a very big, expensive program that the current administration doesn't like taxpayers' money funding. And so they said, we are going to freeze 1.3 billion of California's Medicaid allocation. 1.1 billion is IHSS. So that will play out politically.
Okay, next question. Why is the GA budget growing? Like, that was a surprise to me when I saw that. Is that just because we've got a bunch of like promotoras and agencies out there contacting lots of different people and then helping them get signed up? Or what do you think, what do you attribute that to?
I do have a theory. I welcome community members and the two divisions that work with this most closely, and that's EBSD and IRMA you just heard from. But I actually think one of the ways counties have historically, in very difficult budget times, managed general assistance programs is they have made it very, very hard for people to get on and stay on. So it is a very high barrier program for a very complex population who, without this cash grant, doesn't have income.
Doesn't have any income, right?
None. I think it is.
And it's not a lot of money, let's just put it that way, right? Is it $300 or $500 a month or something?
It's closer to, it's tied to the CalWorks monthly payment. Where's Irma? Yeah. This is due to a lawsuit over 30 years ago, and we have the highest cash grant of any Bay Area county. And it's still not enough. But I think, to be candid with your answer, the last 5-6 years, we've had an infusion of money, and we started the Housing for Health program. And I think the Housing for Health program and all of the nonprofit partners and many, many CBOs here have come together, and we've worked very effectively to navigate our own rules, which are very complicated, and the caseload has gone up about 30%, and therefore the cash grants have gone up a lot, and it's 100% general fund. So we are doing the right thing by a very vulnerable population, and we can't afford it. Hence why we're coming back to you in the fall to try to balance, like, make it easier, look at whether or not we can afford the highest cash grant in almost all of California, and that's going to be a difficult discussion, and we'll make that a public one. But yes, our effective work with community partners, internal with Housing for Health, we have gotten more and more people on.
I think there's a rule with, like, if you are eligible for a housing voucher, you have to have some form of income, so maybe that GA is tied to,
Irma.
you know.
We're in the weeds. Where's Irma? Yeah, so there are details in the program that depend on, yeah. So Irma, do you want to speak to the housing piece of it?
Yeah, as long.
Yeah, and just introduce yourself, Jim, in case they don't know you.
But I think that is a reason why, because we're housing people, but they have to have income in order to be eligible, I think, for the voucher.
So, Jim Dale, I'm the Assistant Division Director for Employment and Benefits Services. So I can't speak to the voucher program. I don't know if Robert might be able to speak to that, but there is a housing component within the General Assistance Grant. So the grant is broken down into personal needs and housing, and so a component of the grant is a housing component, and that pushes the grant total up to closer to $800 for a single person. So about $500 for personal needs and food, and then an extra roughly $300 for a housing support component. And that has increased in line with the CalWorks grant over last several years, as the state has reinvested in the CalWorks grant. That's also seen an increase in the amount of the grant for general assistance.
Okay, thank you. This leads into my next question, because most people, in my experience, many people that need general assistance are people that cannot work because they have some form of a disability. And that leads to my next question about HDAP. So if we still have an HDAP program, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, because HDAP is a program that helps people who need it apply for Social Security disability. And if and when it's funded, typically it goes retroactive back to the date it was applied for. And there is a big lump sum, and some of that comes back to the county. The county gets reimbursed for all the GA. So I'm wondering, my question is, how robust is our HDAP program so that we can actually get people who deserve it and who are entitled to it onto Social Security?
Jim, I can give you a pass unless you were eager to answer this.
Well, maybe you're not the right person.
I'm not the right person about HDAP, but I would just say that every year we absolutely are focused on applications for Social Security insurance, and that does offset the total cost of general assistance. But HDAP is a specific component, a specific program that I think our Housing for Health would be maybe better placed to speak to.
Yeah, you gave me a shout out for being candid, so I'm going to keep being candid. It is inadequate. It is super complicated to navigate the federal Social Security Administration to get on SSI. It happens sometimes. We have invested in a contract at senior legal services to have them help people get on, and part of what we're going to come back to in the fall, because what most counties have done who have tried to balance making this program more helpful, dealing with the budget constraints, if they invest more to pay for itself later to help people get on SSI, unless you're on what's called an unemployable tract. Well, if you're employable, then you do more to try to help people get off of GA and on an employment track. And if not, you try really hard to get them on SSI without a lot of intervention, which I think you know from all of your work experience is a very hard. So I just want to be candid. It's not robust or adequate because we don't have the resources. And that's part of what we're going to try to balance when we come back in the fall with a proposal for consideration.
Nitpicky thing, but on, I looked at the contracts, and I saw a contract with Doctors on Duty for drug screens. It's like $200,000, not that much, but why aren't we doing those with our county to reduce the cost of those? Like, why are we paying Salinas Valley to do our drug screens when we could be paying our own county?
I don't know if the camera's on me, but I'm looking to my team to see who holds it's a child welfare contract. So our child welfare leadership is here, so I don't know if you have the history, Gloria or Claudia, about how we contracted with them, but.
Maybe because they're open in the evening, or, and our county clinic isn't, but what I heard is that Watsonville's open in the evening and maybe will be open in the future, but it seems like we should be paying our own county instead of paying Doctors on Duty.
Yeah, these, Gloria Carroll, Child Welfare Director, these are longstanding contracts that we right-sized to make them smaller because we weren't using them fully, but we can absolutely open it up and do a procurement for it.
Yeah, maybe just
going
look into
forward.
it, talk with Amy Peeler.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Thanks, Gloria. Okay, next is the use of per diem, what we call in healthcare per diem help. I know in the past you've had extra help in the agencies, as maybe you have a swelling or there's an extra need. That's a way to keep costs down, right? Because you're not paying benefits. I'm just wondering how often we're employing extra help instead of having an FTE.
So, well, my candor is we've never had enough FTEs. So it is, how do we supplement the bench? And it's usually when we have enough revenue to not have to come to the board to hire additional full-time staff, we then supplement the bench with extra help, which is often retired annuitants, or you're calling it per diem in your former work. I will tell you one example of where we've been very helpful in doing that is in the in-home supportive services program. That is how we, in part, got ahead of the fiscal penalties that started this year, because we were able to, and I think if Alicia's still here, we had 5, I think, 4 or 5. We had 5 extra help, Supervisor DeSerpa, which were people who had worked in the IHS program who will be able to bring on board. Part of the budget challenges, and I had it up on that pie chart, is we've shrunk our capacity to hire extra help because we don't have enough money. But it is a very effective way to bring people on, and then you can very quickly, if you get into tough budget times, let go, and we had to let go some. But I think that is something we do. It's sometimes complicated to get extra help because our work is so complex unless they're retirees.
Sure. Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much, all of you. Appreciate your report.
Thank you. Let's see. I think a lot of my questions were answered. I'm feeling ready to hear from the public on this. So, Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank you all for the presentation. I'm definitely going to save my comments until after. I'm just curious, you mentioned that there was $1.7 million in contract savings, I guess.
No, cut, net reductions.
Reductions.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering is there a list of those contracts on what those reductions were? I mean, I'm looking at the continuing agreements list.
Yeah, so
and I don't know if they're all reflected in there.
They're not.
So it'd be,
Yeah.
I mean.
So let me actually just share more candor. Supervisor DeSerpa, you got me going here. CEO Coburn mentioned at the beginning there was additional materials. We did confirm they didn't get posted, so they've been printed and they will be posted. We want to own this was our error. So what got posted was a continuing agreement list, which historically, when the state May revise comes out and enhances our revenues, we're able to then keep in line with what we hope is our continuing agreement list. We made an error that we did not, when the May revise come out, go back and adjust the continuing agreement list. So what got posted is incorrect, and that was our error. What has been sent to every board office and will get corrected, and I don't know when it'll get posted. That was something we threw on.
It's already posted.
Oh, it's posted now.
Yeah.
Okay. But it wasn't this morning. I want to acknowledge that. But if I'm understanding your question, Supervisor Cummings, there was an in and out, and there was new contracts added, some were maintained, and some were reduced. Of the reduced, there were 3 categories. One is known reductions because contracts were coming to term, like we had a 3-year grant from the state or feds and it was terming. Another was non-service, no disrespect to IT and security, but we had a bunch of contracts that we were able to reduce that were not direct service. But we had $2 million of contract reductions and eliminations that we would never want to reduce or eliminate if we had the revenue. That's the issue that is, I think, the focus, and we didn't have posted publicly that I have. And I mentioned 2 of them earlier, the Community Action Board program with undocumented immigrants and what Second Harvest Food Bank has spoke to, which we've reduced, not eliminated. Those are examples of that $2 million bucket. The net of the in and out was 1.7, but the real reductions that we wish we didn't have to do because of the budget shrinking was 2 million of service contracts. Is that responding to what your question is? Okay.
Yes, Supervisor.
Could I ask one follow-up question on that? Because you alluded to this in responding to Supervisor Hernandez. So with for example, the Second Harvest Food Bank contract and the outreach for CalFresh, were you saying that, I mean, you said I think 90-95% of the work is in actually the intake with our eligibility staff. Are you saying that even if we restored that contract, we would need to, I mean, we might not have the capacity internally to actually process those additional applications?
Maybe this is the best way I can answer that, which is just share with the community and the board what happened in January 1st, 2014, when Obamacare, Affordable Care Act expanded Medi-Cal eligibility by almost 50%. California and the federal government put so much money into community to help get the word out to people who are newly eligible for Medicaid that an influx of applications came into the county eligibility system. The county eligibility system was not resourced, the workforce didn't grow, and then there's also some technology interface problems. The end result was almost a year of backlogs and bottleneck. because the app assistance is righteous work, and many people who would not probably think of getting on are only made aware because of the excellent work of community partners. But if it comes into a system that's not resourced appropriately, there's not a capacity to process it. And that led to multiple lawsuits throughout the state, and it took about a year to get through that, and then there was dramatic increases in eligibility. So Supervisor Koenig, I don't want to play with this very tricky issue to tell you I know exactly what will happen, but yes, it is something we're toggling between, which is we currently do not have enough staff to handle the volume. We do not even effectuate some of those HR1 changes, like doubling the Medicaid eligibility programs, effectuating the work rules, the exemptions, and on and on and on. So the eligibility workforce in California is under duress. In an ideal world, I would not want to limit, I would like to expand community contracts, but it is true that it is possible to probable that if we don't balance that right, we are going to be in a bottleneck and we are not going to be able to process. I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm just trying to tell you the issue we're dealing with. And yes, I wanted to make sure you knew it is not a community organization sends something through their electronic portal called Benefits Cal, and then we just press a button. We still have 90 to 95% of work to do that's invisible to the world. That's why our training classes take 6 months before somebody's able to go in there and do that 90% work. We don't have enough staff right now.
If I can just add, to acknowledge, it's one thing to get people on benefits, but then part of what we strive to do is help people maintain benefits if they continue to be eligible, which is also an additional workload.
Okay, thank you.
Because we are going to be forced now every 6 months to recertify people on Medi-Cal. And in COVID, right, we had a waiver where for how much?
3 years.
Years, nobody had to recertify. So everybody had their Medi-Cal just rolling, which was great, because that meant they continued their IHSS and their CalFresh and everything else. But now every 6 months, they're going to have to recertify. And if you can think of people who don't have the executive functioning to get themselves organized, to get mail, to fill out something, to get it back to the department, it's going to be very, very difficult to keep people with mental health and disabilities, et cetera, on these programs. And that's the whole point, right?
So we've fielded a number of questions. I think we're kind of like almost getting to some discussion around policymaking or budget approval type things. So I would like to take it out to the public. If you've already spoken to the board, perhaps this morning during public comment on this issue, that was your opportunity. So thank you, we heard you. So only come up if you haven't spoken yet. Otherwise, please form a line. And how many people are here to speak? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, got it. Numbers. How many people are on the phone?
Currently, 3 speakers have their hands raised.
All right, please set the public comment period for 2 minutes each.
Good afternoon, members of the board, community, CEO Erika Padilla Chavez, CEO of Second Harvest Bank. First, I want to just begin by thanking the county for the great partnership that we have had for many, many years in multiple ways, CalFresh application assistance being one of those ways. And I just want to invite you to think about the policy decision you're going to make today with respect to the food safety net system that is already feeling the impacts of HR1. I know that you heard earlier from your budget leader that we are yet to really feel it, but the truth of the matter is that the food safety net is the first in line to feel it, right? And you're starting to hear from Randy how that's beginning to show up into our county. And the truth of the matter is that this $77 million infusion of federal funding in our community is so vital for the people that absolutely need the support. And the food bank cannot absorb the loss of federal resources. A lot of the people that get these benefits go to their farmers market. They deposit their EBTs there. There is economic resolution happening. So we need to work together as we figure out our way forward. And we're committed to working with you to figure out how do we blend, braid, leverage resources. And we believe that hand-holding that is needed to keep people enrolled is best done by the community providers that are available in the evening, available on the weekends, available for the community in their homes to help facilitate the process so that we can ensure that they meet the compliance necessary. I don't see how you could do this without community partnership. So I urge you to give direction to administration to fund this and to use state money, which I believe will happen, but do it now, because I can't cut my staff and bring them back later. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tamar, and I'm a resident of District 5. That was a really dire report. I'll keep my comments short. I can't speak to all of the details, but I can see that the federal government is trying to enforce their values or lack of values on us and trying to cut the ways that we help people who need help. And I would urge us to be creative and to find ways to adjust the way we allocate our general fund so that we can keep helping people and we can live our values and understand that this will pass and the funds will come back, and we don't want to cut things in the short term that we won't be able to bring back. So I urge us to, if we need to make cuts, I would say let's make cuts to the punishment side, let's make cuts to incarceration, and let's keep funding food and healthcare and the basic things that people need to live. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Mata, and I serve as the Chief Community Impact Officer for Second Harvest Food Bank. I've changed my thoughts many times throughout the meeting today, but I do want to speak to the commitment and dedication that our team has. Our outreach workers, as you know, they go out to the community weekends, evening, afternoon hours, even sometimes on holidays. Somebody talked about trust. These are the community members these are the workers that our community members trust. When I first came to the food bank, I was very surprised because we get about 10 to 20 walk-ins a day, asking for resources, asking for support, asking for the team to upload their documentation out into the system, complete applications. And just so that you know how the process works, whenever somebody comes in to conduct an application or submit their application, it's about a 2.5-hour process. So we're not only conducting screenings, we're not only conducting outreach, we're submitting their paycheck stubs, we're letting them know that they have to come in and recertify. We call them and remind them because we keep a calendar of all the people that we can call so that they have that support, including we also support with medical enrollment, and we, like I said, we create a welcoming space. Yet, there's things that we are doing out of our scope to be able to continue to provide that resource and that support because, as we know, there's a lot of complex systems that our families don't understand, and we want to make sure that they have all the resources that they need to get the resources and benefits that they're eligible for. Without the support of this team, the community is going to go into a dire need of additional resources. Not only that, but we're also supporting grocery stores with our CalFresh benefits, farmers, businesses throughout Santa Cruz County, which is going to create an economic impact. So I want you all to consider your decision, and thank you for having us out here today.
Hi, I want to thank the board for taking the time to let us speak today. My name is Kelly Katie. I also work for Second Harvest Food Bank.
You're going to have to kind of...
I'm so tall. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Amazing. My name is Kelly Katie. I also work for Second Harvest Food Bank. I want to thank you for taking the time to let us speak today. As you've heard, our team is hard at work enrolling people, making sure that they have access to their CalFresh benefits and their SNAP benefits that they're already entitled to from the federal government. And our tiny team is directly responsible for bringing in $2.5 million of federal funding into Santa Cruz County, which translates to $3.9 million of economic activity. That money is going to our local food retailers, our local small businesses. It's getting circulated back through the economy, and these reductions or these proposed reductions are not going to see a proportional reduction in that income. It's going to be a much larger deduction there, because I know that it's very easy to make an assumption that if you cut this program, that those neighbors are just going to go to a different community resource, the county, maybe their healthcare provider, to get access to these benefits. But if the truth is, if they were going to do that, they would have already done that. These are the people that their doctors didn't screen them for CalFresh, or they're not eligible for those other community resources, so they're not getting those touch points. They're afraid to come into a county government building because they don't feel safe, or they don't have transportation, or they can't make it work within their schedules for any of those other reasons. Second Harvest is catching the people who slip through the cracks. And without funding those programs and these programs, it doesn't shift the work to another organization. It means that they lose benefits. Those people go without support. And it means that we leave $3.9 million on the table as a county. So I urge you to support Second Harvest, and I thank you for your time and your attention today.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of the Supervisors. My name is Octavio Rivas. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer for Second Harvest Food Bank. Cuts to Second Harvest CalFresh funding would have a significant impact to our community. Without the support, we'll be unable to sustain increased demand for CalFresh outreach services, limiting our ability to connect vulnerable residents with critical nutrition assistance. I also want to inform you that the proposed cuts to our contract will leave us no choice but to lay off our employees. We don't have the resources to keep them employed while the county deliberates on the final state-approved budget, which looks like it might be more favorable to the county based on the Senate Assembly budget proposals. This is why we are asking that you direct the administration to continue funding Second Harvest at its full contract amount using one-time general funds and replace them with state funding should those funds become available. I respectfully urge the board to support and sustain funding for Second Harvest CalFresh outreach program so that we can continue serving those who rely on those essential services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Martinez, Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Bird, and I'm the Director of Holistic Defense for the Public Defender's Office, as well as a member of the Family and Children's Services Family and Child Wellbeing Cabinet. Our office just wanted to take a moment to appreciate Human Services Department and the Family and Children's Services and their commitment to strengthen community-based supports as their primary response to concerns involving families. Through our work with clients, we consistently see that families do better when they're met with resources and stability and trust, rather than system involvement. A community support model allows concerns to be addressed earlier. It keeps families engaged and promotes child safety through prevention rather than punishment. We value the county's leadership in advancing community-based, culturally responsive services and voluntary support. And our office remains fully committed to supporting measures that uphold dignity, stability, and meaningful help for the families that we all serve. Thank you.
Nice to see you all again. My name is Emily Fontana. I'm organized with SEIU. I'm also a member of this community. I live in District 5. And so on the one hand, of course, we want to support workers' jobs in the way that HSD has brought the request with the CEO to protect those positions. We also want to appreciate and also keep those contracts with Second Harvest Food Bank because, as was said earlier, if those people are laid off, they might also now need the services in which we don't have enough people to process the benefits for right now. So in a holistic way, please support the HSD budget and proposal. Thank you.
Will you please call the first caller?
Yes. John, your microphone's now available. John, your microphone is now available. Please accept the unmute to begin making your comment. If you're on a call-in device, it's *6 to mute or unmute. I'm going to move to the next speaker, Chair. Welcoming Network, your microphone is now available.
Hello, my name is Paul Johnston, and I guess my video is off. And I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Santa Cruz Welcoming Network. We are about 165, precisely 165 volunteers. I live in District 3. We're spread throughout the county. And we're an all-volunteer that supports asylum seekers and other refugees here in our county. And I'm speaking to you to express our support and appreciation for the holistic services and the leadership of the Public Defender's Office. As you may know, our whole region is really an immigration legal services desert. And the biggest challenge facing not just our asylum seekers and other refugees.
Sir?
Yes.
We are on the Human Services Department budget right now. I think you're calling in regarding the next agenda item, which is the Public Defender's Office.
I'm sorry. So is there a public comment period that I should?
Yes,
know about?
it will be on the next item.
Okay, thank you.
And as a note for your comment later, if you have an additional device running in the background, please mute that device or turn the volume down to prevent an audio feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
Hi there. I'm echoing also. I'm sorry about that. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that these cuts, especially to food assistance, will not only create real suffering right away through hunger, but will have ripple effects throughout the community and throughout time. Just as a couple of examples, they'll impact small businesses that sell food, and they'll impact school and kids' ability to succeed in school, which will have long-term impacts throughout the community. Thank you.
Kathy, your microphone is now available.
Hello. My name is Kathy. Okay, I'll just quickly say that I'm here to support the Human Services Department as well as the community-based organizations. That was a dire report that we heard. And I just agree with the previous speaker who said, like, we're feeling the impact of the federal government's values, and that our values should be to support our neighbors, and that's what keeps us safe. Thank you.
John, your microphone is now available.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm very sorry about, please excuse me. My name is John Brown-Giles. I'm a retired professor, 83 years old from UCSC. For the past 20 years, I've been teaching courses at Soledad State Prison and DVI Tracy when that was open, on peacemaking and cooperation, as well as in Santa Cruz County Jail. And I've been working very closely with the Public Defender's Office, and I just want to say how much I appreciate the work that they're doing. And especially, I know that the men inside really find the holistic approach, especially the emphasis on reduction in incarceration and stabilization of families, to be extremely useful. They had that 40 or so, 50 years
Sir?
ago. Yes.
Are you speaking about the Public Defender Office?
Yes.
We will be hearing that item next. We're currently on the Human Services
okay, I'm
Department.
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And I'm going to call a 5-minute recess so we can check the audio issues. I believe the feedback is coming on our end. And as a part of SB 707, we need to ensure that people who are attending remotely have an opportunity to comment. So I'll start a 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we will return to our virtual participation. How many callers do we have on the line?
The previous speaker was the final speaker with their hand raised.
And was that the one that was on the topic that's for the next item?
Correct.
So we're done with public comment?
Correct.
Okay. I will now return to the board for deliberation and a motion on the HSD budget.
I do have a few more questions as well.
I'll call on Supervisor Hernandez.
So I wanted to ask, how long does I'm not sure if it's a question for the public or for Randy, but how long does the Second Harvest contract extend to? Sorry. How long does the Second Harvest contract extend to at this point?
I'll share technically the answer from a budget proposal in front of us, but I want to respect that, how that lands for Second Harvest.
The current one, yeah.
The current contract is 300, it was reduced by about 40+% from 300, and I'm looking, 363 to 200. And that was based on the reduction in the CalFresh revenue, the CalFresh shifts. And at that time, we thought we had a federal match, which has now been blocked. So the reduction, though, I think for on this particular contract is 40+%. So that's what's proposed in the budget.
And I was talking about time too, if there's a timeline to it.
Well, okay, if this is your question, hypothetically, it's your board's prerogative. If you approve the budget as proposed, we would be effectuating contract changes effective July 1st, and we would adjust the scope of work and the budget. If that's your question, this would go into effect July 1st.
For the next 12-month period?
For
the next fiscal year.
Yeah, 12 months. And I have a feeling our community partners would have something to say about this. We have a responsibility to come back to you in the fall. Worst case scenario, we'd be asking you to cut. Best case scenario, we have new revenues, at which point there could be another opportunity to do something different. But today, what's in front of you is that cut from 363 and change to 200.
Yeah.
Do you have another question?
I do. So I think this is for Nicole. So the governor's has until Monday, June 15th to execute the budget, to finalize the budget.
They have to adopt a budget by Monday, June 15th. And then there will be all kinds of other negotiations on trailer bills. And as I was reminded during the break, we'll know the dollar amount in the budget as a whole, but we won't know our allocations probably for quite some time because of trailer bills, because of agencies at the state level getting involved in allocations. So it may not be until August that we know what our allocation is for eligibility and other things.
But we'll know if he's decided on the sticking to his guns or going with the Senate or Assembly budget plan.
We will know what the agreement looks like by June 15th at a high level.
Got it. So I wanted to ask a question. I think it's both of you. So can we use like a one-time funding to continue the service with Second Harvest? Maybe from like the Human Services Reserve Fund that was explained today. Then if the budget comes out more favorable, we can keep all that money for eligibility workers. Is that a possibility?
So at this point, we've used a lot of reserves, significant. The county's also dealing with a cash flow issue, and we need to maintain as much cash on hand and in our reserves as possible. We're hoping to issue tax revenue anticipation notes over the summer, which will also help with our cash situation. But right now, I am not comfortable using additional reserves on anything else that we'll be discussing throughout budget hearings. So I would recommend that if we wanted to restore contracts, that we look for other places to potentially take funding from.
Because it's like the timelines are so close to each other. We're talking June 15th, the budget goes through, all the trailer bills and what we get apportioned is in August.
We may know our allocations by the August, which we would incorporate into our final budget in September.
So I'm wondering, would we need some sort of, can we wait until August? I want to ask the Second Harvest, or is there a stopgap that we can fill to make sure we get that extra month of 2 months of service? Is there?
I mean,
it's kind of like gambling, right? We don't know. And so I want to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, the only option that I've come up with in my head is to keep the current staffing at Second Harvest and allow them to spend against that. But that would mean that they would run out of funds more quickly than the 12 months if we don't get more money from the state that we can allocate, or we don't have another revenue source that we could identify to fund the contract. So there is that option, but, and it's an option which we could discuss.
to explain that in a different way. So basically, the proposed cut is about 163,000 of that contract. A quarter of that is like 41K. We would be basically allowing them to begin, charging their existing staffing against that. If there's an opportunity for us to backfill mid-year or come the fall, when we have a better sense of the full picture from the state budget, we may be able to go back and add to fill this 163 gap mid-year. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so at $200,000, they would spend out that contract in about 6.5 months. So we would need to know by September, at the very, very latest, because it's staff, how we would add funds for the rest of the year.
Supervisor Cummings.
Given the conversation, I'm wondering if, and because of the ideas that are being thrown around about potentially, maintaining the funding and coming back in September, and then we'd have to make a huge reduction then potentially, that we defer the final approval until the final budget day and allow staff some time to kind of formulate what this could look like and bring that back on the day of our final budget decisions. I mean, because we're going to come back on June 24th to approve the final budget. And so if we defer this and allow for some conversation to happen between Second Harvest, the CEO, and see if there's a way, because, we'll know after the 15th what the governor is going to approve. And then and so that'll give us some relative level of understanding of what's going to happen. Not clear, not perfect, but it'll give us some sense of what is going to be happening there. But then if we're going to come back in September, we'll know the full picture by that point. And if we have to make this major cut, then that could be a time when we can do that. But rather than trying to hash all that out now, we're going to come back on the 24th. And we can defer this decision until then so that we can have a sense of what might be possible based on the concerns coming from Supervisor Hernandez.
I was thinking along the same lines, but just passing the budget right now, and then put the caveat that we're bringing it back, bring this item back, either in whenever our CEO's comfortable, either end of June or July or September.
I'll just say, if we pass the budget now, the budget as it stands has the cuts. So if that's where you want to go, that's what's before us today. The reason why I'm mentioning the deferral is because the entire budget's going to come back for final approval on June 24th. So there could be opportunities for conversation between
I just want to add, so if you pass the budget now, we could have a last day report that would come back giving some indication of what's in the state budget and giving some idea of what we might do. And also, we have a variety of other budget hearings coming up. So I have a feeling we're going to have a variety of last day reports regarding, additional information. So you could pass the budget today, and then we could come back on last day with a report. And if we can identify additional funding to make an adjustment to the Second Harvest contract or others that provided outreach, we can do that.
I think if the budget does pass the 15th, we'll have some idea, at least by June 24th meeting. So I'm comfortable passing the budget.
I'm going to call on Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. So this is where my mind goes to core and why I asked that we pull the core budget, because at the end of the day, core is 100% discretionary funds, and we've often described it as our safety net. And there are a number of ways that we could approach the core money, which totals about $4.5 million, to create some additional capacity. We could either, if you look at the core awards, and it's in the additional documentation, it's clear that some of those awards are not as essential, not as basic needs as food assistance, which we're talking about. And so the core subcommittee has already talked about, at least certainly in future award cycles, that we should prioritize basic needs. I think we could either approach this as trying to go through that list and remove things that are not basic needs. I mean, there could always be some sort of runway. I get that we're already at the middle of June, basically, and these are our contracts. They're supposed to begin July 1. But I think that there's still potentially enough capacity there that any contracts we did not want to continue, we could sort of still provide some runway the way we did the last time around. Or we could look at just a 10% haircut to all those contracts and in order to create additional capacity. So I'm going to just make this motion to see if there's support, which would be to move the recommended actions with the exception of the continuing agreements list, direct staff to review the 26-27 core awards and suggest reductions that create additional capacity to fund food safety net services, including CalFresh outreach services, for review with last day budget actions.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig. Is there a second?
I just have a question.
Supervisor Cummings?
So my question, just based on how this has been going, my thought was that we were going to have that conversation after this item because it got pulled and it was 8.1 and I wasn't under the understanding that these are both joined together. So, I mean, I think for me, my hope would be that we could get through this first conversation. We can come back and have a secondary conversation about core, since it wasn't really clear that we were talking about both at the same time right now. Because it's on the agenda. I mean, it got pulled off consent. It's on our agenda, but it wasn't clear to me that that was going to come later. Because otherwise, I'd like to hear why we had, well, then, so, okay. So, County Council, is this a joint item? No.
No, those items aren't joined.
Right, that's what I thought.
You're going to have a core discussion next, but I actually didn't interpret the motion that way, but I interpreted the motion that basically you're just going to adopt the budget with the exception of the continuing agreements list. That's what I heard.
That's effectively, I mean, yeah, and we could reduce the motion to that. I mean, the additional language in there was to look to the core awards as a potential source of funding for some of the continuing agreements in question.
So we have a motion and we don't have a second yet. So before we begin further, are there questions on the motion to see if we get closer to a second?
So there's not a second on the motion yet, right? So you might want to get rid of that second part of the motion and just leave it very clean.
Yeah, I'll restate it as simply to move the recommended actions with the exception of the continuing agreements list.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Hearing none, that motion dies. Supervisor DeSerpa.
I have a question.
I have a motion.
I'm going to start with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Sorry, it's kind of a rookie question, but are we free to make any contract at any time during the year for these types of services, or it has to be passed with the budget? I
No.
see heads nodding. So we could.
We can amend, we could enter this contract, we can extend it whenever we want. We
Okay.
can amend it whenever we
So
want.
it doesn't have to be part of the motion now, because if there's money that comes in 2 weeks, we could then amend. Or
Correct.
whatever, if it comes after the end of the month. Okay, thank you.
Here,
So I'm going to Supervisor Hernandez, then Supervisor Cummings.
So I'll move to approve the fiscal year 2026-27 budget as presented with direction that staff returns to the board with further direction should additional revenues become available through the state budgeting process or other funding sources on June 24th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Continue discussion, Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank all the staff for your hard work, and it's really unfortunate that we currently have a federal administration that is like a bull in a china shop and is just wreaking havoc on healthcare and other programs, even wreaking havoc on the World Cup, which I didn't see that coming. I do want to say, though, that, and I think this is, as we move into future years, that it's really important that when we're going to be talking about having contract cuts, that some conversation with this happens earlier in the year. We've had, 2 other budget meetings. We had mid-year, we had the first budget presentation, and now we're here today. And the entire time we've been going through this process, my understanding has been that we were eliminating vacancies, and that's how we're resolving our budget. And it wasn't clear to me, and I think members of the public, some of our staff, that, you know, there's also going to be eliminations of these contracts, because while it may seem like a small amount in the grand scheme of things, these contracts have consequences for people who live and work in our community and our service providers. And so I just think that moving forward, that's something that we can do better at, because we're going to have another item where it kind of came as a shock that there's going to be a major, you know, conversation we'll have around another contract. And I will say that I just want to acknowledge also, you know, our relationship with Second Harvest Food Bank. I want to acknowledge the amazing work that you all do. And I will say as a board, you know, when times have gotten really tough, we have gone into our reserves, we pulled out money, we've supported the Second Harvest Food Bank because we have a really strong relationship. Food security is extremely important to us. And so that's why we've always maintained this really good relationship. And we appreciate, especially in disasters, how you all show up for our community. And I will say I did talk to Second Harvest. I met with Second Harvest Food Bank a while ago, learned about this issue. I was a little confused too now that I see the budget that it's not a full, I thought it was going to be an elimination. It's a reduction. So that's, you know, encouraging, although I know it's going to be painful for some of the folks who work there. But I also didn't know at the time that there are these, because of HR 1, there's these new penalties that didn't exist ever before. And what can happen to us now is that if we make these errors, we're going to have to pay for it. And that's new, and that's really concerning to me, because if we don't have adequate staffing at the county level, as we all know, if you are overworked and overburdened, you're more likely to make errors. And having to keep up with all the administrative work, I think, is really critical at this time, because if we're in a position where we're not able to keep up with the applications and we do have more errors, that's going to cost us more money. That's going to lead to more cuts. And so, so I'm supportive of the motion and where this is going, but I do think that, you know, now more than ever, we really need to be pushing on the state to get funding to our counties so that we can maintain these services and so that we can increase our staffing. And I'll just say that as the representative for CSAC, when we were just at CSAC's meeting, we met with a variety of state representatives from the governor's office, from the Senate, from the Assembly. And one of the things I made sure to express was that what we kept hearing is that we have some surplus funding coming in through AI, and the governor's putting that into a rainy day fund. And I've made it explicit to say that right now, we're navigating a boat through a hurricane. Like, this is the rainy day. This is when counties need this funding. And so I hope that members of the public, our partners, and even us as representatives can continue to let our state representatives know that now's the time to be supporting counties, because if this funding does go into a rainy day fund, it just means the next governor is going to have an even more broken system to deal with. And so I'm supportive of us moving in this direction to, you know, bring back this conversation on the 24th. I hope between now and then there can be some dialogue and discussion between our CEO and Second Harvest. But you know, the one thing I will note is that, you know, in this list that, you know, now is going to be public, there are a lot of cuts to a lot of organizations, some losing all their funding, some losing 57%. Second Harvest obviously losing 43%. And so I don't want us to be in a position where we are then going to be, you know, trying to figure out how to backfill $2 million across all these different programs. And then at the same time, having folks who are funded from through core this year, you know, being impacted as well. So it's going to be a tough conversation to have, and it's going to be a hard situation to navigate. But the fact that we're going to come back on the 24th and be able to discuss this again, I think will help us be able to move in a positive direction. So thank you.
Further comments?
Yes.
Supervisor Hernandez?
So I'm also, you know, I think this is the best direction because going into core, I'm a little uncomfortable because we do have an ad hoc committee, not to put any pressure on you guys. They are looking at the ad hoc committee and see what could be done. And we don't have any of our nonprofit partners here at this time. And to make this decision here would be kind of, you know, it'd be a slap in the face to our nonprofit partners. But I think that we do have this ad hoc committee that's working on this, so we should also honor and respect the work they're doing on the core budget as well. And I think that by the 24th, we will have, or by the 15th, we should have some sort of direction of where this budget is going that can help us lead to a better decision on the 24th.
Thank you. Further comments? I want to say a couple things in reflection to what the conversation we've had and what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues. The first, I do want to extend my gratitude to Second Harvest for your work. The outreach that you provide and your relationship with our community is critically important, and food assistance continues to be a top priority. Safety net is top priority for me. And so with that, I would ask, I guess I want to ask CEO Coburn, can you elaborate a little bit further on the possibility that they continue to spend out their contracts as approved in this budget at their current staffing, and maybe advise on a process if they were to come back? When would that happen, to see if they could have additional funding?
Well, I think we would be coming back with our final budget in September. I mean, the agency would need to make decisions, because if they're going to spend at that rate, they're only going to have 6.5 months. So I would imagine the final, for the state budget, September. If there's potential for a local revenue source, that might be, a month later, a month or two later, but I would hope September.
Okay, so I'm not going to add it as additional direction, but I do hope there's additional conversation about that possibility. As a former contractor, I know that that's something that we've played with during the period when we're trying to figure out what might be possible. And so it could come with risk as well, that you spend out these funds earlier, but I think it's something worth discussing if your contract allows that. The other thing I'd like to say just is that, and again, I come at this as somebody who worked as a former contractor, that I guess I feel less surprised to see, the ebbs and flows and the cuts to contracts. A lot of these are projects that were with one time, like a 5-year contract, or, we agreed to do this type of work and then it phases out and this is the end of it. And so there are this is kind of what happens with these organizations, and new funding comes in and that kind of thing. So I would say that when I received the direction from the information from the staff about the size of the budget deficit that we were facing this year, I expected that there would be a variety of ways the departments were going to try to address that. And that is through vacancies. It's also through reductions of contracts. It's through cutting travel. It's through, slowing down our services to people. It looks a lot of different ways, not just vacancies. And so whether it's this conversation or the next one, I mean, I think that we've asked our department heads to be really creative to try to fill these gaps. And it's just really unprecedented times, but I think that's what our department did to try to get us to this place. So with that, I will be supporting the motion today. We have a motion and a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Is there any further discussion?
Elaborate on your comment. See if I got it right. So you're asking our CEO to figure out how Second Harvest can burn through the cash they have for that cusp period, that little threshold from July 1st to September.
No, I encourage them to have conversation about how they might do it.
I think we're just going to talk with Second Harvest about what the options are while we try to identify other funding.
And not further direction.
Got it.
And this comes from a place that, we've continued to underscore food security as a priority, and I know it's a priority of our CEO's office as well as the board. So, hoping to find a way as we learn more from the state. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. So that concludes our presentation on HSD. Thank you very much for your good work and for your presentation today. We'll now be beginning item number 9.
8.1.
Sorry, 8.1, thank you. I was wondering why you weren't leaving, Mr. Morris. 8.1, approve the proposed 2026 budget for collective of results and evidence-based investments, otherwise known as CORE, and take related actions as outlined in the reference budget documents and as recommended by the county executive officer. And this item was pulled by Supervisor Koenig, so I'll go ahead and let you take the lead.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I mean, I already alluded during the last item to my motivation here, which is, I mean, we heard, particularly in the Human Services Department's budget, that there is intense uncertainty and intense need around providing for basic needs. And certainly, with our CORE program, we aim to fill gaps in the safety net. And if you look at the awards there's a variety. I mean, there's some that are, that do provide basic needs, that provide food, that provide shelter, and there are others that are more aspirational. And so I think we need to preserve as much capacity as possible for basic needs. We might come back on the 24th, final day budget, with good news from the state that there's extra money. We might not. And this is one of the places where we could potentially have some give. And so that was my thinking, is that we go back, look at I don't want to try to pick different contracts from the dais here today. It would just be ask staff to re-examine our CORE awards for the coming year and suggest reductions that create additional capacity to fund basic needs. And that could either, again, no specific direction on how to do that. That could either be by, selecting some contracts that do not fulfill basic needs already, or just by a percentage-based decrease. I can make that as a motion. I don't know if I think we need to go to public comment.
Yeah. Further discussion.
Well, does that need to go to public comment?
It will go to public comment. Do you have any questions for the motion?
Not at the moment.
For the idea.
Bringing up well, let me just say this, actually. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with Supervisor Koenig. My only issue has been that as we've gone through this process, I mean, we've brought this up numerous times, I think one of the things that's missing is that we have had this discussion multiple times about having 2-year contracts and having the contract be a 2-year contract rather than a 3. I don't think that that's been called out in the budget, but we also have had conversations about, and we actually wrote letters saying that we would potentially cut some of this funding this year and that we could not guarantee funding for next year. And that letter went out to all the nonprofits. I do wish that if we were going to do that was something that would have been recommended sooner. And again, for me, like I said earlier, while it may have been apparent for some members of the board that the contract cuts were going to be happening, the message that I had consistently gotten was that it was going to be vacancies. We don't need to cut CORE. That I didn't really realize the contracts, but to Supervisor Koenig's point, what we are seeing in some of these contracts is that some of the contracts that are losing funding are safety net and essential services, and there are some programs in CORE that are nice to have programs, but aren't fulfilling essential needs at a time when we're getting serious cuts from the federal government that are impacting our safety net services. So I'll see where the motion ends up going, but I'm not completely closed off to it. I'd also like to hear how my colleague on the CORE subcommittee feels, because I feel like we've been putting in a lot of work around this. And, again, if we could have had this conversation, if this could have been like an agenda item that we were discussing, that could have been a better opportunity. It's kind of coming out of left field. And if we are going to make any decisions, the 24th is probably where we would need to make those decisions. But I'd like to hear from my subcommittee member, because I don't want to deviate from.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much to give away. We've been working hard on this. I think we've already come to the conclusion that, again, there are some programs that were funded when some of us were not on the board yet, that we sort of scratch our head at. Nice things, but are they critical needs? No. And so we have made that our priority, to take a look at all of the programs in front of us and put an emphasis on the critical needs. We have we had assumed, well, we talked long and hard about when to make these changes. We felt like people had received their award and were sort of locked in with staff running programs already, and so we didn't want to pull the rug out from underneath them, and that's why it was determined, with the help of, I think, the CEO's office or somebody, that it would be a 2-year contract instead of a 3. And so that meant that the money and the programming would continue into this next year. And if that can't happen now, I'm open to re-looking at that, but I feel like that is an agenda item for later. Like, I don't think we can go through this list today. We've already actually established the ones we think are critical needs that we wanted to present to y'all. And, a lot of it is food insecurity and et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, the work is done. We've revamped the application for the next round, and we've developed a criteria, and yeah, we're well on our way. But if we need to start cutting this year, then I think we need to bring that back as a separate agenda item.
Thank you for that. I do have one question before I go to public comment. I believe that the current contracts that they're in and the current, at least, board approval is a 3-year contract. The board hasn't yet approved changing to a 2nd-year contract. Is that correct?
The funding cycle is still a 3-year. We're anticipating that as part of the core subcommittee's final recommendations, based on all the conversations and what they've had, that they're going to include switching to a 2-year. But right now, it's just it's still a 3-year. And there was additional direction at one of the items to fully evaluate the cycle related to everything that's going on. So I believe their next report is coming back to the board by this fall. So we would probably see all the changes to core as part of that.
Thank you. Any other questions before I go to the public? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this issue? Is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Tim, your microphone's now available.
Well, thank you. I'm Tim Fitzmaurice. I teach at Salinas Valley State Prison, and I teach youth in addiction programs, and I teach creative writing. And all of these people reflect to me what the impact of a good...
Sir?
Yes?
Are you calling about the public defender item?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the board of the alternate public defender office, and I support that program.
Thank you. We're going to ask you to call back the next time I call for public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the core item. This isn't the public defender item.
Okay.
We have no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for deliberation and a motion.
Well, I didn't want to, in any way undermine the work that our core subcommittee is doing, has done, and if there's already some sense of priority that you guys have worked out and could present if needed, I think that's great. So for the time being, I guess I'll keep the motion short and simply move that we postpone approval of the 26-27 core awards to final day budget hearings.
A quick question. If we postpone the approving this budget today, will that also hinder us from releasing money as of July 1st for the agencies already awarded?
Well, we are already, as the current core contract cycle goes, it's like the renewal process is already underway, and they would have been included as part of continuing agreements. So I believe that we would still be able to move forward, but I will
Well, we do need to approve the budget and the continuing agreements for this item so that they can complete their work.
Okay. I know.
All of the contracts are always based on approval of the budget. So if your board doesn't approve the budget, then the contracts wouldn't go into place for next year. And then we would have a conversation about whether any money had been spent and whether or not it should have been spent. But that's an ongoing thing.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, just for the sake of conversation. But so my understanding, and this has been since the years that I've been on the board and with the city council, is that we're going to bring the budget back for final adoption on the 24th, correct?
That's just the final budget incorporates all of the rollovers from this year to next year, but you need to, as a board, you're approving these budgets, so we have budgetary authority going into the new fiscal year. What you approve today will exist as you've approved it, but then there are some additional changes we make with the final budget.
I guess it's just, I'm having trouble understanding how, if we're going to come back on the 24th, and we've, in the past, provided direction to go find more funding or to make changes or to come back with changes on that last day. And that's similar to what I feel like is happening right now, is what we're asking for, or what Supervisor Koenig is asking for, is that we have some time to consider whether or not we want to make changes, and then this comes back to the board on the 24th for final adoption with the other items.
Are you asking whether that's possible to do?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible to do.
But if you're talking about looking at the list of current contracts for core and making changes on last day, the board won't be able to have another discussion between now and June 24th. Okay.
Right.
I just wanted you to be aware.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, quick question. But sorry, can I talk? If we approve the budget today, we can still make changes, correct?
Correct,
In the
yes.
in the next fiscal year, because we've already put people on notice via a letter from the county that says.
Yeah, the budget approved today, we're going to move forward with those contracts. So if the board wanted to take another action to make a change to those contracts, we would do that at a board meeting, and then we would notify core contractors that their agreements, we would have to give notice, and we would have to adjust them.
And that could happen anytime this next year, even though, it could happen.
That's feasible, yes. It would be a lot.
I just want to alert, normal process is based on prior direction pending finalization today. All contract negotiations with all core contractors have moved forward. They're templated, they're waiting for final approval, but all that work's been done. So the lift with the CBOs, the lift with our contracts team. What I want you to know is to the timing, I'm just confirming with our contracts team as we're speaking, we issue per board approval in the process advance payments beginning in August. Do you have the authority to make a change on June 44th? Absolutely. And whatever change you make would cause, how many contracts are there? 70? Okay, 40. Anyhow, if you have the complete authority to do that, there would be a rejiggering of 40 contracts in what normally multiple months in 3 or 4 weeks. So there'd be an administrative impact on both sides, CBOs and us. Yes, authority, complicated. Maybe we could talk about more on the 24th, just so it's understood what would play out administratively for CBOs and for the system. I hope that's helpful. I'm just trying to be really clear about what would happen.
Thank you. Since we have a process in place with the subcommittee to come back, and it sounds like some good work has been done, and that's coming in the fall, and sounds very administratively difficult to adjust course on June 24th. I'm wondering if anybody would want to make a substitute motion to adopt the recommended actions and proceed as we had originally directed the core subcommittee to come back.
I'll make that alternate motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second it. We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor Martinez. Further discussion? See no further discussion. Would you?
I'll leave.
What's that? All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Actually, let me just make a quick comment, actually. I'm pretty torn on this because, and I'm looking at the list, and I will say that there are a lot of really good programs here, and I wish we had had this conversation before, because when we had brought these back, and I will say part of the direction, maybe this wasn't received 100%, but when we mentioned a 2-year cycle, we meant that during this grant cycle. So I just hope that's clear, that in terms of this current core cycle, the discussions that we've had and what we brought forward is a reduction to this current 3-year cycle to a 2-year cycle. The board supported that, and so I hope that's being communicated out, that is the direction that we're going to be moving into.
That from the board item, I think that was back in October, November of 2025, it said that we interpreted that to be that that will be considered to be a 2-year cycle, and also that it could also be interpreted that future cycles will be 2 years, but we did not take a clear direction that this cycle is being changed to a 2-year cycle. So we did not adjust contracts or notify vendors of that change.
I'll just say that the reason, and the way I picked up on it too, was because Supervisor Serpa had mentioned, and this was part of the concern on the 2 years, that coming into this, coming onto the board, like the board members would only have one time to make a decision on core contracts if it was a 3-year contract, and that was a concern that I thought that I heard and we've discussed, and that's why we've been discussing reducing it to a 2-year cycle so that new board members would actually be able to make recommendations and to fund programs rather than just like their 4th year when they're then campaigning and trying to get reelected. And so that's what I heard, and that's what I thought that we've been working out. So I just wanted to clarify that. The other point is that it would have been beneficial in our previous meetings to have had, this as a suggestion in terms of potential reductions to core. And I think that's come up in some of our other conversations as well, that there could be 10% reductions to help fund some of these other services. So I'm a bit on the fence at the moment. If we move forward, we'll just have to see in the fall. And if we have to make, recommendations to reduce these somewhere because of what we see happening at the state, I think people should just be aware. And we did send them a letter a few months ago saying that, there was no guarantee that they would get funding in this cycle or in, not just the cycle, this calendar year or in the next calendar years because of how badly we're being impacted. So it's just worth keeping in mind. And on top of that, I have a feeling that if we start going into reductions, that we're going to have a packed room on the 24th of folks who, may be seeing reductions to their contracts. So I'm leaning in the direction of supporting the substitute motion today, but I think it's still worth making sure that those folks who have contracts, that they keep in mind that there could be reductions at any point in time, depending on how negatively impacted we are by the federal government and the decisions that are being made. So I'm still kind of on the fence, but I'll end my comments there.
Any further comments? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, and to be clear, this is a roll call vote for the substitute motion, which is simply approving the recommended actions as provided by staff. Supervisor Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Now, we will move on to item number 9. Alert the caller. Poor gentleman. We're moving on to item number 9, which is to consider approval of the proposed 26-27 budget for the public defender, including any supplemental materials and take related actions as outlined in the referenced budget documents and as recommended by the county executive officer. Welcome. As always, before you begin your presentation, please introduce yourself and your department.
This is to advance. Okay, let me just get situated. Thank you so much. This one here. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez, supervisors, CEO Coburn and team, defenders, and our community. I'm Heather Rogers, and I'm honored to serve as your public defender. I'm here today with our Administrative Services Manager, Myrna Guerrero, our budget expert, who is by my side today to help answer questions. Thank you to her administrative team, to our Chief Deputy, Athena Reese, and the dedicated and creative CEO team who have partnered with us to create this proposal in an extremely challenging year. And thank you to our attorneys, our investigators, our social workers, our client advocates, and our core staff, whose tireless work in the courtroom and community remind us every day what is at stake and why preserving strong public defense matters so deeply to the health and stability of our community. What follows is the story behind this budget request. It's a story of rising pressures. It's a story of difficult trade-offs. And it's a story of our collective effort to preserve a public defense system that protects constitutional rights and strengthens community stability in a very challenging year. This is us, attorneys, investigators, social workers, client advocates, paralegals, and core staff working together on interdisciplinary teams. Together, we serve over 5,500 clients in nearly 8,000 cases per year, using a holistic, whole-person defense model that's designed to meet the unique needs of the people we serve in Santa Cruz County. Strong public defense works like a levee. We invest in it before crisis becomes catastrophe. When public defense fails, the costs don't disappear, they shift elsewhere, into our jails, our emergency rooms, our foster care systems, homelessness services, and fractured families. Effective public defense stabilizes people early. It promotes efficient case resolution, it protects constitutional rights, reduces unnecessary incarceration, and it connects people to services that disrupt harmful cycles. For clients like Jake, that meant meeting with an advocate in jail before his first court appearance. Through a holistic intake, we learned that Jake's children were at risk of foster placement. Early interdisciplinary intervention by a defense attorney, family law attorney, a client advocate, and a social worker helped stabilize Jake and his family, preserve his job, and connect him to treatment and services. Jake completed treatment, parenting, anger management programming, and his case is now moving toward a resolution that focuses on rehabilitation, not punishment that would have fallen hardest on his family. In Jake's case, the levee held. And Jake's story isn't unique. Every day, these defenders help stabilize people before crises deepen, preserving families, supporting public safety, and strengthening our community. Our office provides constitutionally mandated representation to adults and children facing criminal charges, involuntary commitment, post-conviction proceedings, and collaborative court matters, including care court, behavioral health court, and veteran court. We use a holistic interdisciplinary model that includes these attorneys, investigators, social workers, advocates, and core staff working together with our clients to address their legal needs that include the underlying conditions that lead to repeated system involvement. We courageously defend our clients during some of the most difficult moments of their lives. We demand equal justice for all in a system that disproportionately impacts people of color. And we empower our clients with inspired advocacy in the courtroom and community. We're on a mission to elevate public defense one client at a time for real people, people like Jake. And our work ripples outward, making us safer, making us stronger. When the Public Defender's Office opened on July 1st, 2022, we started as a single division handling over 80% of indigent defense matters in Santa Cruz County. Most remaining cases are conflict cases, situations where ethical rules prevent the same team from representing a client, such as when we already represent another person involved in the same case. Most of those cases have historically been handled through a contract with the private law firm of Page & Dudley. This proposed budget restructures that system by creating an in-house alternate public defender's office that will handle about 850 conflict cases each year. The county executive office likely would have proposed this restructuring at the end of this fiscal year. Budget realities accelerated that process. The goal is to avoid 5 to 11 layoffs at the Public Defender's Office, to improve operational consistency, and to maintain continuity of holistic representation during a period of fiscal restraint. But this restructuring comes with real costs. For many years, the attorneys and staff at Page & Dudley have served this community. Ending this long-standing contract will impact the people that work there, and it will impact their families. We want to acknowledge their contributions and the difficulty of this proposed transition. The County Executive Office has identified ways to lessen some of that disruption, but not all of it. This change will be incredibly challenging. This transition is also challenging for our team. To fund this new division, staffing capacity within the primary public defender's office will be reduced by 6.25% at a time when workloads already exceed national standards, and this team is working incredibly, incredibly hard. To avoid layoffs, several of our most experienced defenders would move to the new division. Some positions would be unfilled, some positions would be unfunded, others would be backfilled at lower classifications. Simply put, we are expected to do more with less. Despite these challenges, we support the County Executive Office's proposal. We support it because the alternatives are large-scale layoffs, deep furloughs, or substantially greater general fund impacts that affect other departments that serve the same vulnerable people that we serve. These are difficult trade-offs. They have real consequences. None of the available options are without cost. On balance, however, we are persuaded that this approach best preserves our ability to continue providing effective representation while minimizing harm to our staff, our clients, and the broader community. Next, we'll give an overview of what this budget looks like. These numbers reflect creating an entirely new alternate public defender's office, while at the same time reducing capacity in the primary office to meet the fiscal targets set by the County Executive Office at the direction of this board. Although the new division adds 8 positions, the department nets only 5 because 3 remain unfunded, a limited term position will be deleted, and one funded position will remain vacant to cut costs. At the same time, workloads are expected to grow by more than 10%, while one-time funding declines and personnel costs rise. Even after significant restructuring and cost-saving measures, the department still requires a contribution from the general fund, and that's simply to sustain public defense services for this community. It's an upstream investment to avoid significant downstream costs. This is a snapshot of our budget, including our office broken down with two new divisions, the primary office and the alternate office. It also shows the costs of contracted conflict costs, including 3 months of a Page and Dudley contract, and the annual cost of the Criminal Defense Conflicts Panel, which is administered by County Council. That panel handles cases where there are 2 levels of conflicts, meaning our office has a conflict and the alternate defender's office has a conflict. Here we see our expenses, with the vast majority going towards salaries and benefits. This increased by 16% this year, over $1 million, mostly due to negotiated increased salaries and benefits for county employees, including our defenders, who are working very hard to provide essential services on a public servant salary in one of the most expensive places in the world. Services and supplies go up to reflect the new needs of the alternate defense office, while conflict costs go down as first-tier conflict cases are shifted to the Public Defender's Office starting on October 1st, 2026. Unlike many county departments, the Public Defender's Office is not designed to generate revenue. We are not a moneymaker in the traditional sense. By definition, we serve adults and children who can't pay for representation, making public investment essential to fulfilling the promise of equal justice. At the same time, public defense historically receives far less state and federal investment than other parts of our legal system. Our remaining revenues are limited and increasingly fragile. 2 significant funding services have already ended, contributing to a 33% decline in revenue. The remaining funding primarily supports CARE Act representation, AB 109 client advocacy work, state backfill funding tied to eliminated fees, and Medi-Cal administrative reimbursement connected to our social work services. What this chart cannot fully capture is the value of public defense. Strong public defense reduces unnecessary incarceration. It stabilizes families, connects people to treatment, interrupts repeated legal system involvement, and those avoided downstream costs rarely appear in a spreadsheet, but they are real, not only in dollars saved, but in lives saved. You heard from some of those people earlier today. We'll share some details about what creating this new division looks like. This slide reflects the tough operational realities behind the proposed restructuring. To create a new division and meet fiscal targets, we're shifting our most experienced defenders and core staff out of the primary office, while simultaneously assuming responsibility for about 850 additional conflict cases each year. While we'll fill 2 of our 3 transferred attorney positions, several positions in the primary office will remain unfunded or vacant, reducing capacity at a time when we are already overworked. Practical effect is straightforward: fewer people doing more work in a system already stretched. But we're committed to making this model work, and we are committed to preserving services for our clients. The obvious question for me as a public defender is, why would you recommend this? The answer is simple. This board and our county leaders have impressed upon us that this is a uniquely challenging budget year. I've listened to my colleagues in Health and Human Services discuss the difficult trade-offs they have made to balance their budget. And we're persuaded that we must do more with less to ensure that our most vulnerable community members can continue to access essential services, including public defense, as we work together toward a more sustainable long-term solution in the coming year. We will continue to closely monitor our workloads, our staffing levels, and our case outcomes to make sure that we are providing ethical constitutional defense to this community. While this restructuring helps preserve jobs and it helps stabilize this budget today, it doesn't eliminate our underlying workload pressure. It doesn't change the fact that our team is working too hard. This slide reflects the cost of launching this alternate public defender's office on October 1st, 2026. The new division will consist of 8 full-time positions, 7 of which will be filled through reassignment of existing experienced defenders to the new division. That will allow this new division to handle 850 first-tier conflict cases per year while operating completely independently from the primary office to meet ethical standards. The budget also anticipates medical administrative activities. These are reimbursements tied to social work that connects clients to treatments, benefits, and stabilizing services. The restructuring relies heavily on the experience and flexibility of an already stretched team to build a second functioning defense division while preserving as much system stability as possible. This slide shows the cost of conflicts, including a partial year of the Page and Dudley contract and the ongoing costs of our criminal defense conflict panel. What happens if we do not create the alternate division? Without restructuring, our department faces a budget gap of approximately $2.67 million. That's about 11 layoffs of real people working in our department. Instead, we've worked with the County Executive Office to address this gap through a combination of about $1.6 million in one-time general fund support and $1,063,619 generated by bringing first-tier conflicts in-house and leveraging existing defenders who would otherwise lose their jobs to staff this new division. Without this new division, we would still need to identify that $1,063,619 in reductions. Absent even more general fund support, closing that shortfall requires significant layoffs, widespread furloughs, or some combination of both. For a department already operating above national workload standards, these reductions have real consequences. Cases will be reassigned. Workloads will increase even more, delays will grow, and it will be difficult for us to provide the timely and effective representation that this community needs and deserves. But just as importantly, layoffs would mean losing experienced attorneys, investigators, legal assistants, social workers, client advocates, and core staff who have dedicated themselves to building this office. These are not vacant positions on a chart. They are these people, skilled professionals with years of institutional knowledge and relationships that we cannot easily replace. Creating the new division preserves more jobs, more experience, and more service capacity than the available alternatives. Holistic interdisciplinary defense is at the heart of what we do, and many of the clients served by our social workers and our advocates are people with serious mental illness, substance use disorders, trauma history, and housing instability. Our social workers strengthen legal representation, and they make effective representation possible. Without them, we expect that more clients would be unable to assist in their defense, leading to expensive, protracted competency proceedings that can do tremendous harm to the people we serve. Fewer clients would be successfully diverted out of our system. We'll see longer periods of incarceration, delayed treatment access, increased attorney workloads, and more conflicts. The question is not whether these needs will continue to exist or be required. They will, and they are. The question is whether we address them early and effectively, with professionals who have the expertise to meet these needs, like our social workers do. So one question that we've heard is whether social work services can simply be contracted out or eliminated to help bridge this budget gap. That would actually make our fiscal situation worse. Our social workers more than pay for themselves. This slide looks only at mental health diversion, the area where we have the cleanest apples to apples comparison. 4 social workers and 1 supervisor cost about $749,000 annually. After accounting for about $227,000 in MA revenue that only county employees can generate, the county's net cost is about $522,000. If we contract out only mental health diversion plan writing and case management currently performed by these social workers, the estimated cost is about $569,000. That's $47,000 more than our social workers cost the county. Importantly, this comparison significantly understates the value of our social workers. It captures only mental health diversion-related services and not competency support, treatment engagement, mitigation development, housing stabilization, reentry planning, benefits advocacy, record clearance support, client stabilization, and the many other services that our social workers provide so that our attorneys and legal teams can provide effective representation. The next section explains how we're trying to reinforce the levy rather than dismantle it in an exceptionally difficult fiscal year. These budget changes are intended to avoid layoffs and furloughs while maintaining effective public defense. This slide lists the major changes in our budget for the primary public defense office. This doesn't include the alternate defense office that's being proposed. That will happen at the next slide. A new data point here is that savings related to buying our building at May Avenue is offset by growing GSD and charges. The slide also shows how much of our increased expenses are related to negotiated benefits and salary increases. This slide shows the major budget changes that go along with creating an alternate public defender's office, including 8 new full-time employees starting on October 1st, 2026, and related service and supply costs. We expect our social worker at the new office to recoup about $26,000 through MA. The cost of the conflicts firm goes down because we'll have only 3 months left. Cost of the criminal defense conflicts panel goes up because fees and costs are rising across the system. Here's a summary of the major budget changes, most of which we've already discussed. In summary, revenue is going down and expenses are going up. We need an increase in our general fund contribution, even with the significant restructuring and cost-saving measures we've proposed. There is a small portion of our budget dedicated to capital investment. We have one project costing about $500,000. It doesn't require a general fund contribution. The cost was included in the purchase of our facilities at May Avenue. Finally, I'd like to briefly discuss the state and federal developments that are affecting our workload, our clients, and our budget, as well as just a few of the many accomplishments that reflect how this dedicated team of defenders meets these challenges every day in our courtrooms, our jail, and our community. Many of the pressures that are increasing our workload are driven by state and federal decisions made without corresponding investment into public defense. Our immigration workload doubled last year, and it's expected to continue increasing due to aggressive enforcement activity. Potential reductions to Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and other safety net programs are likely to increase the instability tied to poverty, untreated mental illness, and substance use disorders, conditions that increase criminal legal system involvement. And at the same time, benefits advocacy requirements tied to CalAIM continue to expand while staffing capacity decreases. At the state level, our department continues to absorb expanding mandates without any corresponding funding. Aggressive prosecution under Prop 36 has contributed to a significant increase in felony filings, requiring substantially more attorney time and litigation resources. SB 43 is expected to increase conservatorship litigation involving individuals with severe substance use disorders. And these are highly intensive cases involving major liberty interests. At the same time, expiration of the Public Defense Pilot Grant leaves critical post-conviction relief work as another unfunded mandate. Common thread is straightforward: workloads increase, resources shrink. This slide highlights how quickly the nature of public defense work is changing. It's not simply an increase in case numbers, it's an increase in complexity, intensity, and the amount of interdisciplinary work required to achieve stable outcomes for clients in our community. Mental health diversion is just one example where over the past 3 years, our caseloads have increased dramatically, while recent collaborative court reductions have shifted more responsibility onto our defense teams to gather records, coordinate treatment information, prepare case plans, monitor client progress, and provide updates to the court. These are labor-intensive cases requiring coordination between defender attorneys, defender social workers, defender advocates, and defender investigators. We're also seeing this rapid growth in our immigration-related advocacy. Immigration consequences, more than ever, are completely intertwined with even relatively low-level criminal matters. Our clients need to understand how plea decisions, sentencing structures, and post-conviction remedies impact their ability to remain with their family, or perhaps they're being removed from this country. And finally, Prop 36, as I mentioned, it's completely reshaping our felony practice. And many of these cases involve individuals struggling with addiction, poverty, mental illness, or homelessness. And now they enter our system with a higher level felony matter with prison hanging over their head. And the only thing between them and prison is this team. Public defense is becoming more specialized, more interdisciplinary, and more resource intensive. At the same moment, we're being asked to do more with less. And this slide focuses on the very real operational consequences of creating an alternate public defender's office. It adds administrative and supervisory responsibilities, while existing infrastructure, technology, facilities, and support systems must now support 2 separate divisions. At the same time, we have those experienced positions that will remain unfunded and unfilled, and we have backfilling of some positions at lower classifications, which is going to drain expertise out of our department. These are the practical operational realities our department will navigate moving forward as we work with our community to get through a tough budget year. Budget conversations can easily focus on cuts and deficits, but behind those numbers is this work that we're doing every day for this community. We are the emergency room of the criminal legal system. You can find our teams in court, jail, and the community every single day, working with some of our most vulnerable community members in some of the most challenging moments of their lives. There are many accomplishments we could highlight. Here are just a few. Our early representation project has reduced in-custody jail time by about 8 days per client on average, helping people return to work, reconnect with family, and avoid unnecessary incarceration, while also reducing pressure on our jail system. We've expanded immigration-related advocacy and record clearance work for non-citizens facing immigration consequences, and we're supporting community partnerships to resist unfair removals. More than 60% of our clients now work with a social worker or a client advocate during their case, supporting effective representation for clients who need housing, treatment, or stabilization. And we're expanding partnerships outside government, including through the Bridge Foundation, which is a new volunteer effort formed by public defenders to assist public defenders with meeting material needs. Things like shoes, a tent, or summer camp registration for a system-involved child who otherwise wouldn't be able to go. So taken together, these accomplishments reflect a broader shift in what public defense is about. It's not a system that reacts after a crisis occurs. It doesn't have to be that way anymore. It can be a system that intervenes earlier to reduce harm, strengthen families, and improve public safety. This budget proposal is about preserving capacity during a period of extraordinary strain while recognizing that public defense is at the intersection of public health and public safety, where untreated trauma, mental illness, substance use disorders, poverty, and instability often lead to criminal legal system involvement. It's part of the county's levy system, and when it works well, we interrupt crises early. Families stay intact. People access treatment, and our communities remain more stable. When it fails, the costs appear elsewhere, in jails, emergency rooms, foster care, homelessness, litigation, fractured lives. For clients like Jake, effective public defense meant the difference between losing everything and keeping his family together. We could share thousands of similar stories. Behind every single case that we handle is a person, a family, a set of choices that this board and this community makes together, a set of choices that either disrupts a harmful cycle or allows it to continue. We're asking you to approve the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget for our office, including the listed supplemental materials. This budget is a painful compromise. It is a compromise that aims to preserve a public defense system that is strong enough to hold as pressure rises, one that can intervene early, reduce harm, and stabilize people. Every single unnecessary incarceration avoided, every family preserved, and every person redirected towards stability and treatment advances equity, improves public safety, and strengthens our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm mindful of time. It's 4 o'clock, and I'm wondering if my colleagues would be open for us to go to public comment before we do board questions. Okay, so if you are here to speak, can I ask you to raise your hand so I can get a sense of how many people? And how many people are on the phone?
Hold on, people are still raising their hands. We have approximately 15 speakers online.
Okay, so we have a couple of options. And I would love to hear as many voices as possible. So I'm gonna make the difficult choice to set the public comment period for 1 minute each. And so that will allow us to hear more people. My other option would be 2 minutes each, but cutting it off at an hour. So I'm making that choice with the hope that we can hear as many voices as possible. And I hope you understand the flexibility. I really want to hear from folks. So with that, we're also gonna do back and forth, 1 minute each in public and then 1 minute each here on the phone. Yeah, one, yeah. So feel free to join a line. And I know many of you prepared comments. My apologies that you're gonna have to sort of shorten them. But I really do want to hear as many voices as possible. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is TJ Brewer. I work for the Page firm. I have been a public defender here in Santa Cruz County for roughly 8 years now. Hello? Yeah. A lot of what we've heard today used to be done by the attorneys. When we had holistic defense, it's kind of a new term, but it's been around for years. Anybody who's been doing this job and caring about this job and caring about helping the people has been practicing holistically their entire career. Anybody who's tried, any attorney who's sat there on the phone, calling social workers, calling programs, has done the work holistically that is needed to be done. And for years, we were the ones who did it, and we were the ones who made it happen. And that's not impossible to go back to that. Having social workers is a luxury, but what Gideon promised was an attorney. He promised was promised effective representation by an attorney in court.
Thank you.
Leslie, your microphone's now available.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5. I see what you mean, your question was.
Never mind, Leslie, please hold.
Thank you. We're gonna do 5 and then 5. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Christopher Davis, and I serve as case manager and certified Housing for Health connector with Page and Dudley. I'm here today not to make a political argument, but to speak from what I witness every week, standing alongside of our county's most vulnerable residents in court. As this discussion moves toward a decision, I hope we continue to center the human impact. Every week I work with people trying to secure housing, engage in treatment, maintain employment, reunite with family, and rebuild their lives while navigating the criminal legal system. What I've learned is this: trust, continuity, and stability matter. They are often the difference between someone moving forward and someone falling deeper into crisis. Whatever decision is ultimately made, I urge the board to prioritize continuity of care, continuity of representation, and the relationships that have been built with clients who are often skeptical of systems and support services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Willis. I'm the Senior Analyst for the Public Defender's Office. I'm also a voting resident of District 1. Earlier today, you heard about Jake, a father whose children were at risk for foster placement. In a scenario where Jake didn't receive early representation and holistic defense, he would have lost his children, even if it was just for 1 week or 2 weeks. That would have cost the county an additional $2,000. His extra 5 to 8 days in jail would have cost the county an additional $2,000. There's so many studies on the effects of incarceration, incarcerated parents, and the effects on the children. I won't go into that. But the holistic defense approach at the Public Defender's Office is the only defense unit that takes the whole person approach in Santa Cruz and is helping to break these ongoing patterns. Incarceration generates a larger cost to the whole community, and we're just now starting to see the downstream results of this. It would be a tragedy to interrupt this process.
Good afternoon, Valerie Thompson. I'm the Assistant Chief of Probation. We partner with the Public Defender's Office to support the same clients. It is imperative that we recognize the collective impact approach. No one person can do everything. No one department can do everything. So we do this work together. For us, the social workers are a critical piece of the success of being able to sustain our clients in the community, connect them to the services and the resources that they need, afford them the opportunity to be able to participate in and contribute to their own defense. We know that when we think about equitable opportunities and access to services, sometimes this starts at the very beginning of their contact with the justice system. When the social workers can connect with these clients and support their connections to services, it supports our department and our ability to assess next steps, to provide adequate supervision, and even determine supervision levels. These partnerships are important, and we hope you will support their budget. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Schumacher, and I'm an attorney at the Page Firm. Everyone at the Page Firm is highly experienced. I have nearly 14 years as a public defender, and I'm the newest person there. And because we're not county employees, we receive lower salaries without annual step increases or CalPERS benefits. But in exchange for the lower salary, we can employ a greater number of attorneys, which means more reasonable caseloads, greater employee retention, and better quality representation. The county's proposal would serve the same number of Page Firm clients with half the number of attorneys who are less experienced and paid more. Additionally, taking APD staff from the main PD office will cause both offices to be understaffed, kicking off yet another round of employee turnover. This will increase costs to the personnel department, the courts as cases are continued longer, the sheriff as clients are incarcerated longer, and the conflicts administrator as the public defender has implied that they intend to start declaring conflicts on the basis of IAC, ineffective assistance of counsel, if their caseloads become too high. No one in the courts wants this.
Thank you. That was 5. So as the clerk brings up the first virtual caller, I just want to again extend my gratitude for your willingness to go down to 1 minute. You guys are doing a wonderful job, and I hate doing it, but I really, really appreciate how you're doing so far.
Leslie, your microphone is now available. Leslie, we're not able to hear you. If you would please accept the unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. My name's Leslie Potenzo. I live in District 1. As a county, we talk about the critical importance of equity and culturally responsive services, to name just a few, because we know that how we do something makes a huge difference in outcomes and the quality of life for all people. I support a commitment to building these values into our programs and practices.
Leslie seems to have disconnected somehow. One moment. Let me try to recover her. Leslie, are you able to reconnect?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you. We talk about the decriminalization of people with mental illness, substance use disorders, homelessness, trauma, and poverty, because we know that incarceration is a detrimental and failed response to these conditions. It is also the most costly approach to public health and safety by far. Healthy communities depend on prevention and addressing root causes. The programs and practices that the Public Defender's Office have in place are a more sane, potentially transformative and effective response to these public health conditions. For that and other reasons, I support the county in making a commitment to grow the Public Defender's Office budget to increase these successful programs and services as soon as possible. Please prioritize proven approaches to public safety and public health over old carceral paradigms that are wasteful, toxic, harmful, and violent, and perpetuate the very conditions we are wanting to heal and transform. Thank you.
Marianne, your microphone is now available.
I'm Marianne Reberg. I'm a retired licensed clinical social worker from the county, and I'm currently a member of the board of directors of the Santa Cruz Alternative Public Defender's Office, AKA Mitchell Page's firm. I joined the board last year after Mitchell reached out to me and asked me to join their team to further strengthen their holistic defense efforts. An interdisciplinary model, which I wholeheartedly support, and therefore an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm very concerned about the financial implications of creating an entirely new county office at a time when local government resources, as we've heard today, are under unprecedented pressure. Establishing a new office inevitably involves administrative, personnel, and operational costs that often exceed projections. Before dismantling a model that has served Santa Cruz County well for decades, and may I add, this is not just my opinion, but the sentiment expressed by current and retired judges, along with numerous other key stakeholders in our community. The public deserves clear evidence that the proposed alternative will provide better services at a reduced cost.
Call-in user 634, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Jeffrey Arlt, Secretary of the Santa Cruz County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Thank you all for your dedication and service to our community. I'm speaking in support of the proposed budget for the Public Defender's Office and the alternate Public Defender's Office. I want to thank you again for your dedication and service.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yes, good evening, Chair, Board. I'm here to support the vision that Chief Heather Rogers has. Holistic defense, when I was involved in the carceral system going through it did not exist. So I'm torn here because I just heard Sarah Schumacher speak and she represented me during that time among others, right? And what I see here is that the county is allowing, the CAO is allowing for pit defender against defender. So I had a whole speech, but I'm just gonna ask the board to do what it can to ensure that the vision that this new department, that this chief, right, has is fully supported, and find extra ways to, I don't know, just this is the first line of defense of people that are struggling, so make something happen.
Housing Santa Cruz County, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisor. My name is Elaine Johnson, Executive Director of Housing Santa Cruz County. I'm here to express my support for preserving the public defender's holistic defense model and for the proposed restructuring option that would maintain these critical services while avoiding significant layoffs. In my work, I see how deeply interconnected housing instability, homelessness, poverty, mental health challenges, substance use disorder, and involvement with the justice system can be. These issues do not exist in isolation, and neither should the solution. The Public Defender's Office has built an interdisciplinary team that recognizes this reality. Social workers and client advocates are not ancillary to the work, they are essential. They help clients navigate complex systems. As a housing leader, I know that housing stability is often the foundation upon which recovery can come. At a time when Santa Cruz County is working to prevent and end homelessness and improve health outcomes, I encourage you to support the proposed restructuring option and maintain a holistic defense model that has become such an important asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the in-person speaker for 5 speakers.
Good afternoon. The proposed ADO plan is bad for our taxpayers and it's bad for our most vulnerable members of our community. My name is Jordan Davis. I was a public defender for almost a decade, both under BCM and under Heather Rogers' PDO office. Deputy Koenig kicked off a conversation about maintaining core needs and not looking at the extras. Fact of the matter is that Gideon requires a constitutional mandate of competent legal defense, and that cannot be delivered under the proposed plan. They're proposing to do the job of 9 attorneys with 5 and do the public defender job with 4 less attorneys. The Public Defender's Office is currently under the weight of untenable caseloads and hemorrhaging attorneys. I was one of those. This will be made doubly bad with hiring freezes. We need to deliver the constitutionally mandated competent defense above all else. Thank you.
Nice to see you again. As you know, my name is Emily Fontana. Not only am I an organizer with SEIU 521, but I was also born and raised in Santa Cruz County. I'm raising my own 2 children here. But as an organizer, I represent the bulk of the county workers here, as well as court workers. I represent sheriff's workers. I represent public defenders and social workers. I lived in every district of this county during my 38 years, and I've seen how the effects of community services, how it suffers when access to services are cut. And as a former court worker myself, I can attest firsthand that justice without access isn't justice at all. Today, I really hope that the board supports the efforts of the Public Defender's Office, because what a dream it is to be able to have management and labor work together to solve the issues rather than against each other. Thank you. And then please listen to my social workers as they come and speak as well. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm a paralegal with the Public Defender's Office. I want to talk about my role assisting in post-conviction relief. We do a lot of work helping non-citizen clients. These cases really stand out to me because we've had private law firms reach out to us when they can't help clients with vacatures. We've had Community Action Board and other nonprofits also reach out to us. This work is really important, especially as we're facing today's immigration client, where post-convictions can have severe consequences. This can mean separating family members. This can also mean even far worse things for families. The collateral consequences and post-conviction units serve some of the county's most vulnerable residents. It is vital that we continue to provide these holistic services. They're not extra, especially at the Watsonville location. Thank you for your time and your support for our office and defenders.
Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Nathanson, and I'm a social worker at the Santa Cruz County Public Defender's Office. I've worked at the Public Defender's Office for the past 4 years as a Partners for Justice client advocate and now as defense social worker. Many of the clients we serve are navigating challenges related to mental health, substance use, housing instability, poverty, trauma, and involvement with multiple public systems. I help identify their needs, connect them with community resources, create treatment plans, connect with treatment services, develop release and diversion plans, as well as prepare pretrial mitigation. Through my work, I have built meaningful relationships with local providers and treatment programs, as well as housing organizations and community partners. Those relationships are invaluable in helping our clients access support and overcoming barriers. The work we do as social workers is deeply connected to the legal advocacy provided by our office, and it is through this team-based approach that we are able to provide the strongest representation possible. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Yesenia. I'm born and raised in Santa Cruz. I am currently a social worker at the Public Defender's Office, and I am one of the first 2 social workers hired in this office and have been a part of the team since our first director of holistic defense joined in September 2022. The holistic defense model is built on the understanding that legal problems rarely exist in isolation. As defense social workers, we bridge legal advocacy and the life circumstances that influence case outcomes. We conduct psychosocial assessments, review medical, mental health, educational, child welfare, and institutional records, identifying mitigating factors and develop individualized plans that support diversion, treatment, alternative sentencing, and long-term stability. We prepare mitigation reports that provide critical context to the courts and prosecutors, help stabilize clients in crisis, connect them to essential services, and coordinate communication among courts, treatment providers, correctional facilities, community organizations, families, and defense team. Eliminating this role will not simply reduce supportive services, it would weaken the holistic defense model by removing social workers who assess, document, and address life circumstances. Thank you.
We'll now begin the next 5 virtual callers.
PDO 090, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Max Hare. Firstly, I'm the Vice President of the Santa Cruz County Government Attorneys Association. And in that role, I want to say that we oppose any and all layoffs, either for the District Attorney's Office or Public Defense. Also, I'm an attorney with the Santa Cruz County Public Defender's Office, and as part of this office, I represent clients charged with felonies who can't afford an attorney. And what representation means for our office is something I think special. Some of my clients get diagnosed with mental health disorders and receive treatment for the first time in their lives. Some former clients are now sponsors for others struggling with alcohol and drug addiction. I've had clients turn their lives around and operate their own businesses, and clients reunite with children who were taken away from them in infancy. These stories leave me with more pride than any not guilty verdict could, but social workers are the basis of what my office does and necessary for these sorts of outcomes. Thank you.
Tim, your microphone is now available.
Excellent. I'm Tim Fitzmaurice. I'm a teacher at UCSC and a teacher at Salinas Valley State Prison and a former mayor of Santa Cruz and all that kind of thing. So I don't envy you your task at all. And I think the Public Defender's Office is to be respected. But I think the alternative Public Defender Office brings experience that's necessary to the work that has to be done with people that I meet later on in jail and in other places. So I hope that you'll support the Alternative Public Defender's Office. And I think it's all about experience. It's what matters. And it matters more than it matters more now than ever because of ICE and other issues that are in the mix. So thank you so much and good luck.
Enkin, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Inkchin Papuyan. I'm a paralegal with the Santa Cruz County Public Defender's Office. I currently work in the Collateral Consequences Unit, also known as the Clean Slate Program, where we assist individuals seeking post-conviction relief and record clearance. Through expungement and other forms of record relief, members of our community are able to access employment opportunities, pursue state-issued professional licensures, secure housing, and achieve greater financial and personal stability. These opportunities are often critical to helping individuals fully reintegrate into society and become productive and contributing members of our community. Post-conviction relief services reduce the likelihood of future involvement within the criminal justice system and provide meaningful second chances. They strengthen our families, improve public safety, and contribute to a healthier and more equitable community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Monarch, your microphone is now available.
My name is Sarah Macy. I live in District 1. I urge you to vote against terminating the contract with the Page Law Firm. As the owner of an organization that serves developmentally disabled adults, I've learned that successful outcomes often depend on having someone who knows the person, the system, and has the time to help. I've also seen firsthand how high caseloads can cause people to fall through the cracks, even in systems staffed by dedicated professionals. The attorneys at the Page Law Firm have spent decades providing holistic support, building expertise, and institutional knowledge that simply cannot be recreated. I'm especially concerned about the future of specialized juvenile defense services. Young people need more than legal representation. They need advocates who can connect them to support systems that can change the trajectory of their lives. My understanding is that this is exactly the kind of work the Page Law Firm has been doing for close to 40 years. Thank you.
Louisa, your microphone is now available.
Yes, the public defender and Page and Dudley are both doing essential work that is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. And as we heard today, the holistic defense model is really essential for breaking cycles of recidivism, which has tremendous impacts leading to greater public safety, greater individual, family, and community well-being, and also saves money actually by averting all those expensive downstream crises in other departments. So cutting funding to the public defense is actually a false economy. It increases costs elsewhere and creates more harm. What I'd like you to do is take a look at the sheriff and DA budgets because they were already larger and they increased more. So I wonder why that is and if we could distribute more equitably.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mara Hickey. I'm the Chief Investigator at the Public Defender's Office, and I've been proud to lead a dedicated team of investigators there for the past year. When I joined the Public Defender, it was because of the holistic defense model pioneered here in Santa Cruz by Heather. My background and training are in holistic defense, a perspective I learned to appreciate studying social psychology at UC Santa Cruz 30 years ago. This model, what we practice at the Public Defender, it was once novel. Now it's the standard that public defense offices nationwide strive to embody. It's not because it's easy. It's because it works. It works for community safety and stability. It works for just outcomes for the accused, and it works for fiscally responsible governments. I hope that you can approve this budget. It will be hard, but we are ready to do it. We're doing it for the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayla Husic, and I'm a Deputy Public Defender.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit more? Thanks.
I'm the office's immigration and probate lawyer, and a few months ago, you gave me an award for my work. I quit private practice and took a pay cut. That's how much I believed in Heather's vision for our community, and I still believe in it today more than ever. When immigration enforcement pressures are increasing nationwide, and when a significant portion of our community's residents live in immigrant and mixed status families, public defense is not optional. It is essential because criminal court outcomes don't just determine jail time. They determine deportation, family separation, loss of employment, loss of housing. The true cost of underfunding public defense is paid through wrongful outcomes and families and communities left to deal with the consequences. I don't have time to present my example, but luckily yesterday I wrote you a 4-page single-spaced letter, which I hope you read. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Alan. I am with the Santa Cruz County Public Defender's Office. I'm currently the Assistant Felony Supervisor. The specific examples are just too numerous to delineate here, but in general, I've personally observed our holistic team through mental health diversion, through mitigation, and I've observed them essentially empower our clients to keep their jobs. to stay with their own families, and in some cases to keep their housing. If it weren't for that core group of individuals, many of these people would have lengthy county jail sentences, lengthy state prison terms, would come out potentially unhoused, unemployed, and separated from their families. And we just can't have that.
Hi, hello board. My name is Pavan Talani. I'm a new misdemeanor attorney for the Public Defender's Office, and also a lifelong, I guess, public interest lawyer as well. I've been in the past working at nonprofits, and I understand the strain from social work and things like that. And I want to give a big emphasis to understanding that public defense work is one of the biggest barriers to stopping the strain on an already strained social services net, safety net in this county. And I just want to emphasize that. I've witnessed firsthand how strained this office is in terms of budget and in terms of its capacity. Isla, who you just heard from she spoke, she is our only immigration attorney in our office, and that's not by choice. That's by the constraints that we have at this office. And I just want to put an emphasis on that in regards to all the sorts of consequences that our clients face. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Cox. I work at the Page firm. I'm one of the 10 attorneys that will be laid off if the board votes to adopt this proposal. I have been working in public defense my entire career. I've been working in Santa Cruz County in public defense as an alternate public defender for the last 10 years. Before that, I worked for a county office in the Central Valley as a deputy public defender. I know myself and all my colleagues care very deeply about our clients and about justice. I applaud all the people that came to speak this morning. A lot of them are people that I work with every day in social services, and I wholeheartedly agree that maintaining a holistic defense and recognizing clients, all the circumstances of their life is very important, and we do that every day. I believe that is inconsistent with the proposal that's being offered to reduce the number of attorneys from 9 to 4.
Thank you. Please hold it. Sorry, we're going to call the next 5. I should have been more clear about that.
Kathy, your microphone's now available.
Hello, this is Kathy Lassigan from Aptos. I'm a volunteer with the Neighborhood Justice Program. That's one of the things I volunteer with. I want to wholeheartedly support the public defense holistic model, and I want it to be fully funded at full capacity, including the social workers, the client advocates, and reasonable caseloads. It's a choice to ask the Public Defender's Office to reduce capacity. I won't be here tomorrow for those department presentations, but I'd like to know how much they were asked to bear the brunt of the department of these cuts. There's other ways to try to reduce people from being involved in the criminal justice system, and we should look at those as well, including asking the district attorney's office to use better discretion when prosecuting Prop 36 possible offenses. Thank you, and please consider fully funding at complete capacity the Public Defender's Office. Thank you.
Rachel, your microphone is now available.
My name is Rachel Kaufman. I'm a 30-year Santa Cruz resident in District 5. I want to express my strong opposition to terminating the Page Firm alternate defender contract. I am deeply concerned that ending this contract and creating a new department will significantly impact the quality of legal representation available to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Increasing the caseloads of already overworked attorneys will inevitably reduce the time and attention given to individuals who cannot afford private counsel. I'm particularly concerned about the impact this decision will have on youth in our community. Quality defense can make the difference between a young person becoming trapped in the criminal justice system or finding a path towards stability employment, and success. In my work, I've created volunteer opportunities for youth seeking community service hours and specifically supported youth referred by attorneys from the Page Firm office. These attorneys are true champions for their clients in our community and take a holistic viewpoint. It is vitally important that young people receive strong legal representation and individualized attention to their cases. Thank you.
KH, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. This is Catherine Hedges from Live Oak. I'm a member of SURGE. And I agree with the previous speakers that we need to preserve the holistic defense system. We need to have a system that continues to rehabilitate people and divert people instead of just throwing people in the carceral system, which runs up costs. I'm pretty sure part of why our crime rates are going down is the success of programs like this, as well as providing other community supports. A thriving community is a safer community, and we shouldn't be cutting back and increasing caseloads, and all of that is just going to lead to higher carceral costs. And it seems like the carceral system is getting more, is getting proportionally more funding increase than the other departments who should not be sacrificed to fund the jails. Thank you very much.
Qualum, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. My name is Kaleem Cromer. I wish to comment today in support of the Public Defender's proposed budget. I own an immigration legal practice in District 2 and previously served as the Immigration Legal Director at Catholic Charities for the Diocese of Monterey. I represent members of our community in deportation proceedings. I'm familiar with the PDO's holistic model because my clients have benefited from it. The majority of my clients are in deportation proceedings. This work has given me a clear understanding of what terms like at-risk and vulnerable actually mean in practice. Every day, I see these people, what they're vulnerable to and at risk for. So proper staffing is essential to achieve any meaningful outcome. When an attorney sees a need and knows the support exists but cannot provide it, that the stress of the service gap then transfers to the attorney. The result is burnout, and these are losses the community cannot afford. Thank you.
Jilly, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jilly. I'm a Partners for Justice client advocate at the Santa Cruz Public Defender's Office, and I'm here to emphasize the importance of holistic defense. As it has already been said, clients who are involved in the criminal legal system often face complex challenges that attempt to cycle them through the system without actually addressing the root causes of their incarceration, such as mental health, substance use, housing, etc. Client advocates and social workers connect with clients every single day to help them get into treatment, services, and navigate systemic barriers. Through our early representation process, I'm one of the first people that they meet with as part of the defense team, and I play a critical role in identifying immediate needs and building client trust. This work is extremely important to ensuring that they are receiving the attention and support that they need. Early representation allows our team to present meaningful alternatives to incarceration. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Nikki Pennebaker. I'm a real person, and I've worked for Mitchell Page for over 25 years. We've been practicing holistic defense since 1978. This is not revolutionary. We've always connected our clients with whatever services they might have needed regarding mental health or SUD in Santa Cruz and in other counties. We know that the Sixth Amendment requires effective assistance of counsel, and we choose to accept less pay than county employees because we want to have the time to do an effective job for our clients. We need to review police reports. We need to watch hours of body cameras, negotiate with DAs and judges. All this takes time, and 4 attorneys cannot do the job of 9. That is, this is going to be a disaster for our court system. It's going to slow down justice for everyone. It's going to cost the taxpayers more money, and I urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
My name is Mike Dudley. I'm an attorney with Page & Dudley. I've been a criminal defense attorney for over 20 years. There's no version of this proposal that results in savings. What it produces is delay, higher caseloads, longer jail stays, heavier court calendars, increased pressure on an already strained public defender's office. Those costs don't just disappear. They simply are shifted to other parts of the budget. We're a small business that's contracted with Santa Cruz for 47 years. We have 200 years of combined legal experience. During my time at the office, we've lost all of 3 attorneys, all due to retirement. Most importantly, we're in the final stage of transitioning to a nonprofit to address accountability and transparency. I respectfully ask you to maintain the continuity and stability of Page & Dudley by preserving our contract and continuing partnering with us as we complete our transition to become California's first nonprofit alternate defender's office. Thank you.
Good afternoon now. My name is Gregory Lepore. I'm a licensed private investigator. I have been a Santa Cruz County resident for 40 years now, District 3. I've operated a private investigation firm working out of Mitchell Page's office for 35 years now. I have 2 bilingual bicultural investigators on my staff, including one who I was fortunate enough to hire recently after she left the public defender's office because of intolerable working conditions. Over the many years that I've been working with the Page firm, I've found the attorneys to be earnest, skilled, and dedicated to representing indigent defendants in Santa Cruz County. All of the talk about the holistic approach that I've heard earlier today, that you've heard earlier today, I just want to say what they said, because that's what's been the kind of work that's been done by this office, Page's office, for 35 years. So, thank you.
I'm going to ask that you please refrain from clapping. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Tarrin. I'm an attorney for over 45 years in Santa Cruz County. My practices include representing the poor and the unhoused in areas of income insecurity, housing, and healthcare. I'm asking that the contract of Page & Dudley be retained. I have worked with this firm since its inception. Over the years, families that I've represented have had members being arrested and jailed pending trial. My interactions with this Page firm over the years, when they are also representing these members in criminal court, these families are devastated, as we all know, through loss of income and loss of housing. The Page & Dudley firm has consistently over the years been familiar with the issues of housing insecurity, financial insecurity, behavioral health care issues, and substance abuse issues. I cannot overemphasize their work with those with mental health problems. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Marie Angel, and I work for Page & Dudley, formerly Page & Dudley, now the Page firm. We are colleagues. We work together. The Public Defender's Office and our office has worked together for the 10 years that I've been working in Santa Cruz County. This whole conversation today is troubling for me because they're our colleagues, they are our friends, and I hope that they will continue to be. But that's not your issue today. Your issue today is your budget. And the question that you have to ask yourselves is this: will the new proposal, budget proposal, I'll say this side, but I think it's both sides, will the new budget proposal save you money, save this county money so that they can put it back into First Harvest Food Bank and everywhere else? And the answer to that is absolutely not. If you look at the numbers and you look at them well, and not all the pieces of information that keep coming in and changing, you will see that you will not save money. And if you do not save money, then why are you destroying Paige Dudley, which you have heard is perfect?
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Rorty. I'm an attorney here in town. I serve on the conflicts panel taking homicides and serious felonies through county council. I'm familiar with all the actors who've spoken this afternoon. They are my wonderful colleagues with the public defender and Paige Dudley. My association and admiration for them leads me to recommend that you do not now take the extraordinary step of an early termination of an existing contract, but instead defer this discussion, this very important public budget discussion, until next year when the very thoughtful proposal of the public defender to create an alternate defender can be compared and contrasted with other proposals, including an extension of the Paige Dudley firm and any other proponents of an alternate firm who may come forward. The early termination, allowing only 4 months for a very significant shift in the provision of criminal defense indigent services in this county, is premature, and the board should step back and allow consideration of cuts to other agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to our virtual callers. Thanks.
Joanna, your microphone is now available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Joanna and I work as a paralegal in the Public Defender's Office of Santa Cruz. A large part of my work is done in our collateral consequences and reentry unit, where we help eligible clients clear their criminal records to remove obstacles to employment, housing, and citizenship opportunities. We also work on resentencing motions and vacatures for immigration. This work is incredibly impactful and has helped thousands of Santa Cruz residents re-enter society successfully after encountering the criminal justice system. No matter what path our clients have walked, they all share a common goal, and that is to reshape their lives so they can positively contribute to the community of Santa Cruz. Without the essential service our unit provides, the community of Santa Cruz will suffer. People who have turned to us to help move their lives forward may lose their employment, housing, citizenship, and opportunities that they are more than qualified for. As public servants, we have a duty to protect our residents and foster an environment that promotes rehabilitation, growth, and stability. Our services not only open doors, but they also provide guidance and ensure our clients remain on their path of betterment and reduce their.
Call-in user 611, your microphone is now available.
Hello, my name is Edward Wiley. I am the IT lead for the Public Defender Office, and I've worked with them for the last 2.5 years. I don't understand the complexities of making a county budget, and I don't understand the complexities of navigating the legal system. But what I do know is that 4 years ago, the county made a promise to its community to bring in the most effective and innovative public defense under the county umbrella, under the direction of Heather Rogers, and they've done an extraordinary job. Any diminishment of the holistic services or the public defender office would do a disservice to our community. I'd like to ask the county to consider funding the public defender office at its current level for the next year, funding the Paige and Dudley contract at its current level, and put together a working group so that this year they can spend time coming up with a more workable solution.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. We'll now continue with the rest of the people in the room who'd like to speak.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Lippert. I have been a public defender for over 30 years, 20 of those in Santa Cruz County. Through my career, I've handled every type of criminal case that has come before the courts, and I have helped our clients navigate a system that is often very overwhelming and unforgiving for them. And I'm always trying to be mindful of taking the person and making sure that I am representing the whole person. It is not difficult. It is not easy, but it is difficult. And having the social workers and our holistic advocates available to us is very helpful. Currently, I am in charge of our collateral consequences and reentry unit that helps clear up public past record, criminal records. And my unit is very successful. We have filed over 800 record clearance motions a year. and we have a 95% success rate. And this work is very impactful. Our clients' records, they get jobs, they get housing, they get education, they get dignity. They are our neighbors, they are our coworkers, they are our writing buddies, they are people that we want to support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catalina Huang. I'm a public defender at the Public Defender's Office. I'm also a resident of District 2. I wanted to let the board know how much social work helps. They're essential to my work. My colleagues will let you know that we've seen very heartbreaking stories. We've seen stories of redemption, of change, and it's not possible without our social workers. However, I would also like to let you know that I have come to respect my colleagues at the Page firm as well, and I'd like to leave you with some words by Brian Stevenson. He says that each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. The opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is justice. And I hope that you consider these words when you make your proposal today with the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Olga Torres, and I have been an employee of the Page firm for almost 30 years. Page & Dudley has provided conflict defense services to this county for more than 40 years, with professionalism, dedication, and commitment to those we represent. In that time, the firm has handled thousands of cases, served countless clients, and worked closely with the courts, county agencies, and our community. For many of us, Page & Dudley is more than a workplace. It's a family. I began working at the firm before my son and daughter were born. Through this job, I was able to put them through college, and today they are part of our team, carrying forward the same commitment to public services. Their journey reflects the environment built at Page & Dudley and rooted in loyalty, mentorship, opportunity, and mutual respect. Thank you for your time.
Good late afternoon. My name is Mitchell Page, and I would like a little more than 1 minute if we can have that. No? Okay. Well, then I'll be as brief as I can. Getting rid of all this experience is a major tragedy. People with these kinds of skills will make much more money doing insurance defense, malpractice cases, working for OSHA, one person here. Losing that talent is a tragedy, and that's what you're destroying. We have those hundreds of years that were spoken of. There has been no one here saying we've done anything less than a sterling job. They wouldn't dare, because that's the case. It has not been the case for 47 years, as lots of my employees say. They haven't been around. It was a cheap contract early. My clients were routinely dumped upon. Things have changed much for the better. We are thrilled, and we do that work. And if you would indulge me in a few more seconds about one particular example, not a client, but we've had all these examples, heart-rending examples. We're on board with all that. Save lives, help people. The one example I want to bring up,
Thank
it'll
you,
take
sir.
about...
Thank you.
No, not 10
Thank you.
seconds more.
Thank you. I'm providing everybody with the equal amount of time. We've had plenty of people speak on behalf of your
I'm
firm.
sorry.
Thank you.
I would have thought equal time in this situation would be as much as Ms. Rogers got.
Welcome.
My name is Elizabeth Bird. I'm a social worker and the director of holistic defense for the Public Defender's Office. I was born at Dominican Hospital, raised in Live Oak, and I'm a proud Harbor Pirate. This is my home. My father owned Randy's Auto Repair on 17th and Bromer for 25 years. And when some people tagged his shop, he went to the court and asked the court to let them paint a mural instead of a more punitive approach. They did that, and the tagging stopped. That was my introduction to diversion and the power of accountability paired with opportunity. This taught me what this community values, and that is people. As a lifelong public servant, it is the honor of my career to lead and support this team. Our defense social workers support our community every day by connecting people to treatment, shelter beds, and helping families navigate crises. They address practical barriers like transportation and medical care. Our timely representation reduces jail beds for an average of 8 nights per client. This last quarter, we saved $515,000 in incarceration costs and $1.75 million over this last fiscal year. The savings far outweigh the cost, and the human impact is even greater. Defense social workers are foundational to public defense.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Hannah Taylor. I'm a felony attorney with the Public Defender's Office. Alongside that, and while I don't speak for these organizations right now, I'm also the current co-chair of the Justice and Gender Commission, and I have sat on 2 different judicial commissions over the last 12 months. Prior to joining the Public Defender's Office 2.5 years ago, I worked for myself. I had a law firm in Santa Clara County where I provided conflict services for Santa Clara County. I was one of about 70 attorneys that did that. And I had so many clients that would come to me and say, well, can we try this? Can't we do this? And unfortunately, I had to tell them, no, I don't have a way of doing that for you. I can't find that for you. I sat in this room today and I wrote a mental health diversion motion for somebody, and it was filed today. And that was based on a case plan that Lillian Nathanson wrote. I don't have to tell my clients no anymore. Please don't make me tell them no again. Please support the budget as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone further in the room who'd like to speak? Welcome.
I wasn't going to say anything, but my name is Abby Leeser. I'm a new misdemeanor attorney at the Public Defender's Office. I've been there for 6 months. I have 170 cases. It would be a tragedy to lose anyone in this room. Thank you.
If anybody else would like to speak, please form a line behind him. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Rice. I was a criminal defense lawyer for 45 years. I started as a public defender in Santa Clara County, and then I was a public defender here for 3 more years. I've been all over the state of California, and I've been around the country in various places and seen how public defender offices work. And I came here because I wanted to be sort of a person that knows what that stuff could look like and how terrible it is in most places, and how much I respect what's happening in our public defender's office. When Heather Rogers came here, she already had a great reputation, and then I was the chair for the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. She joined us. She's a fantastic, and if you have a strong, not only brilliant leader, but someone that inspires you, you can fight. And I had 60, 70 jury trials because I had that as a youth. Thank you.
All right. This is the last chance to jump up.
Hi, my name is Ariana Alejandre. I'm a public defender, and I've been a public defender for over a decade. I represent people at all stages of their criminal case, and public defense extends beyond the courtroom. I prepared a speech, but I know I don't have time for all of it. But as a public defender, I represent clients who have various issues, substance use, mental health, that are unhoused. In order to be an effective public defender, I rely on a team. It's a collaborative effort. I'm fortunate that we have social workers, investigators, an immigration attorney that I can rely on to help me effectively represent a client. I represented an elderly man who was unhoused, had medical issues, and was a legal permanent resident. With the help of our holistic team, our immigration attorney, I was able to help preserve his green card. We were able to get him housing, and we were able to get him medical support. He left the jail being housed, and that would be not be possible without our holistic team. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will now close the public comment period. Thank you to every person who took a moment, 1 minute exactly, to come speak to us, and thank you for your flexibility. I'm going to return to the board for questions, and I want to remind the board that if you have questions on this proposal, of course, we have our public defender here, our CEO's office, and we do have Mr. Page here who could answer questions regarding the contract if those are appropriate. So with that, I'll turn it to the board to see who may want to start. Go ahead, Supervisor Cummings.
So yeah, I know, thank you. Thank you. I don't really have many questions. I have mostly comments. And I just want to express my appreciation for our Public Defender's Office and for the Page and Dudley firm, and for all the attorneys and folks who have dedicated their lives in service and have sacrificed a lot to do the work that not only is required for us by law, but it's what the people in our community need and deserve. I do want to start by saying again, I mentioned this last time, I think that when proposals for these kinds of major changes are going to come to the board, that we have some kind of conversation early on. Looking through the materials, I know that there was some direction that was given back in 2022. I'd say the majority of us, like 4 of us, weren't on the board at that time to know what was happening in terms of conversations around potential transitions of the Page firm to the county. And so I just think it's really critical that for something that's going to have a major impact on our community, that we're having ongoing conversations to understand what's happening and to kind of let the community know where we're at, so that when we get to this moment, we don't have this gigantic crowd of people and they're really pulling the board putting us in a very difficult situation. And so I'm just hoping, again, that when we have these kinds of difficult conversations, we can start them earlier so that you all have a sense of where we want to go. With all that being said, I have some serious concerns about eliminating our contract with Page and Dudley at this point in time. With all the chaos that's happening in our federal government and the many years of service that they've had, I do think that it would be a mistake on our part to cancel their contract right now. That being said, I'm a strong supporter of our holistic defense. I'm a strong supporter of us having social workers. And I will say I did have an opportunity to speak with one of the public defenders who, when we had our conversation, initially they were, not so sure about what holistic defense looked like. But what turns out is that when you have social workers that are working in our public defender's office, they can take care of all the other issues that the clients need, and the attorneys can focus on the cases. And that is just extremely compelling, because there's so many needs that people have when they come into these offices, especially many of whom are low income. And the fact that there are social workers there that can help meet those needs is just fantastic. And so I just want to applaud Heather Rogers on creating this program in our county. And I also want to acknowledge that there's many people at Page and Dudley who've been doing both jobs for decades. And so I see the benefit of both of these. And I think that, just based on the budget that's presented to us right now, I will say that looking at the district attorney's budget, they're getting $28 million roughly. Public defender's office gets $20 million. So there's a very big deficit there. And earlier, when we first had our budget presentation, what we were told, I'm looking for the item, was that, we have 10.4% reserves. Of that, we have about 35 million that's discretionary. And of that, we have about 3.3 million that's currently flexible. And the gap that the public defender's office has right now is about 1.1 million. And one of the things that we said at the outset of this budget hearing is that our budget reflects our values. And I believe that while it's taking a risk, I think we should take that risk. We've done that in previous years, and some of the programs that we maintain by taking risk are still with our county today. And so I'm going to move that we maintain the Page and Dudley contract through 26-27. We add an additional 1.1 million in reserves to the public defender's office, which is option B, which would shore up their budget for the year. And then we return with a deeper analysis and continue this conversation, and having this come before the board, before mid-year budget hearings, but definitely having it come to the board at mid-year budget hearings. And I say that because after November, we'll have a better sense of where our federal government's at and which direction it's going to move in. And if there is an opportunity, and we do flip it blue, which is a very good chance that can happen, we will start to see a lot of money coming back into our counties. We may not have to get rid of this contract. We may not have to start this service at this time. But I do think that if we can make this investment right now, we'll be able to maintain the public defender services. We'll be able to maintain our contract with Page and Dudley. We won't drop below our 10% threshold with the reserves, and we can continue to figure out a path forward. Again, I think this is a good investment for us to make at this time. The $1 million we're investing is way less than the experience that we will lose and the investment that these folks have made in our community. And so that's my motion.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Further discussion?
A question. So before even the motion that suggests we add additional reserves or spend down additional reserves to support this office, the question is just, what's the plan for replacing the 1.6 million in reserves that we're spending this year? How are we going to fill that gap next year?
Yeah, we are going to have to look really hard, and I'm planning starting very early for budget development for next year. This fall, countywide, we're probably going to be looking at all of our mandated versus discretionary services and the level of service within that, so that we can start to identify where we may need to make changes to address our fiscal challenges. And so that's the public defender, and that's many other departments that's across the county that we're going to have to be looking at that and having study sessions most likely with the board about what are our priorities within all the services that we provide, because we definitely have big challenges. As you've heard, we're using significant reserves. Depending on what happens with the state budget and the federal government, we could see some improvement, but chances are we're going to be having to make very hard decisions.
Right. I don't expect that what change could we possibly see at the federal level? Even if we have a blue wave and, Democratic control of Congress, doesn't the president maintain veto power over a lot of those spending decisions?
Yeah, one thing I'll note is that the public defender lost, you heard about the PDP, I can never pronounce it. Yeah, the grant that funds our Clean Slate program, that's now a general fund program. And so the state of California for a 3-year period was investing $50 million a year into indigent defense. That is now gone. And we very much want to see the state investing more in public defender offices. They have an obligation along with us to fund indigent defense. And so we would love to see that program come back or other programs. So I think there is a possibility of that with the change in governor. So if we could bring back some of that funding or any other funding, we'll see some of that money, that delta drop.
Okay. I'm not in support of the motion. I think I'm already pretty nervous about the 1.6 million in reserves that we're spending with no clear, with nothing but our fingers crossed to be able to fix that for next year. So I think going out on a limb and going for basically $2.7 million is too much. To back up a second, yeah, I think the work that everyone in this room is doing is amazing. And it's an unfortunate situation here that we're pitting two great organizations against each other. I will say that the problem was created by a 16% increase in compensation on the county side. And so I'm not sure that it makes sense to then punish Page and Dudley, who is not seeing the same commensurate increase in salaries, by simply making them go away. I'm concerned about the significant loss of talent that would mean. And this is, back to my earlier comments when we started this, I think that the bottom line is service to the public, whether that's done by county employees or by anyone else who wants to serve the public. Looking at the savings that are proposed through the creation of this new alternative public defender office, it's about around $300,000 a year, but there's still would probably see increased conflicts cases going to the panel, and still is assuming that 4 attorneys are going to do the work of 9. I'm just not convinced that's possible. I also think that trying to push one system to the breaking point in terms of caseloads is probably not a great strategy, putting all our eggs in one basket, and that ultimately a hybrid approach is going to be stronger and better serve the community. I do think that there's room here to look at the Page Firm contract, and maybe there's opportunities to improve that to get more of what the county needs. Yeah, I'll rest my comments there.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
I have some questions, if I could. I know there's a first and second here, but I do have questions, Heather, if you would indulge me. So I asked you recently, do you have any data regarding your offices? Average, essentially, do we have data to show that the model that you're using is effective compared to an agency or firm that has been doing this work, for 47 years, it sounds like, and doing what many people have told me is an excellent job with no social workers. They're doing a holistic model, but they're doing it themselves. So when I asked you, do you have data, you couldn't really point to it. And so I'm wondering if you can talk about that now and also talk about moving forward, how we could establish sort of a baseline of data on whether your clients have any recidivism, your average, how long it takes you to resolve cases or adjudicate them compared to other firms.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very good and fair question. So one data point that I don't want to get lost in this conversation is that our Timely Early Representation project at last count was saving us 8 jail bed days for every person who gets that service versus a similarly situated client who does not. And it's even gotten up to 10 days at points. 8 is a conservative average. That has a tremendous impact, not just on our jail and our county partners, but on the human beings who aren't doing that time in jail, which is destructive to their families, their jobs, their employment, their mental health, and their prospects for success. You heard from our collateral consequences supervisor, along with many of the people who spoke on behalf of that unit, about the over 800 motions that are filed a year with an over 95% success rate, removing barriers to employment, housing, and benefits. A tremendous asset for this community that we've been able to measure. We have in any given year, our social workers supporting an approximately 3,700% increase in mental health diversion efforts. They're doing case plans, record collection, and client support. I can't tell you how much we would have without social workers because we are a new office that's always had them. But I think the gains we're seeing there are tremendous. And every single person who's diverted out of the system is somebody who is breaking what would otherwise be a harmful cycle that is often intergenerational. In a single quarter, our client advocates on average serve around 408 clients. They complete holistic intakes, they provide early rep, they do work to get people released at first appearance, with 76% of the clients they touch getting that release. They help 112 clients with at least one service goal. Those are related to housing, benefits, mental health, and substance use disorders. And 61 clients in any given quarter engage in treatment. I think those are tremendous results that really, I can't overestimate. Those results are because we have social workers. I, too, have been an attorney for over 20 years in a lot of different systems. I never worked in an office like the one that we've built. I never had social work support. I never had advocate support. And like my colleagues at Page and Dudley, who are tremendous attorneys, tremendous people, dedicated advocates, doing the same work that we are doing in the trenches of the emergency room of the criminal legal system, I have no doubt that they're spending their time after hours making calls to treatment centers, that they're hitting the streets trying to save their clients. Because me and my colleagues here who worked at another flat fee contract firm were doing the same thing night and day to serve people. But the difference is that social workers are good at it. They're trained, they have expertise.
They know what they are doing. I'm trained at something else. And as much as my good intentions wanted me to find all the things my clients needed, I couldn't do it. The other amazing thing about our model is that people are doing what they're trained and skilled to do, working together to wrap around clients, and it's efficient. It's not just efficient because social workers know how to do social work, investigators know how to investigate, and advocates know how to advocate. It's efficient and fiscally responsible because all of these different classifications of professionals are working, doing what they are trained to do in the job that they are classified to do. And that is what makes us so efficient and makes us the most cost-effective model for the county. At last count, the average cost per case out of our office was $1,755. That is compared to the conflict firm at $2,922 and the conflict panel at $4,209. And I don't tell you those numbers to pit defender against defender. I hate this. Every single person in this room has been my colleague in arms in some of the most difficult moments of my life, doing the most difficult work of my life. And every single person here is worthy, deserves to keep their job, deserves not to be under the stress. I am here because we have an incredibly difficult budget year, and I have been asked whether it makes sense to pass out 11 pink slips to this team who is working tremendously hard, who have dedicated themselves not just to this county, but to building this office. And change is hard. Change is hard. And every single person here has walked that walk, walked that journey, and has committed themselves to it. So I'm not going to sit here and say that my attorneys are better than the Page attorneys, or that, this model isn't what they're trying to accomplish. I fully believe that it is. When one of the attorneys got up here and said, we've all been doing holistic defense our entire career because you don't become a public defender if you don't care, that is true. It doesn't mean that you're doing it as well as you can with an interdisciplinary team that includes people trained to do it. And I'm also hearing from the Page firm about the creation of a nonprofit and the embracing of this model and these efforts to move in that direction. And I love that. I really love that. I think a rising tide lifts all ships. I think we're better when we're not, scrapping, when we're not going after scraps, fighting each other, right? Defender on defender, it makes no sense. But I also truly, truly believe that this is a fiscal crisis, and I trust the leadership of our County Executive Officer Coburn, who's looking not just at my budget, but health, human, all of these different agencies that serve the same people I serve. And when she and her team tell me, this is a real crisis and we need to cut things, we need to get more efficient, and this contract is a place where we can do that, I believe her and I trust her. I also fully embrace this idea that this may be a space where an additional investment that buys us a little more time is the right choice for our community, the right choice for these defenders who've dedicated their lives to the same work that our team has done. We're all the same team. We're representing the same people, right? They just happen to be representing somebody with a conflict. It's the same folks. So I think that you're faced with a really tough decision. One of them is a lot more expensive than the other. And again, our CEO team has looked at that expense and I think concluded we cannot afford it. And I trust that conclusion. If there is some way to find funds somewhere else, that you see somewhere else that can be trimmed to keep this entire public defense system whole, that makes a lot of sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. We're all working super, super hard and reducing capacity right now at this time when our clients are facing cuts to every other service that they have is a hard pill. So my answer to what we're doing to get more data is I'm super excited that we have a new case management system coming online, actually.
And we use the system that we inherited from the private law firm, and we've tried to make it work, but it's been really, really difficult to capture robust data and outcomes. And we are baking into this new system ways to capture all of those data points that you want to see. I want to see them too. In the meantime, I can tell you that a study done on the Bronx defenders that looked at holistic defense over many decades showed that it improved outcomes tremendously without having a negative impact on recidivism. That's the best study that's been done. I think that we're going to be a laboratory of what holistic defense looks like. We're going to have data, we're going to show outcomes. And I believe, based on my experience with this hardworking team and our clients, that what you're going to see is going to be impressive, and that every single person here pays for themselves in the money that they save downstream. And I believe that's true of my colleagues at Page and Dudley too, that strong public defense, effective public defense pays for itself. Thank you.
Sorry, I have some more comments. So I started getting some calls saying that I was trying to kill holistic defense, or other people that I know would call me and say, are you trying to do this? And, you know, just for the record, I'm a social worker. Most people know that. I have worked with TJ Brewer in the past. I've worked with John Thornton in the past. I've worked with a lot of public defenders before social workers were even a thought in the public defender's office, before the public defender's office existed, where I would take my patients, my neighbors, whoever needed help, I would bring them to an attorney, and they would help them, oftentimes pro bono, and we would walk together through cases. So I understand what social workers do and the power of actually combining an attorney with a social worker, with an investigator, and with the case coordinator. It's really important. You know, I will say one of my concerns in general is that, like you were talking about Jake's story, but if Jake was in danger of losing his children, he would have had a social worker from child welfare who is trained and has a master's degree and is trained in sort of a holistic model, because we're all on board with the Annie Casey Foundation. Similarly, on the back end, there would be a probation officer and a whole probation program, cafes, helping that person. So is there a duplication of service between all of these systems? It just seems like these are people who have oftentimes committed violent criminal offenses, and yet they're getting multiple duplications of service over and over. And if you could just talk to me a little bit about why it is important to start early if there are already all of these other services being provided. It's just a little hard for, I think, some people to swallow down that people that are committing very horrible crimes, difficult crimes, the violent crimes, are getting all this free service. So, because when we have to make hard choices, other things have to go, right? So help me and help the public understand.
Yeah, absolutely. And so first I want to say that most of the people that we serve are pre-trial, which means that they've been arrested, they've been put into jail, their cases have not been adjudicated, they remain innocent. And so to assume that that Jake is a violent criminal is really putting the cart before the horse. Jake is somebody who was arrested. We know that policing and arrests fall hardest on our communities of color, our communities who are experiencing poverty, our residents who have mental health and substance use disorders, who are experiencing homelessness and other forms of instability. And so, I think the assumptions that we're making about Jake need to be that he is a hardworking father who deserves support and shouldn't be in jail simply because he's poor. So starting there. Timely representation with a social worker, an advocate, and an interdisciplinary team is what's saving us those jail bed days. It's also what is getting Jake the support he needs early on so that he can stabilize and keep his kids. And so each of the people that you've mentioned, Supervisor, have a very important role in the system, but it's not our role. And so the difference is that our defense social workers are defenders. And so they are there to really provide support to a legal team that is working toward providing effective representation. And in our view, effective representation is not a warm body in the courtroom. Effective representation is what you get when you go to a private lawyer who says, how did you get into this mess? How can we get you out of it? And how will I never see you again, right? And that is what our teams are doing. There is no one else in the system who is going in before first court date to find out what Jake needs, to work on release advocacy, to help get his car moved if necessary, keep his kids out of CPS by calling grandma, right? Start release advocacy, look at treatment programs, get him on waiting lists so that we can get him treatment as quickly as possible. And then beyond that, our social workers are the ones who are gathering mitigation documents, they're writing social histories, they're writing those mental health diversion plans that can divert Jake out of the system. They're there during jury trials to make sure that our clients understand what's going on and can participate in their defense, which is a constitutional right under Gideon. They're there at sentencing to make sure that Jake's story is told in a trauma-informed, appropriate way. So what defense social workers do is completely different than what's done anywhere else. And even if we assume that everybody who's arrested and is thrown into jail is guilty, the public safety, the public health of this community is still served by getting interdisciplinary teams into that jail cell as quickly as possible. Because the truth is that most people don't go to prison for the rest of their lives. They go to prison where trauma gets doubled down on, they experience more abuse, they get more addicted to substances, and they come home to Santa Cruz where we see cycles of unbroken recidivism spanning generations that our teams are disrupting in ways that could absolutely transform what this community looks and feels like for our children, and that has value.
Thank you. So in terms of the page verb, Minchell, can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you. I do have a question for you. I understand that you, before you even knew potentially that your contract would not be renewed or was in danger.
Told April 20th.
Yeah. That you had just purchased a new case management system for your team.
On a 3-year contract. Yes.
Additionally, you had set up a nonprofit.
Yes,
Can you
I
tell
did.
me why? Like,
Yes.
why did you set up the nonprofit?
That I think I can do without my notes. When the new Public Defender's Office was created, it was suggested to me by the county executive office that they were having helpers, social workers, helpers in the courtroom, and it was suggested to me that if we got those helpers, we could reduce the number of attorneys, which didn't interest me, but that was the representation. And from what I can observe, I only go to the courthouse, I don't go to their offices, I don't go to jail visits with them, but they have an awful lot of people helping their attorneys with a massive crushing caseload. Ms. Rogers is now traveling the state, appropriately so, highlighting this statewide, and maybe national, but certainly a statewide problem. But the reality is, and so it's not her fault, but the reality is the turnover is enormous, and we don't have that. And that is huge and important. There is not just one way that we get cases. And by the way, we can't start any of that early stuff until we're appointed. We can't get appointed till they identify a conflict of interest. So boasting about the early intervention work that they do, which we are not asked to, can't possibly do until we're appointed, it's kind of an unfair comparison. They're serving all the clients, as they should, in early intervention until they find out they can't touch that case. But moreover, the stress imposed on her office by these crushing caseloads, by her own statements, she needs 43 more attorneys on top of the 31 she has. A turnover of 24 attorneys 21 attorneys in the first few years on a staff of 31 attorneys. That's not functional. It doesn't help. It's not Ms. Rogers' fault, and she's campaigning against it. But it is the reality. I didn't create this idea. I didn't come up with it on my own. I stumbled upon it. But what we have is an opportunity for attorneys to work a reasonable caseload, a manageable caseload, to not feel like they have to flee the profession and take their skills elsewhere, and they can get to do what they're passionate about doing. So we do that, pretty simple structure. They take about 2/3 of what they could earn at the public defender's office. The benefits package is probably about 1/10 or 1/5 of what the public office has to offer. I can't change that, there are contracts. But people who love this work and love doing it well and hate doing it badly and would leave the profession in its entirety if they had to do it badly, have found a home. And I discovered that that's really functional. So I know that the predecessor in the CEO job was very concerned about the privatized nature of the provision of these services, and that is not incorrect. That is appropriate. We've never had that in Santa Cruz County. Well, excuse me, when I am really old. Before Bigham and Christensen formed, there was another firm, and yes, they were giving secondary treatment to their criminal appointments. They were a civil firm. Since Bigham and Christensen and Mintzloff, and there were two other partners at the outset, was created, profiteering has not been a problem. They were private about how much they made, and they probably made a hefty sum, and they earned it because they could have put a good product in the courtroom, an excellent product. Larry Bigham became a leader in the state on progressive issues about public defense. So they did a great job. It's long past time that it shouldn't be privatized. They managed to get away with it without profiteering because people want to come live here. So they had the pick of the crop of people who want to live here and got a lot of talented lawyers. I stumbled onto this method with people leaving Heather's office because the
Are you talking about the nonprofit?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I stumbled upon the gift of getting these devoted people, and then the idea of going to a nonprofit was salted in by, we could get these helpers.
And so establishing a nonprofit, will that allow you to pull down grant money if there is any out there? I mean, I've been Googling like crazy the past few days trying to figure out where to find money.
You know, I've been pretty busy on this, focusing since April 20th on how to answer the budget questions, how to address you. So, yes, I do have plans for that. I haven't gotten around to it. The state bar is available, and I'll ask Chris Davis, who's doing wonderful work for us. I don't think he has a degree as a social worker, but if we had a moment to give you the one example I wanted to give you, it wasn't about a client. It's about our provision of these services.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming to the podium. I feel like I might have overstayed my welcome in terms of question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Page.
Thank you. We turn to Supervisor Hernandez, and then I have some comments.
You know, I do have some questions, but, you know, first of all, I want to say that a while back, I had some discussions with Heather Rogers prior to forming the PDO, and I just want to say she has the capability of running a successful office. You know, back then there was some doubt, but in the community, but she and her team successfully prevailed, bringing in the PDO's office into the county. But I did want to ask, just because some of the public comment that came in, and I got a packet the other day, and I went through it really quick. But, you know, this decision, I think, is about fiscal efficiencies or cutting costs. But there's also this other side that it brings in this holistic approach that brings in wraparound services for people in a one-stop shop, and that's a plus. But I wanted to ask about these cost inconsistencies. People are saying that it's not going to cut costs for the county the first year, the second year, or ever, and we heard that in the public comment as well. Can we address that and look at the cost savings? Just so that we're sure that we are cutting costs?
Yes. So the question was for me, right?
I'm not sure.
Or is it for CEO Coburn?
We can both address it. Do you want to start, Heather? I might have some comments too.
Okay. I mean, what I will say is CEO Coburn's team and our analyst team worked very hard to figure this out. And it required really looking at the cost per case across all of the different models that we use. And what we found was that the cost per case at our firm is $1,755. At the conflict firm, it's $2,922. And on the panel, it's $4,209. That was for fiscal year 24-25. And so it gives you pause. If you divide it by the number of attorneys we all have, it's true that our workloads are high, 264 per an attorney, 75 per an attorney at Page, and 9 per an attorney on the conflict panel. And so the question is, how can you do this with that few attorneys and that high of a workload? First, because we're working too hard. We do need more attorneys. We do need more staff. That's the honest answer. But the second answer is because the team model is efficient, and 4 years in, it's working a lot better than it did when we started. We had turnover in our first few years because change is hard, for one, and also because not everybody wants to work on a holistic team. We heard some folks today say, we don't need social workers, and they have no place in the courtroom. That's one way to look at it. But the folks that stayed are people who don't believe that. They're people who believe that this team vision works. So I think the reason that it's going to save money and that we can do it with fewer attorneys is because it's not just 4 attorneys that will be in the division. It's an investigator, it's a social worker, it's a paralegal. We're going to have a team there and a skilled legal secretary. We're talking about experience levels. We're sending our most experienced team. If you direct us to create this division, it will be a team with the most experience of anyone in our office. It will be our A team because I know firsthand that change is hard, and the best chance of success there is if we have our most skilled defenders leading that charge. I do trust the analysis that's been done. I think it's very conservative. It's very cautious. I'm looking at so many members of this team who did it. We tried to be very conservative. We tried to be very cautious. And I believe the answer for why we can do it for less is economies of scale, leveraging existing resources, leveraging the expertise we've gained in building something new, and the simple average cost per case math, which is just undeniable. And I think it's due in large part to the efficiencies of interdisciplinary defense, but it's also due in large part because the people who stayed at my office are willing to really work with these high workloads that others may not be willing to work under. And those are very fair decisions, right? I am not going to begrudge any public defender choosing a work-life balance that makes sense for them and their families. But what I'm bridling at in these budget hearings is the idea that the attorneys at Page and Dudley will continue to handle 75 cases per an attorney, while my team looks at 5 to 11 layoffs and their 264 cases per an attorney goes up and up and up. When this is the team that decided to stay with this office and build it despite high workloads because they believed in this vision, they believed in the leadership of this county team, and they believed in what you created.
And I just wanted to add, regarding the cost, the board had a lot of questions, and obviously that is great. We wanted to be able to respond and answer all your questions, and we provided a couple memos that were posted as additional materials. And in the first memo that we provided, it had the table 5 showed the cost savings compared to the current contract. And Heather said, this is a conservative estimate, and that is true. The Page and Dudley contract costs that we included were just the contract costs. They also bill the county that we pay for some ancillary services. So I got an estimate, that's about $50,000 additional dollars that is added that the county's paying for expert services for various high-level cases. So I would say this is conservative, and the estimates would probably be higher. And we're looking at, this is a proposal to really be most efficient with a multidisciplinary team, like Heather said.
Further questions?
Yeah. So, there's no doubt in my mind that I have full confidence in you opening this division because I've seen what you've done with the PDO's office. And I have to say, it's also one of the most front-facing offices that I've been around, The sheriff is always there, too. Every event I'm at, they're always there. And I am everywhere. Every event, every community event, I'm there. Supporting the community, and so is the PDO's office. But again, I think when I made my comments about the budget at the beginning of the meeting and our values, I think that, number one, this is, we do have a fiscal responsibility, and this is saving us money. But our values, I think, lie in just the holistic approach and having the one-stop shop for people that are face possible incarceration. If we can have this office work from top to bottom in a holistic approach, I think that is our values that we have as a county. I do have some concerns, though. I mean, it's 274 clients versus 75. And also, all the folks that came and spoke today, is there a way that we can help? My two concerns, right? What's going to happen to the firm? They've been working responsibly, diligently on cases, helping the county. And this caseload, right? I feel the office needs at least 2 full-time lawyers, in addition, next year and a half from now, to deal with that workload, or else we're going to have, we're going to lose folks. We do need those positions to be filled. Those are my two concerns, but is there anything like a soft landing for Paige? Like, what could we do to help them out, too, in this difficult transition?
Well, we outlined in our first memo some of the thoughts we had on some of the soft landings for staff. For instance, we could use help with our panel in administering that. We're open to looking at having an attorney manage the panel and establishing a contract for that, which would relieve some of the work of the staff in the county counsel's office. We also noted that the Page and Dudley firm would be completing their cases through September and then transitioning potentially to the panel where they could be assigned cases there. We are going to be having to hire some staff, so similar to when we had the Bigham transition, we are offering a bump up, a leg up to staff who are interested in seeking county employment, and that would be true of the Public Defender's Office or really any of our departments that they wanted to apply to. I mentioned the panel participation and the panel administration. So those are just some of our initial thoughts.
Yeah, because, the need, 275 caseload is very high. I'm looking at my ACLU representative over there. 275 clients is a lot. So we do have to have a plan, if we do go with this division, a plan to really, kind of fill those positions as well. Yeah, it's a tough decision, but for me, it's like our values. I have to stay with our values as a county in our strategic plan, but I think that holistic approach is something that's valuable to clients that have possible facing incarceration.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A number of my questions were answered already through the very good dialogue and the tremendous amount of prep you've done. It is clear you've done your homework, and both of you have done your homework in bringing this presentation forward and this proposal forward. And really what I see what's before us is transformation. When the County of Santa Cruz made the difficult decision to move the Public Defender Office in-house, that was a hard decision. And a tremendous amount of political capital was spent on that, and it was difficult. It was a change, but it was under the values of holistic defense, of cost efficiency, of serving our community, our Santa Cruz residents, in the way that we know they deserve to be served. We're now in that time again, where we have trusted a transformational leader to bring us a proposal under dire financial circumstances. This isn't in a moment of growth and a moment of opportunity. This is a moment of, devastation across the safety net and across, everything that's been put in place to support our vulnerable population. And we asked her to do a very difficult job that the board approved back when we were first given the budget numbers. The board said, you know, we need you to come back with this limited amount of general fund and come back with a proposal. And this is what the CEO's office and the public defender came back with. Not because they want to, but because they were doing what we asked. And we aren't in a place where we can afford to punt every time there's a difficult decision. We've had a few today, and we keep chipping around the edges, and we're trying to not make difficult decisions. I am shocked that there's a proposal for $1.1 million of reserves when we have just about 2 payrolls of reserves at our disposal, that proposal is before us in order to serve a private law firm. If we're going to use 1.1 million, which I'm not recommending, of reserve on anything, I mean, why not put it in the public defender's office and allow her to have lower caseloads? You know, we're going to have a conversation about roads tomorrow. We just, look at this, today, I can't see anymore, $2.1 million of contracts to our community providers that we cut today. But we're talking about 1.1 million for a private law firm? I know your work is good. I know your work is good, and I'm grateful. But we are in a time, and I know I'm not making any friends. I'm so sorry. I've already cut you down to 1 minute each, and now I'm telling you how I feel about this. I'm sorry to be the one who has to say, like, I'm like, are we, you know, a reality check here? It's a difficult decision, and I'm so grateful for the work up to, in the lives that you've saved up to this point. I cannot support the motion as it is. And I'll ask, hearing what I heard from Supervisor Fernandez, if you'd be willing to make a substitute motion to accept the recommended actions.
I will move the recommended actions for the budget and everything, all related matters. I would like
I'll second it.
I would like to make sure that those discussions do happen with the Page firm. Especially, you know, if there's any contract work that can be done, individual contract work, or anything that make it a softer landing, I would say.
So we have a motion and a second, and
I need
do we
the
have further
motion
discussion?
repeated so that I could understand completely what it is.
It's just the recommended action, the budget that the public defender brought forward today. Any further discussion?
Yep.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to respond to some of what's been said, because the 1.1 million reserves, that would go to the public defender's office. That's the recommendation. I mean, because I just heard that, why don't we
To fund the Page and Dudley.
To fund the public defender currently has a gap of $1.1 million. Option B that was presented in our staff report said that we could spend 1.1 million if we wanted to. And so that's what drove my recommendation. And, you know, the reason why I'm making this recommendation now, and yes, this is a very tough decision during a very tough budget season. It's also a time when do we want to have a major shift in how we provide services to people who need public defense. Some of my other concerns are that there are attorneys that are working on cases. What's being proposed is that we eliminate this service in September. The original, and what was provided, what was discussed back in 2022 had this going through next year. And the reason why I'm making this recommendation is so we can address some of the concerns that Supervisor Hernandez just brought up. I mean, he was just saying, is there any way to have continuity of services? How can we best support Page and Dudley? This is to give us that bridge so that we can have those conversations. And then by November or after November of this year, we will have a better understanding of what our federal landscape looks like, what our state landscape looks like. And this is to buy us a little bit more time, because once we eliminate this contract with the firm we've been with for 47 years, and they've been partners with the county for over 40 years, we cannot get that back. And there's no guarantee that, and at this point in time, there's no guarantee that these attorneys are going to want to move over to the public defender's office. We're going to lose a lot of institutional knowledge, a lot of experience. We don't have a clear understanding of what the board costs are going to be in terms, and whether or not they're going to want to go to the board and continue to do this work. And so, yeah, this is I don't want to recommend that we remove another $1 million from reserves, but what was before us earlier, so we're about 10.3%. That's $90 million. This will reduce that to $89 million in reserves. So we'll have a pretty healthy reserve, and that $1.1 million will be a significant investment in continuing our public defender's office, maintaining all of their staff, maintaining the staff at Page and Dudley, who are people who live in our community, they have families in our community, on both sides, and having an opportunity for us to dive deeper into this topic as a whole. I mean, this is the first time I've had we've had this conversation in public, and I wish we could have had it sooner, because if we'd had it sooner, we could have had staff understand, to Felipe's point, well, I want to see there be a soft landing. What does that look like? We could have had that conversation a long time ago if we had been able to have this before the board. But right now, what's going to happen is if we move forward with the recommendation, that is signaling to them that by September, you're done. And I have very strong concerns about the clients that they serve. And these people are working on cases currently. They were under the impression that they would have a contract through this next funding cycle. So there may be cases that they've just recently taken on, and to remove their attorneys in the middle of a case is destructive to a person and to their livelihoods. And I'm the son of an attorney. My dad was a criminal defense attorney. So I know the type, and he served low-income people who were people of color. And so I understand the importance of maintaining legal representation and what the damage that could cause if you remove it in the middle of a case. And so, yeah, that's why I'm proposing this, because this is not something I would normally want to do in terms of making this recommendation, but it will be able to maintain both services while we can start figuring out a path forward. Because while I appreciate the effort that's been made, I feel like it's an effort that's been made because the public defender was tasked with, you got to come up with a balanced budget. This isn't something she probably wants to do. And I think that if we want to vote our values, this is an opportunity for us to support people who do good work in our community and to figure out a pathway forward that provides people with enough time to find alternative work, to settle their cases, but it can be done so in a way that's not an abrupt, immediate stop in the services they've been providing, because these people were under the impression that they were going to have a longer contract, and now we're pulling the rug out from under them.
I read in the report that there was a plan for people to finish out their cases. So can I turn it over to either the public defender or CO Coburn to talk about what that plan was?
That was my next question.
I had exactly those same concerns when this proposal was brought to me, and CEO Coburn has agreed that it makes sense for our clients and the community for the Page and Dudley attorneys to be able to finish out all cases that they have now and all cases they receive up until September 30th. One more thing I want to say is that the gaps that I've been talking about are in the overall public defense budget, and so it includes my office, the conflict firm, and the conflict panel. The proposed budget only allots $17 million to my actual office as it exists now. So it's a little complicated because I'm talking about the entire public defense budget, part of which is right now administered by county council and the CEO's office. At the same time, I really respect Supervisor Cummings, the investment you're willing to make into the overall public defense system, and I appreciate your analysis of how that reflects our values. Thank you.
So
I have a few clarifying questions. And so we need to find $1.1 million to keep things as they are. So if we find 1.1 million, about 775,000 of that would offset various position reductions through attrition and fundings in the PDO's office, and then 350,000 of that would support keeping Page, the Page and Dudley contract, because basically with the proposal that we currently have, we're using some of that contract cost for all the costs on both the main and the alternate side. So I wanted to make that clarification since there was conversation about that. And then secondly, for the reserves, I highly recommend we don't take anything from reserves. We have a major cash flow issue that we're dealing with. We could entertain, I mean, if the board wants to go there and put in $1.1 million to retain the status quo, basically, I would suggest we look at contingencies before we look at reserves. It's a slight difference, and right now we're funded at the 1% of expenditures. If we took it from contingencies, depending on where we end this fiscal year, usually in our last and concluding actions, we put any savings or excess funds back into contingencies and reserves. So I can't say for certain we're going to have anything more, but we will know when we come back to you in September. So the final budget would reflect that. But my first option would be to find cuts before we went to contingencies, to find cuts or to find additional revenues. We started having a conversation with Ms. Mitchell-Page about could we achieve any savings on the contract? Is there anything that we could negotiate with you on to reduce the contract cost? So we started that conversation. We've been in budget hearings and haven't been able to conclude, but that would be another option for us, would be for you to direct me to have a conversation with the Page and Dudley firm about any savings.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. And the motion again is the budget as presented by the Public Defender's Office. It terrifies me to talk about using contingencies. That's the money that when the super El Nino hits and people can't get home or can't pick up their kids from school because the road washed out, that's the money that we use out of contingency in an emergency, which isn't very much. We don't have very much in there to do emergency response. And so I couldn't support that given where we're at. I mean, it is one of those, in my opinion, one of those difficult, sadly, rip the Band-Aid, challenging decisions that that feels awful to be recommending, but the difficult decisions in front of us. So with that, I think I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion on the floor to begin with.
And for the clarity of the record, this is the substitute motion from Supervisor Hernandez, seconded by Supervisor Martinez, for the recommended actions as proposed by the department.
Yes.
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa?
No.
Cummings?
Nope.
Hernandez?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion fails 3-2. So it goes back to the original motion. I'll turn it back over to the original motion maker.
Yeah, I'll just clarify that for that motion that we move that we maintain the Page and Dudley contract through 26-27, and that we add an additional 1.1 million to cover the cost, or to cover the, the 1.1 million gap, and direct staff to explore options for filling that 1.1 million gap. So the point, the intent there is that if it's not supposed to be reserves, if it can be contingencies, if it can be other cuts, we just had this discussion that you will be able to talk with Page and Dudley around savings and filling that gap. And so I'm trying to add some more flexibility.
Do you want us to return on last day on
Yes.
June 24th? Okay.
Correct.
CEO Coburn, is there a chance that that may include layoffs?
It could, depending on what conversation, but what I'm hearing is you're looking for funding, no layoffs? Okay. So contingencies,
Reserves, contingencies.
reserves,
And any
or
other-
savings.
or savings,
Other
correct.
than layoffs.
Correct.
That we look in all areas.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have a motion. We have a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Let's say, yeah, second.
Is there other further discussion?
So the motion is to preserve Page and Dudley and fund the $1.1 million gap by looking at other revenue sources and excluding layoffs.
Correct.
And just for the record, to be clear, that you're not adopting the PD's budget today, you're postponing that action until June 24th,
We will
correct?
defer it to June 24th.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to support the motion just because it seems a little bit too unclear where the additional revenues would come from to me.
And I'll just say, I'm leaving it broad so that there is flexibility. If we say just reserves or just contingencies, then that kind of restricts where they can look for funding. It could be a mix of reserves and contingencies and other savings. It could be, savings through Page and Dudley. So trying to leave it open so that there's a lot of flexibility on what they can bring back to us, because if there are opportunities for savings with Page and Dudley, that might not be money coming directly out of the county. If there are there's potential for reserves, if there's potential for contingencies, if there's something that we haven't thought of, it's just really trying to leave the opportunities and the options open.
And so to be clear, when that option comes, there will still be a potential ask for the board to approve $800,000 of reserves to fill this budget, or 900, whatever we couldn't get out of other savings. We haven't approved that yet,
right,
but the request will still come to us. And I want to be explicitly clear that I'm not somebody who can support our use of reserves or contingency for this purpose, given that we have 2 payrolls in our reserves. We have cash flow challenges. We've already done a tremendous amount of borrowing. We just cut $2.1 million from our partners who, I think it kind of feels like a slap in the face to them that we cut them, but we found money for this. So I'm not going to be able to support the motion. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No.
Martinez.
No, motion fails 3-2. So we have no motion on the floor.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we maintain the page firm for conflicts and direct staff to return on the final day of budget hearing with a solution that solves the remaining $1.1 million budget gap within the Public Defender's Office budget.
Second.
How is that different than the prior motion?
It includes the possibility of layoffs and does not explicitly direct that we use reserves. I believe that there is there's absolutely value in the holistic model that is we're directing, $17 million to in the Public Defender's Office. There's also a value to the approach that the Page firm has taken with slow public defense, if you want to call it that. Yes, they're doing less cases per attorney. They're also able to, they're bringing a ton of experience and getting to know their clients arguably better because they're doing the social work piece themselves in many cases. I also think that there's a value to enabling people who want to practice public defense, both to do the fast model and to do the slow model. To have both options in our community means that there's just going to be more people practicing public defense in our community. And so that's why I do think that we need to maintain both. And if the folks in the Public Defender's Office, if the employees want to help solve the budget gap by maybe not taking as much of a pay increase, that's, that's an option too.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Motion dies.
I'll second.
Oh. So we have a motion on the floor and from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa.
Can I say something real quick? I'm just going to say that what Supervisor Koenig has recommended are all options. I'm just going to let you all know right now that because I tried staying away from this conversation of layoffs, which I think is bad, and I will not support that when it comes back. We need to move tonight, and so I'm going to support the motion, but I'm just going to say that the options that I'm going to be supportive of when this comes back is not going to be layoffs. And I think between now and then, there's going to be folks on this board who I think, SEIU and other labor groups are going to need to have some conversations with. But I will say right now, I will not support layoffs. And I'm going to be looking at how we can fund this gap through contingencies and reserves, which are also an option because they didn't take those off the table. But we need to get out of here tonight. And, we've we're kind of exhausting all of our options here. So for the purposes of moving and getting out of here and bringing this back on the last day, I'm going to support the motion that's before us.
So I hear where we're going with this. I want to just underscore that it's a time when difficult decisions are needed. I have a really clear, hard line at, we're not at the expense of our workforce, and not at the expense of our community, and also not at the expense of fiscal responsibility. And so I think that the proposal that came from our public defender is sound. And I trust you, Heather. Thank you for your tremendous work. I trust you, CEO Coburn. Thank you. And I'm sorry that it's a painful proposal for members of our community. I really am. But I feel very clear about the transformation that you've been leading for the last 4 years and where you're headed. And so it seems like we're trying to have our cake and eat it too. I'm not sure how it's going to end up on the last day, because you can't pull something out of nothing. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair, if I may, for the clarity of the record, would the maker of the current motion restate the motion?
Sure. I move that we maintain the page firm for conflicts and direct staff to return on the final day of budget hearings with a solution that solves the remaining budget gap within the Public Defender's Office's budget.
And to be clear, is that the full $1.1 million amount?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No.
And Martinez.
No. Motion passes 3-2. That concludes our budget hearings for the day. At 6:08, we will adjourn, and we'll see you back 9 a.m. tomorrow morning at the county building, 5th floor.